like the media, and then the academia, especially with super left wing and stuff. But yeah, so like and now basically we went too far and now we're going to get the swing back. And I feel like the actual truth is that somewhere in the middle we should have something like I don't know if I would go as far as to say that it is oppressive to white men, but the left has certainly left white men behind. And as a result, they have turned to people like Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and become like crazy MAGA people because that we have nothing to offer them except telling them that they should be ashamed. And I don't think that was good.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Lactoid, are you ready to give us your thoughts on this?
Can Gibbs go first, or did Gibbs already go?
Gibbs went first. We can still keep going though if you need time.
Yeah, give me a little bit of
Joe,
time. Thank you.
yeah, Joe, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks for having me. The article's correct in its identification. There is a subsection of what ended up being white millennials, and even in the article, it's very specific about the type of millennials they're talking about. They're talking about white millennials who are in credentialed positions or have some level of credentiality and then going into the entry level job market. So we're talking about internships, cohort groups, more traditional entry level positions. And the article does this really weird, I don't know if it's doing it on purpose or not, but doesn't necessarily critique anything above it. So when I think about the hiring practices that it's lamenting over, sure, it's very accurate to identify the response, right? There was a clear sort of response that these places, these entry level places, were predominantly white and predominantly male. And as the shift went to trying to make it a bit more, whatever word you want to use, diverse, inclusive, whatever the case may be, yeah, there's going to be a group of individuals that are going to see the short end of that stick. And that was white millennial men in this particular corner of the cohort. So we're not really talking about the type of individuals in situations like Gibbs. We're not really talking about um, really like working class white Americans. We're talking really specifically about millennial men who happen to be whites who have college credentials going into the market, the job market. And yeah, the job market is this fickle thing, and they kind of just lost, where they kind of hedged their bets that, oh, the way that the job market treated other people like me in the past was going to work out in this particular case. And I don't really think that was a wise read. Now, these are more liberal arts adjacent industries, like it's talking about journalism, it's talking about higher ed, it's talking about a few other fields that we'll probably get into. And yeah, they saw a shift at the entry level position, the writers rooms, the internships and stuff like that, away from white identified Americans into more just non-white or non-white people broadly. And I think the article does a good job identifying that, but it doesn't really do a good job at critiquing the actual people who have positions of power that have the actual status to determine how these things go about. Because as the article even mentions, those are predominantly white boomers and white Gen Xers. And those are the people who are going to be the sort of stakeholders in power in this regard. And I think it's important to critique those white folks because those white folks want to make sure that they stay in power at the expense of other white identified people.
Okay, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Last but certainly not least, hopefully he's ready now. Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wick. My hair is all wet. I wanted to take a shower to be all fresh and clean for all of you here today. We're talking about DEI, um, and I'm happy that, as Vance said, right, we don't have to apologize for being white anymore. I think that's a great kind of uh, saying, but I'm a little bit skeptical because this shit's been around for a long time, and I don't know if it's just going away. I think this article does a pretty good job at laying out specific numbers because when it comes to DEI, I feel like a lot of proponents are very weaselly with the way that they define DEI and the way that and what they say DEI is to avoid the harshest criticisms of it. Right? It's only when you say, well, look at this specific, stat, look at that specific stat, does it actually seem to gain any traction. So I think that the article did a good job at pointing out, hey, here's XYZ institution, here's how many applicants there were, here is how many were selected on the whether it be a tenure track or getting a different upper level position, what kind of people are getting hired by these organizations. And you see, I think, an overt racism against white men specifically, one that they will try to initially deny, but when you go through the whole rigmarole, they eventually get to the point where it's like, yeah, we're discriminating against them. It starts with affirmative action, is really, I think, the first major thrust of a DEI program. And that's been going on forever. I've got a bunch of stats on that. How, if you're a white guy applying to, and if you're an Asian guy, holy shit. But if you're a white guy applying to a, upper level, higher level education, you have to do significantly better to get into the same spot as specific minorities, black people, Native Americans, in a way that Asians don't. Asians have to do better, and white people have to do better. When it comes to journalism, this whole article, I read the whole thing. I thought it was, again, very well done, pointing out how so much of this is old white men pulling the ladder up behind them and just allowing overt, stated, they're not hiding this, stated discrimination to happen against young white men. And yeah, there's a lot of old white men that are in positions of power. But when this is, I think, the critical crux of what I'm going to argue the whole time, which is that DEI treats people as collectives instead of treating people as individuals. It's okay to discriminate against the young white man, in their opinion, because, hey, there's enough old white men. But what they fail to account for is that I am not an old white man. And those applicants are not old white men, and they are people, and they're being discriminated against. And that would be okay, I suppose, if you were okay with discrimination. But none of these types are. They're only okay with it one way, which I think is the problem.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. We're going to get into it. The first question I have for the panel, and maybe we can use this as kind of like a launch point, and then we can go into all the other things.
Oh.
Who is more oppressed in America in the year of our Lord 2025? White men or black people? What do you think? Go ahead.
That depends very much on what metric you are using. Very, very much, especially if we're talking about right now. I actually wanted to ask Lactoid a question, but you asked, so I mean, I guess I'll wait. Yeah, I think it depends on what you're talking about, and it also depends
In
on like what
general,
you
let's
mean
just
by.
we can just in general. If someone was going to actually have been oppressed in America in 2025, if you think a white man is more likely to be oppressed, raise your hand. Just
Okay, this question's super important. Can I clarify something before I answer?
okay, clarify.
Are we assuming all else equal?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Then
What
yes,
if-
then
hold-
white men
hold-
are
hold up.
the most oppressed.
What are we talking about then? Like, we just making up reality at this point, just to fit the question? Like,
No,
Yeah, I don't think
No.
that
no.
yeah, I don't
Hold
think
on, hold on,
that
hold on.
works because black people have to
There,
deal with a whole bunch of other shit that's not
yeah.
necessarily about hiring.
Well, hold on. There is so one of the first things when I started law school was we had to do before we even got into law school. We had to do a pre-class thing, and it was about this book titled Evicted, and it was basically like to introduce us to property law and renters law, and basically it was from the perspectives of landlords. There was two landlords, and then there was about 10 different tenants, and every person that was in this novel that was basically an African American, except for the landlords. And they basically wanted to paint these landlords as evil, but the landlords were like, well, these people just don't pay, and I go and get whatever. And basically, the whole time, it was an excuse of why, oh, I don't know, this one lady decided she was going to spend her rent money on drugs, and why it wasn't her fault that she couldn't pay the rent, and how the landlord was evil for kicking her out, and all these things. And then they did exactly what you just said. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but they did exactly what you said, where they said, hey, it's because they have all these other ideas that are just being pushed on them, all these other problems that they deal with. It's not that they're equal. No. It's that they're equal. It's that then people choose to make bad mistakes, and this is just a product. DEI is just one little facet of this handout mentality that the left has gone and full swing with, and they just want to give it away at the expense of white men. That's what they want now.
Gibbs, do you
I'm
think people are products of their environments, or does everyone just need to act better and automatically
Uh,
their lives will improve?
I mean, I think people have to take some qualities from their environment, but that's not an excuse to be a scrub. I mean, I come from dirt poor, and I fucking have done quite well. You know, if you're
Yeah,
maybe
that's
that bitch,
great,
that's your fault. I'm sorry. Maybe
but not
like learn. The
everybody.
joke is picking up by the bootstraps, but there's a reason
Yeah,
why
that's
that's the expression.
yeah, I know,
Anybody
but
can do
that's
that.
bullshit. That's
It's not
bullshit though,
bullshit.
because no,
Are
not
you telling me that
anybody can
you
do
hold on?
that.
I know a guy that was a legal immigrant that came here is now a legal
No,
immigrant, and you know what? Guess what?
all you're
He
gonna
is
do is
Let's
now
throw
flip the
working
Zoom.
three
anecdotes at
jobs,
me.
three jobs, and guess what? He's got a Porsche, he's got a brand new house, and he's now a citizen. You're telling me that?
Yes,
Oh,
immigrants tend to
it's
work
too
really,
hard for
really
all these
hard in
people.
order to get where they
Oh,
are.
so you're telling me a legal immigrant with no education can do it, but it's too hard for the person living in America
No,
without
I'm not
there's
saying
anything
that
handed to
it's
Gibbs,
him.
too
Hold on,
hard.
Sounds
I
like
just
let's
you
give it
bitchitis.
to
don't
Joe. Let's give it to Joe for a
understand.
second, please.
Gibbs. I think you're kind of ignoring structural realities that people live under. Like,
Yeah, bitch assness.
sure,
That's what I'm annoying.
okay, so like,
And pussitis.
Let Joe go,
okay,
please.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
this
I was just
entire
identifying the diseases he
conversation
was describing.
can
Yeah,
be
go ahead.
you denying
sure.
people are products of their
Is there
environment.
is there a structural difference from an American descendant of slaves and a black immigrant? Do they have the same
Yeah,
type of
one of our
structural challenges?
yeah. Actually, you're right. Yeah, there is a difference. One of them has benefited from the American system, where they benefited from all these wonderful things of being American. Another person has come from literally nothing and has had to work hard to get there. You're right. There is a difference.
Do black immigrants come from nothing when they come to the United States? Is that
Most
your claim?
immigrants that come to the United States come from almost nothing. When it's
So
from lower
wait, so
socioeconomic classes. Yeah.
is it nothing or almost nothing? I'm trying to understand where you're at.
Listen, I'm not going to play this Destiny word game bullshit debate. Nothing or almost nothing. This is pussy
Is Destiny
bullshit.
in the room
Because you
right
know
now?
what I'm
I'm
trying
just
to
trying to.
describe.
I have
Is
no idea.
Destiny in the room right now? I don't know. I mean, if you're
I
going
have
to act
no
like
idea
him,
what you're
I'm going to call
saying.
you out for act liking him with this
Help
word
me.
game bullshit.
Help
I mean,
Gibbs.
what does it fundamentally matter if they have $1 in the bank or no dollars? Oh,
Because
they
that
guess they don't have nothing. They have $1.
how
Like,
do
do you
you
see how
do
stupid you
immigrants
sound?
get to the United States?
Oh well, some of them walk.
Especially the ones from Africa.
So, some of them swim.
Since we're
Some of them
talking
take
about
a
black
boat.
Really?
immigrants, so we're talking about black
Some of them
immigrants. How do they get to the
Oh,
country?
black immigrant. Okay. Oh, well, I
Yes.
would
So
assume
how
they
do they
take a
get to the
plane or a
country?
boat. They take a plane
Okay.
or a boat.
So that plane costs money.
Okay.
Getting a place
Does it?
to live when they get into America costs money.
Oh yeah.
Getting the means to even go about navigating wherever they end up costs money. So they're not
Ah.
necessarily coming from nothing, correct?
Oh. So if you're a refugee running from whoever and you're an immigrant here, you don't come from nothing. Your house is burned
We're not
down. Your
talking
family's
about
been.
refugees right now,
Well, it's just
dude.
convenient that the one of the largest groups of African American immigrants, which is refugees, is just being ignored in this scenario. Like,
No,
what about
Refugees
Vietnam?
need help
What
when
about
they
the
come here
you
Vietnamese
were
immigrants? When did
speaking.
they come here
anyway.
in flux? Did they
If
come
you
here in flux after the Vietnam War? Whenever it felt, yeah, they came from nothing, and they do fine. So what's your excuse? Like that's really
what's
what's
your
going on here.
the thing that I'm kind of like, look, you don't have to do the aggro thing. Like, I'm just chilling.
I mean, I don't
You don't
have
have
to. I'm
to
just angry that you're sitting here already being slimy and lying about it. Like that's what I'm angry
lying
about.
about. I never made a. Did I?
You
Look, did
already
I
did
make
the
a
bullshit
claim
thing. Is it
some way or
nothing or
another?
almost nothing? Yeah, you did. You already
Yeah,
went with the
because
thing. Is it
that's
nothing
a
or like if you're gonna be bad faith, at least be upfront about it.
nothing and almost nothing is a significant
Oh
difference when we're
yeah,
talking about
I got a penny in my bank
going.
account. I don't have nothing. Is that what's the significant
What
difference?
you gotta let Joe finish a
Yeah,
sentence,
this is
please.
No,
never.
I want him to
Yeah,
answer that question. I have a penny in my bank account. Now I have almost
Tell you
nothing.
what,
What's the
and for every
What's the
sentence he's
significant
allowed to
difference?
finish, I'll make him answer a question.
Okay,
Okay.
fine.
So
I'm not gonna
far,
be
he
concerned
has
until
to
he answers
answer
that.
zero
Hold on. Well,
questions.
then
I
he
just
wants
want to
to.
make sure
Well,
that
that's
you
fine.
know.
I'm
Hold
just
on,
gonna keep
hold on,
interrupting until
Gibbs.
he answers
I
the
just want to
question.
make sure
I
that you
want to know
know.
what the
So
difference is
far, the
between.
count is
Well, he
he
hasn't
has to
answered the
answer
question. Hold
zero
on. He
questions
asked me that
because he hasn't
question, Wick.
finished
And
his
hold on. He
single
asked me
sentence.
that question. Well, that's because he asked me a question and I answered it, and he hasn't responded to my question back. What's the difference between if I have one penny in my bank account and $0? Don't run from that question. What's the fundamental difference in my day-to-day life if I have a
function.
penny in my bank account and zero?
If
And
someone
don't
has,
lie.
can I answer? Is it okay?
Yeah,
Am I lagging? Okay. Jesus. It's functionally zero on both ends. $0
I
in the
rest my
bank
case.
account and a penny in the bank account is functionally zero.
He's not talking about those kinds of people though, Gibbs.
That's
He's not
literally what he
like
just did.
that's
That's
such a
literally what he just did.
No,
Ha-
if
Can
when he
I'm
said
trying to
what's the difference
understand why
between
I'm tr-
nothing and almost nothing?
yeah, I'm trying to
Pretty
understand
cool.
why you're responding this way. It's not we can move on from this, but if this is how you're going to interact, it's going to be a long night.
Oh, it's gonna be a long night.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Could I clarify
Hold
something
on.
that was said before?
I'm
What I
sure
meant by
actually.
Go for it.
Sure, what
Go
I meant
ahead.
by all else equal, and I think this is the thing that this article complains about, and really, I guess, what I complain about, which is when you look at these opportunities, the question is, are you giving them to people who are individuals who are poorer, or are you giving them to individuals who happen to look like people who are poorer? That's the question. Because
So I
if you're
actually
basing if you what the, do I think that whiteness is oppressed? I do. It is true that black people have higher total rates of poverty, and if you were to define poverty as oppression, then you could maybe answer the question a different way. So I'm being ultra charitable when I'm saying, like, it depends on what you mean here. But it is
Sure.
absolutely true that I think the worst spot to be in is a poor white man, where not only do
There's
you suffer from the sort of the systemic inequalities or whatever that come from poverty, but you don't get the disproportionate scholarships, grants, and if you're trying to get into journalism or college, these fields that you would get if you were black.
but
the black
like
people don't necessarily like the really poor black people that you're talking about though don't necessarily get those scholarships either. I mean, I would imagine because
poor
they would
black
have
Because
to
they're not
people.
going to
actually
college, yeah.
go.
Not to cut
Yeah,
you off there midway.
Kalinda.
Kalinda. Sorry. Um, poor black people live with poor white people, and poor white people live with poor black people. America's not completely stratified where you only see pockets of poor white people and their existences are so drastically different from their other cohorts. So I'm trying to understand like what you mean exactly.
What I mean is
Like
that if you're a so I feel like the point you just made sort of cuts against you because if you're saying yes, they're part of the same communities and they're living in the same circumstances, then why are you
they're in the same
basing?
class.
Sure, then why are you
So why
basing
does
all
race
these?
matter?
Then why are you right? What? Why does race matter? Why is it that when you apply to college as a black man, it's easier for you to get in? Why not base it off of poverty, where you're in the same place, same class, like you just said?
Yeah, it should be based on other metrics.
Okay, but this article,
I'm
I
against
think, is
diversity when
complaining.
it comes to
Yeah,
I'm
fair
against
enough.
diversity when it comes to these sort of like immutable characteristics and just that just because somebody is black, therefore they're special. You're not special because you're white. I'm not special because I'm black. And if we make that the baseline, we can engage with things a little bit differently. Are there structural disadvantages that black Americans face in the United States? Absolutely. That was what I was trying to go with when I was talking to Gibbs. But it seems like he doesn't agree with the idea of structural disadvantages. But
No,
I
we
guess
don't agree with
supports
that
the
idea.
article.
It's ridiculous.
So there were not structural advantages given to non-white people.
It's okay, Gibbs. We know you don't live in reality. I mean, you are a
No,
conservative
I
after
mean, I
all,
mean,
and
it's
you
serious.
support Trump.
Like we don't have to. We don't have
I mean,
to.
I don't live in reality. I don't live in reality when Trump's our president,
No,
and
no, we
he's
don't
got
gotta.
over half the population voting for him, and the Democrats have the lowest percentage of like approval in years. You're right. I don't
You
live in
check that
reality. So
approval
it's
rating
Can
lately,
I wait, wait,
buddy?
wait. Can I
you
ask?
don't.
I just want to
No,
ask
I don't.
Joe.
Wait, real quick.
Joe, can I ask you a
Don't
question?
get too
Yeah,
triggered there,
Okay, I
buddy.
want
Let
to.
Joe finish his point. Let Joe
sure.
finish his
I'm not
point, then you
triggered at
can.
all.
No, go for it, actually. I'll
Okay,
piggyback
maybe
with
you can use this as a segue.
Sorry.
I just want to ask you when you're talking about like systemic advantages or systemic disadvantages. A black applicant to Harvard breaking into the top 50th percentile of academic percentile of all the applicants, the top 50% has a 22% chance of getting in. If you're a
Sure.
white applicant and you're in the top 10%, you only have a 15% chance of getting in. Is that
Yeah.
a systemic advantage for black people?
Yes.
Okay.
Like when we're talking about the excuse me, when we're talking about the application practices of certain Ivy League institutions, it's absolutely obvious that Black Americans had a potential advantage. But Black Americans were not really going to Harvard like that. So Harvard kind of shot themselves, and other institutions kind of shot themselves in the foot. Like if you were to look at the sort of individuals that are applying to Harvard University, you're not going to see the sort of very diverse cohort of Black Americans from different economic backgrounds, different class backgrounds, different sort of social rigors and cultural rigors. It's probably going to be quite similar to individuals who are just applying to Harvard University. You still need a level of credentiality. So they shot themselves in the foot there, where it's like, okay, if you need to accept X amount of people and you only net like a couple thousand per year, you're kind of stuck in this endless cycle, which is why, like, if it was like a different conversation, right? Like, if we were to look at Harvard's application processes and it showed that, oh, they're tapping themselves in all areas that Black people exist in, inviting them to apply, giving them opportunities to apply, whether it be rapid, I don't know if you had this, but like rapid recruitment, where basically schools go in and say, hey, if you apply, we'll give you a exception or rejection on the spot. Like, if they were doing different types of like actual admissions to like all different groups of people and can demonstrate that with all their cohorts, then yeah, we can say it's like a clear advantage for Black people. But most Black people aren't applying to Harvard. They're looking at other schools, especially when it comes to like Ivies, you know?
I understand
They're
that,
usually
but
going to historical Black colleges, right?
right, but this is
Or
why I'm
is that
going.
Just going to college.
Well, this is why I'm going off of
Yeah,
percentages, right? Because if there was a
sure.
smaller number of total Black students at Harvard, which that's true, but it
Mhm.
matched the applicant ratio, then that wouldn't actually demonstrate necessarily that they were being favored. But when you look at the percentages, that when you do apply, you have an easier chance of getting in. And this is what this article goes into. Not only does it talk about the percentages of like white people that get through to the final round of hiring, it talks about how many of them actually applied. And what do you see? You know, over half of the applicants come in from white men, and then that percentage continues to shrink and shrink and shrink until even for what? NPR, it was like what was it, 13% of all the new hires were
It was
white or
pretty
something
bad.
along those lines? Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was the government until just recently.
Yeah,
Um,
and these are, just to be clear, these are, and like I mentioned at the top, like these are entry level foot in the door positions. And these are already hostile. When I say hostile, just like kind of volatile. You're not really staying there for long periods of time. I think the retention rate is anywhere from 1 to 5 years, which is pretty standard for those positions. So, but in a lot of ways, which I understand why people empathize with that, is that like it's a drastic shift between what was before. And these institutions just kind of didn't care. They were just like, we're
Well,
not
hold on.
going to. Sure.
Hold on. You just said that. You just said I was just told I don't live in reality. Okay, and then you told us earlier in your opening, your direct words were, "Oh, the job market just changed, and these people just went in there with false expectations." This is not that. This is what we call a casino, right? Where you go in and you know you're going
And
to
gamble.
lose, and you gamble, right? Except instead of the casino where you go and do this willingly, this is something where, oh, I've got my career. I've been told my whole life, go to college, get my degree, and you'll have these jobs, which is what you said, sure. But
No
then somebody
disagreement.
comes in and goes, hey, we're going to rig the system now that you put in this your whole life, spent all this money, got these loans, all these things. We didn't give you the other
Yeah,
advantages we gave Black people and all these other people with affirmative action. So you already worked double as hard as they did. And then now that you're here, oh, you're going to get fucked. And now that's the problem, is they're purposely getting people to go into a system, and then they're fucking them on the out. That's the
sure.
real problem. And y'all are going, oh, skill issue. No, the skill issue is that y'all sitting here saying we need DEI in the first place, instead of saying everybody should just be equal, stop being a pussy. If you're poor and you make it, you make it. If you don't, you don't. Get good scrub. That's really how
What
simple it is.
I
Why are you
Except
saying
that
that
doesn't
everybody starts to
actually
be better?
work,
And
and
it
it's
doesn't work.
never
It does
worked.
work. I can give you
No, it
multiple
doesn't.
examples. It does work.
Because it,
You
if
should
no,
know
you
in
can
America,
give
America for
anecdotes.
years, for years. If you go look at studies, I don't know if they're still accurate, but they were up
You think
until the
the
90s
majority
and
of Black
2000s.
people
In
make a why is it that
2000s,
Black people make
people
a
were able
median
to
income
move
of
up by
$48,000
two social
a year,
statuses.
Gibbs?
Generally, it's the American dream isn't going from poverty to being a billionaire. The American dream is coming here going from like low class to like, I don't know, upper middle class or middle class. That's the American dream,
damn.
is moving from one social strata to the next. And when y'all sit here and go, that's not happening, you're just lying. That's the facts. We
It's not
know that happens. And
we
that's the
know it
problem now, is that it's
mm.
not happening anymore due to
Why
DEI.
why
I
is
want
the
I want to
Black
give it
why
to Linda. Linda, you have the mic. Go ahead.
why are okay, you know what? I'm just going to talk to Lactor, I want to ask you a question because it seems like out of the two of you, you want to actually have a more productive conversation instead of just in a, I'm just
Damn,
curious.
Gibbs.
You Do you
Yeah, I
recognize
mean,
that,
I'm the
like
one who doesn't believe in
Let her
retaliation.
finish. Let her
Belinda
finish.
ask the
Hold on, I
question.
was
Let,
just
hold
Bro,
on.
explaining.
shut
I'm the one
up!
who doesn't believe in retaliation.
Jesus,
You
you're
can
so
say you don't need
triggered
to
right
attack
now.
me
Calm
and then me say
down.
nothing. I'm sorry.
Belinda can't
That's not
finish
how it
this
works.
sentence either.
Well,
Give
oh,
her a
she
chance
just
to
No,
finish
invoked my
the
name.
sentence.
I'm sorry.
sentence. This
Get
guy
fucked.
loves to
Listen here.
yap.
Listen, I'm not gonna be told I don't know reality when someone's gonna sit here and say, "Oh, he's just denying facts and doesn't want to have productive
God
conversation."
damn, I
Maybe you
made
want to
you
come back to
so
reality. We
mad.
can have
You're
productive
already
conversations about your
mad.
actual racism and your white guilt. Why do you hate white people? Let's ask that. Why don't you?
Kalinda,
What the
go ahead.
fuck? I never said I hate
Actually,
white people.
I'm
Well,
curious
no,
of
come
that
be in
answer.
reality. If we're gonna talk about reality, admit you just hate white people. That's what you should say.
Kalinda, ignore
No,
him
I
and
don't. You're
ask
just
Kalinda,
Blacktoid the question you want
I
to
commenting.
ask
think you need to
Blacktoid.
Jesus
Go
answer.
ahead.
Christ.
I think you need to answer the question first, Kalinda. Are you
No, no, it's
against the
not do you. It's
whites?
clearly she does. So why do you hate white people and why do you have so much white
No,
guilt?
I don't.
See,
No, Gibbs,
Oh,
it's clear that you
so come
hate
back to
black
reality.
people
No, so come
because you
back to
think the
reality.
reason
So
why
come
they
back to
can't
reality and admit
do
it.
well is because they're all lazy.
Hey, we have black
No, that's not
friends,
what I said.
okay?
I said anybody's lazy. I have lots of black friends. What's the point? Yeah, I don't give a shit. I have lots of friends of all races, and they're not lazy. Guess what? They make lots of fucking money, and a lot of them come
Oh,
from
you know
dirt
what?
poor.
That's great. I love your
Yeah.
anecdotes, buddy. They
Oh, I mean,
totally,
anecdotes are
like,
reality.
yes.
That's the facts. You can say anecdotes, but if I go five people to prove my
Yes,
shit, that's real.
data
Can you
data
prove?
means
The only thing you,
nothing as
oh yeah,
long as
just
you've
you know
got
what? Data means
anecdote.
nothing. That's why all those polls said Trump was going to lose and he won. Get good, scrub.
I
Lactoid.
told you Strain
I'm
Riff would have
sorry,
been a
not
good pick.
Lactoid.
Yeah,
Kalinda,
I'm sure
you got a question for
that
Lactoid. Ask a
polls are the
question to
I'm
Lactoid.
same
sure that.
as like
Stop
but they're
cursing there.
not.
Okay,
Polls are
good.
not the same
Today,
as, like,
Junior.
data, like the fact that black people in America
Kalinda, you're
make
getting
their median
distracted. You
income
had a
is like
question for
4 yeah,
Lactoid.
you're right. Okay,
Don't let Gibbs do this. Don't fall
Black
into his trap.
Blacktoid, I'm just curious, do you understand or, like, do you, I guess, do you accept the reason why, like, affirmative action was a thing in the first place, even if you thought it was, like, a shitty way to go about the way that they did it, or, like, the goal that it was trying to achieve? Which, by the way, I do think that it was kind of, like, not a great way to handle that, but I don't know what else that yeah. But do you what was the reason why they did affirmative action back in, like, the
So
60s
there,
whenever that
there
started?
was the real reason, and then there was the reason they had to tell the Supreme Court. The real reason was this sort of idea of equity, right? This sort of, well, in America, there's been systemic racism for XYZ years, slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, and then you go into all of that and you say, because of all of this, black people are now disadvantaged, so we have to give them a leg up. We've got to give them an advantage when it comes to getting into college. That was the stated goal. And I think I put that pretty charitably. That was the real goal, and I think I put that pretty charitably. The problem with this, though, is it does the thing that I accused the proponents of DEI of doing at the very beginning, which is it's treating people as part of a insular demographic as opposed to individuals. It
Okay,
assigns a level of guilt, I think, to the white kid who misses out because there is a set number of seats. When cities are handing out grants, there's a set number of
White
dollars,
guilt.
and there are people who do not
yes.
get a fair shake. And this, the writer of this article included, doesn't get a fair shake because of the sins that he never did.
Okay, no, I agree with that. I don't think it's good, like, to blame white people for shit their ancestors did. I am not on board with that crap. I'm not on board with, like, white guilt. I think it's possible for
You
a
just want them to
country
suffer, though.
Oh, fuck you, Gibbs. I only
Just
want
keep
you to
talking. You
suffer.
gotta ignore
Just
Gibbs. You
you.
ignore Gibbs. That's
You should
stay on
atone for your
target. Stay
sins as a
focused.
member
Go
of the white
ahead.
race, apparently.
Yes,
Yeah.
apparently. Um,
Yeah. Apparently.
Jesus Christ. No, so I yeah, like no, I agree. I think that we can acknowledge like that it's possible for America, just like any country, to teach about the bad stuff that they did in their history or that happened in history without like being all like, and you need to feel bad for this because it was white people that did it. I think that's fucking stupid. And there's no reason to do that. That's really dumb. Um, and I agree with you that I think what we should be aiming for rather than like equity or equality of outcome is equality of opportunity. And so I'm now going to ask, like, do you agree that in order to do that, it does mean that certain things have to change so that, like, for example, white or black people or other people who are stuck in like a cycle of poverty have more of a chance to break out? So, like, increase sex education, for example, in the black community, so that like Black women are not having kids out of wedlock all the time and then not being able to go to school, or like all these other various problems that they face, or like the increased crime rate and the shitty education that they get in comparison to other people, or in comparison to people who live in richer neighborhoods, and all these other sorts of things that they have to deal with. I think the reason why we decided instead to do, oh, let's just go with the quality of outcome and put in a bunch of quotas, because that was easier, and we would rather do the easier thing than actually try to solve the real problem, which is harder to do. Do you think that's a
Can I throw a
fair
wrench in
thing to
that?
say?
I can. So if you're trying to aim at, if you have some kind of broader, I think there's a way to do what you're trying to accomplish. The problem is it's completely unrelated to DEI. What you would do is the real conversation, I think, should be between, there should be two competing sides on a topic, and that should be, should we base some help based on if you're poor, or should we be valuing meritocracy exclusively? And on one side, you can have the ultimate extremist saying, doesn't matter what background you came from, we don't give a shit. Can you do the job or not? And I think that argument has some merit. And then on the other side, you would have the argument of, here's this kid who came from nothing, and yeah, maybe he's a few points behind, but he's pretty fucking good, and he's pretty fucking smart, and he didn't have a private tutor. He didn't get the advantages of having a nice house or whatever. Both of his parents left him or whatever. He had a lot of family drama and a fractured upbringing. Maybe that kid deserves, can fly if we give him a little bit of help. I think both of those arguments perhaps have some merit. But what DEI is unrelated to that, though, right? Because it's not actually about helping people in poverty. It's about looking at specific racial demographics and, in effect, usually taking the wealthiest of those racial demographics and giving them the opportunity,
Yes.
giving them the
Yeah,
spots, right? And I think
yeah, that's typically been the problem, and then white people have suffered for it. It's usually been the
Right.
elite people among the diverse who are filling those diverse quotas rather than the other people. Usually, by the way, I would say that it's kind of like, it would be like a two-step thing. Like at the end of the day, obviously what we should be aiming for is meritocracy, but I don't think that, like, right now, like, sure, you could say we have meritocracy, but I mean, it's only a selective meritocracy in the sense that it's not really open to everybody, because we don't have equal opportunity at the moment, right? Like, do you agree that that's the case? Like that, it's not accessible to everybody unless, like, they are exceptional people.
I think this is another problem I have.
That's ridiculous.
I don't think.
Don't accept that, Lactoid.
Well, hold on. I've said this to Aiko before. We were having this actual very discussion, and he agreed with me on this. And you can't disagree, because then we would look bad. He and I agreed that you really can't have perfect equality of opportunity unless you have perfect equity, right? Because think about this. If you don't
Nothing's going to be perfect, just to throw out there.
Good.
Like, we're never going to have a society with no poverty. We're never going to have, like, but all we can do is, like, like, just keep trying to make things better, but nothing's ever going to be perfect. But
Sure.
don't let perfect be the enemy of good.
I get that, but what I get concerned about sometimes is when people say it's all about, because all this argument, all the DEI arguments thus far have been, well, we're just trying to secure equality of opportunity, but the actual positions is what it usually comes down to is, well, what better test of equality of opportunity is there other than measuring the outcome? You did it earlier. You said, well, why is it that, when you look at the average black outcome, or average black income, it's $48,000. How is that not looking at, that is looking at an outcome? In some respects, it's also looking at an opportunity, because the children born in those families are going to be born in like a less wealthy household, sure, but then the only way to actually guarantee equality of opportunity would be to what? Reach some kind of equity of outcome amongst all people, so all children are born into equal circumstances?
Well,
Sure.
No, not
Guys, wait,
necessarily.
I want to
You wanna-
piggyback off that real quick, if you don't
Hold
mind.
on, can I answer him?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I suppose that, like, you could do that, but, like, I feel like the solution to the problem is going to be more complicated than just, let's, like, give money to people or whatever. I don't know if that's what you're saying or not, but it's obviously going to be like, that's usually the simple answer that everybody goes for. Like, welfare will solve these problems, but it doesn't seem to solve these problems. I'm not saying that like we should get rid of it unless we're going to replace it with something else that could actually potentially solve these problems. Or like I guess it's hard to figure out like kind of like an answer to that because that equality of opportunity, like I'm not saying necessarily equality of outcome, obviously, but like the barrier shouldn't be like so insanely high because I know that like to move from from lower class to middle class, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Because like the
two,
American
I want to
dream
just
is
piggyback
real
off
quick,
what
kind of
you're
just real
saying,
quick,
Vic.
please, just
inaccessible
real
to
quick.
Because
some
Hold on,
groups.
just real quick. I know that Joe had a monkey wrench you want to throw in there, and I know you want to say something, Gibbs. So we're gonna give
Okay,
the
I'm
mic
done.
to
Yeah.
Joe, then we're gonna give the mic to Gibbs after that. Go ahead.
I mean, I want to get back to the hiring portion and stuff like that because I think there's a lot more there. But to answer something that Lactoid was knocking at, like you have to look at these things essentially racially conscious while being neutral to raciality. So a way that that can look like in practice are baby bonds, as an example, like a $1,000 stipend. You can call it into a trust fund every year for every child up until they are 18, and you measure $1,000 as the maximum amount to someone in the most amount of like whatever's the highest amount of poverty, and then that trickles off to a particular point. But let's say to a max, just in this hypothetical, like if you are making over $100,000 a year as a family, or whatever it is, it can be considered like upper class, depending on the state. Then you'll get like say $50, right? I think that's an example of where you can approach the racial component, the fact that, yes, different groups are going to have structural limitations financially while not giving into certain opportunities that might exist for families to potentially game the system just for the sake of their child. Like if you had a trust fund that said, like to my point, let's say in the like the most extreme situation of hey, this X family gets $1,000 in their child's baby bond account every year until they're 18, and then that money then ends up into account for their child in their name, there'll be $18,000, and that will be a significant advantage for a lot of people. Would a bunch of people get $18,000? Not necessarily. One year they might get the full 1,000. Some other years they might get anywhere from 5 to 600. It's going to vary based on the family's income. It's because we got to recognize that hey, all these people, whether you like it or not, are coming from families. And children are not able to actualize themselves as participators in the market. So we're just throwing, I'd rather be in a situation where we give kids and who eventually are going to be adults, and they're going to be adults longer than they are children, opportunities to have at least a financial starting point without solely relying on the parents for that. Parents can obviously supplement and put more money in these type of things that they will like, but at the very least recognizing that, hey, this is the baseline. That's an example of like a racially neutral but racially conscious policy that could help everybody.
Yeah, so I mean, back to what Lactoid and I'm sorry, I forget your name again. I apologize. But
Kalinda.
what was your Kalinda? I'm so sorry. I apologize. That was not intentional. What Ms. Kalinda here we're talking about is with the equality of opportunity, right? I think cost of living is something to look at, right? Let's just compare two states. Let's compare Texas and let's compare California. Texas's cost of living is 48K, just to 45K to 90K is whatever. So 45K, simple. Lactoid just stated the average African American income is about 48K. Well, Texas, you live pretty comfy. That means you have the same opportunity as
That's not
everybody.
true, but
Hold on. Oh, it is true. It's absolutely true. And one of these are facts. We
no.
can Google these if you look them up. The
The,
living
the,
wage
the
calculator.
average
Hold
cost
on.
of
Hold on. Hold on.
living
I'm not
is
done.
different
I'm
from
not
state
done.
to state,
It is.
Gibbs.
Thank you.
You know
Thank you. I
this,
appreciate it.
but
I'm so glad that you brought that up because it didn't
and
let me
money
finish my
doesn't
point.
transfer
Hold on.
one
Can I
to
finish
one
my
from
point? I'd
state to
like to finish
state.
my point. I'd like to finish my point. I literally just said, if you had been listening, that we're going to compare two states. Thank you. I appreciate that for stating what I just stated in my few seconds ago. And
Texas
so
and
next state we're going to
California.
look at is California. It's just 57K is the low income. Well, we also know in big cities you have to have higher income because things are more expensive. So you can compare Houston and you can compare where it's 52K and you can compare Los Angeles, where it's almost 100K. Now, what's going to be more opportunity? If you live in a state where someone has, less handouts and less money spent on tax dollars, and it's just way harder to live there, like California, or somewhere where, hey, I can make the median income and get 48K, because guess what? 50K is the median income in Texas. You live pretty good in Texas. Boom. Oh, hey, hell yeah, boom. So guess what? It's clear to me that this overregulation and this white guilt where we're doing these DEI programs and these welfare programs, it's just a trap by the Democrats to increase people to sit here and live off the
Just
government and live off the backs
I'm
of
I
Americans
I
that are paying the tax
apologize,
dollars.
Gibbs.
It's evil. It's evil.
I'm not following you here. What
Well, I
does
know.
I'm
But
not
just real
either.
quick, just let
Please.
me get my question out. What does
sure.
and I'm genuinely asking here. What's the difference between the wages or the medium income in Texas and California have to do with DEI?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm
Thank you.
trying to explain here. Is so they were
It
just
doesn't.
talking
He
about
just
how
wants to rant about how
no,
much he hates
no, it's
Democrats.
no, it's not. It's not that at all. You just stated talking about equal opportunity, equity, and all these good things that we're trying to achieve. Well, what's going to be easier? We talked about average income of African Americans. If you're an African American in Texas, where they don't have as many DEI programs across the board, where they don't have as much welfare handouts, where they have lower taxes, where they have these policies that actually help African Americans, guess what? You can live good in a state where you make 48K and the average income is 48K, and then you need cost of living 45K. That means you have extra money to spend and blow, right? Guess what? Versus you live in California where the average income is lower and they have all these policies. They're big on DEI, they're big on welfare, they're big on affirmative action. These are things they push in this state, and we can see the real time results. We can
So
talk
just
about
just
living in.
real
Hold on, let
quick,
me
in
finish this. Let me
California, do
finish
you
this,
know
Rick.
California it's
Hold on,
illegal
let me finish.
to use race in
Well,
applications?
supposedly
That
illegal.
was
Supposedly
changed in
illegal a lot of places.
2000.
Yeah,
Like
for
they
sure.
got rid of
It's
it.
illegal a lot of places, but they get rid of they embrace ethnic stuff all the time.
It's
We see
illegal
this with how they give out. It's
It is.
illegal.
Like
Not
they
hold on,
passed a
hold
law
on.
in
But it's not
on
2000.
illegal
paper.
for them
Yeah.
to. But they also give benefits to companies that do stuff like I don't know, help immigrants get driver's license for illegal. So yeah, pretty interesting how that works. Here's my point though: is we can compare two states, one that implements all these policies like welfare, like affirmative action, where they say they don't do DEI, but then turn around and do policies that are DEI like, right? Versus a state that doesn't. And we talk about reality. It's clear one state is providing for the minorities better. And it's Texas. It's not California. That's why people are fleeing. That's why it's a hellhole. And it's just crazy that y'all want to sit here and talk about reality and then just go, oh, he's changing the topic when these are all issues that are related. You don't like when I bring up these other things because it debunks your argument about, oh, structures. Well, these are the structures y'all have in place, and one's working, one's not.
Okay, first of all, it depends on
I have a question.
different parts of Texas for black people make different like amounts of money from what I'm looking at here, like the overall general breakdown. But
Yeah,
wait,
different parts of
just
every state make different amount of money.
I
So
thought
that's
just a
they all
second.
made
Hold on.
48,000, every single
yeah.
one.
Wow. So if in the rural part of Texas you make less money
Okay,
than in
I
the
know
city,
I'm
I'm
gonna
literally
throw a flag
saying
Again,
on this
again,
play.
you're just gonna repeat what I said the
I
whole time.
do
Just a
not
Yeah, well,
second.
care.
Let me ask you. Shut up.
Joe did that in my right just now. You
Okay, I'm
just did
throwing a
that
flag
No,
on the
again.
shut
play
the
for
fuck
both
up.
of
Let
you,
me
both
ask
of
a
you, both
I
of
mean,
you,
question.
just
both of
repeat
you,
me. Just
both of you,
repeat me.
all
I
of you,
just
all of you,
No, I want to ask you something. Stop being
all
so
of you, all of
aggro.
you,
Calm
all
down.
of you, all of you. Okay,
I mean,
I'm
I
throwing
just
a flag
repeated
on the
what you
play.
said.
I don't think that the disparities in median income. That's not what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk
But it
about.
is Wick. It is Wick. That's part of it, right? Because this is what they keep coming back to. They keep saying it's the structures. They keep saying it's the opportunity. If you come from a state where I make 48K and I'm the poverty or I'm the average, and the state's average like cost of living is 45K, do you think you have more opportunity in that state due to the structure of that state, or do you think you have less opportunity but compared to California, where if you make 48K, you live below the cost of living and have less
I
opportunity?
don't
Which
think
one do
that
you have more
either one
opportunity?
of those
they're
affects
not
my
So
using.
is
ability
that
to get a
structure or not? Is
job
that
in
structure or not, Wick?
journalism, to get a job in Hollywood, or to get a job or to
Yeah,
get a position in higher academia. I
Wait,
don't
you
think
don't
he,
think
none
that
of that has
matters?
a.
It
I don't think that
absolutely matters,
matters.
Wick. Okay, so then you want to take off the argument from their side about structures all across the board because I'm arguing exactly what they're talking about, and you're sitting here saying you don't think it. I know you're moderating, so if we're gonna just debunk structural arguments across the board and they can't make them, then fine. But if you're arguing to say that, then you
Okay,
have to accept my argument as well.
you have to connect
Gibb,
how the structure
Let me back up.
applies
I
to
am
Let me
what
though.
we
back up.
do.
Let
No,
me
no,
back up Gibbs for
But
just a second.
we're gonna
I
hold on. We're gonna
because
oh
I'm
we're
not
gonna give
gonna.
it to Joe. Then we're gonna give it to Lactoid.
sure.
That's what
Yeah,
we're
I'll
gonna do. And
try.
I
I mean,
see
they're
you, Kalinda.
connected.
Then
Just
we're gonna
because
give
you
it to you.
can't
I
understand how
promise.
they're connected
I'll
is not
try
my
my
fault.
best. I'll try my best to be as simple about this. It seems like Gibbs disagrees with this premise, so it's going to be hard engaging with him on this, but let's just kind of lay down the steps, right? Everybody has different engagement with the institutions in the United States. There were particular things that were structurally existed that kept people out of institutions. For example, Ivy League schools didn't have a lot of black people not that long ago. Why? Because of segregation. Um, most black people the institutions had to build new institutions just so that black people could go to them. That's why we have historically black colleges and with that being said, when that system of segregation, racial segregation, different types of racial stratification, once that eased up and Black people are allowed to be full participants in America, then you saw that, okay, you don't necessarily need to have Black exclusive universities to make sure Black people get educations. But when you look at that type of structure, if you have family that have a lineage of engaging with institutions like that, it's possible that they're slightly behind from other individuals who didn't have to deal with that. Does that necessarily mean that a structural barrier within a family lagged significantly from generation to generation? Not necessarily, but it's definitely a factor in someone's particular social, cultural, and economic history. Like if you were Black in America, you were barred from the housing market up until about the 1940s and 50s. And some would argue it still has never stopped. When it comes to banks, those exclusatory practices existed. Do they exist now in 2025? No. Does your family, possibly if you're a Black American in the United States, have a lineage of that structural imbalance? Possibly. That doesn't mean that every single Black person faced those limitations. By and large, if you were an American descendant of slaves, it's very likely you did. Stuff like that. And it's not exclusive to Black people. This happened to women, this happened to Mexican
Can I ask you
Americans,
a question though, Joe, on
etc.
that?
Yeah.
Can you connect that to whether or not w there are barriers today to getting a job in
Yeah,
a certain industry? Like, so
sure.
oh, yeah, go
Let's talk
ahead.
coaches.
Can you do that, please?
Let's talk coaches. In the NFL, if you were to talk about, hey, what's a Black job in the National Football League? And if you said cornerback,
Head coach,
you would
super bad,
be
Super Bowl
no.
champion, head coach. Yeah, Mike Tomlin. Boom. Into that.
Do you know how many starting white cornerbacks there are in the National Football League right now?
This is so dumb. That's just like when people say, "Oh, the quarterback's back position is a white quarterback," and now every quarterback's a mixed guy. Like this is ridiculous. It's so
Uh,
stupid. Like, yeah, like if you want to talk, I mean, do you really want to argue football about this and argue position by race? Whoa, I guess all white position is all offensive linemen. Like
Let's fin- let me, I want to
it's just
hear.
not. And then you look at Larry Allen. He's one of
Let's
the greatest
hear.
all time. He's black. Like, what are
Let,
you talking
I,
about,
I
man?
want to hear Joe's
It's so dumb.
before we defeat it. Okay, with our correctness, I want to hear Joe's position on the NFL.
yeah. You have particular positions that you could say almost definitively that they are Black jobs. Cornerbacks, wide receivers, by and large, tackles to a certain extent, but not too much over the past 10 some odd years. It's kind of been a little bit more diversified. But in particular, running backs, wide receivers, and corners, those are Black jobs. You're very not often going to see white individuals in those positions. Does that mean that white people
Hold
are
on.
barred?
Why is there why? Let's start with let's just go one by one through these because this is just fast falls.
Sure.
The reason why okay, you talk about running backs. Everybody that's one that everybody probably agrees. It's African American running backs. That's great, right? Is it because of their innate African American ability, right? Or is it because
No.
the NFL system has switched to a different system that moves away from using things like fullback formation, where you're saying, oh, it's these schools, they have these things. They're traditionally white people only have fullbacks. Or is it because over time, the NFL has streamlined things and just anybody can get in any position? And they just go by the most athletic. And thanks to the evil white man who did eugenics back in the day with slavery, African Americans are somewhat athletic, and maybe they're benefiting from that athleticism and benefiting financially. Would you say that's what's happening? Is that what's happening, Joe? Which
I
one?
think
Is it just,
anybody
or is it just because they can only play those positions because they're dumb? Like, what is that? What you're arguing?
Well, let him answer your question, please. Go
Which
ahead.
one is it? Because I was going to give them the benefit.
Yeah,
of the
hold
doubt,
on,
because
hold
I'm
on. You've asked
this
him
way
like
they
3
couldn't have done.
times that you keep talking after you ask him the question. Let him answer the question. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not done asking you the question, Wick. Everybody interrupts me, but when I interrupt, it's a problem.
You interrupt more than anyone else on the panel.
Well, it's because I get interrupted, so I do back. It's called preemptive interrupting.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe, and then we'll give it to Lactoid. Go ahead.
Coaches, athletic trainers, school administrators, high school principals, and the like position Black students into those positions and shy them away
Right. Why is it?
from
Why
other
is it?
positions.
Why?
I
Because
don't
they're
have an
athletic,
answer
or is it
for
because
you.
they're dumb? You tell the answer. Well, you played sports, clearly. You know, right?
Why is this a binary?
Well, because it matters.
Like-
because my argument is because it's not an inherent African American straightness. Your argument is that it is. I'm saying the most athletic
What?
person is going to get those positions, just like Wes
Um,
Welker played wide receiver, even though he wasn't black. Just like Steve McNair played quarterback, even though he wasn't white. Just like Mike Tomlin, he won the Super Bowl. He was black. It wasn't because he was in a white position as a head coach. No, but what you're saying is, oh, it's because the NFL streamlined these positions, and they're only there either because they're so simple that old black people are, even though they're athletic, they can run it, so they're dumb, so they play dumb people
No.
positions, or it's because they're just so
He-
athletic. So which is it, Joe?
He
Are you
hasn't
calling
made
black
an
people dumb?
actual. Hold on. He hasn't
I
been
know he
able
hasn't
to
made the
actually make
argument.
an
I'm
argument
taking
yet
his
because you
argument
keep
to the
interrupting
conclusion.
him.
No, he
You're
just made the
taking-
argument, and I asked the question.
No, what?
You're
Okay.
taking it to a conclusion that's so
Well, I'm taking it to the
bizarre.
conclusion that it should be taken to, because that's what you're just afraid to say what you want to say. Say your
What-
facts. You're saying they're either too dumb to make it or they're athletic. Which is it?
No, that's not what I would say.
So then why do they
I-
play those positions? You said I don't know. Then why'd you even bring it up?
I think to something that you're kind of trying to knock at, but I don't even think
No,
you
why'd
agree
you
with
bring it up then? If it's not well, Joe, you just said this. You said it's da 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 da, and then when I brought that up, you said I don't know. So then why did you bring up why they play those specific positions?
I need him to be server muted, or I won't be able to land this plane. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to know specific. Go ahead.
I won't be able to land this plane if he keeps
Go ahead.
interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's Poseidon, but go ahead.
So when you have all these people in positions of power moving a cohort of individuals to these positions, you're going to lead to outcomes. That outcome is, as you finally make it to the NFL, that is now a black job. Being a cornerback is a black job. Being a wide receiver is a black job. Being a running back is a black job. But why isn't a quarterback a black job? It's possible because, and there's so many examples with this, so many examples of athletic individuals who also have quarterback talent being moved away from the quarterback position to play wide receiver, running back, cornerback. So many examples of this. We don't even need to go down that route unless we really want to talk
We
about.
do need to go down that
ball.
route. No, we need to go down that route because
Okay,
you're wrong.
sure.
You're lying. No, you're absolutely. No, I'm sorry. You're lying. You're like, all right. Do you want me to start
Okay, are we
listing
ready
all the? Hold on. Yeah.
to
You want me to start
unleash the
listing all
beast?
all the
You
quarterbacks
good? Did you land
that
your
play
plane, Joe?
in the NFL? Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No, well, no. You
Well,
did land
I mean,
the plane. What's
go
the,
ahead,
my
land
question,
it. No one's
what,
stopping you.
I'm trying so hard. What? Trying so hard.
He's server muted. What can I don't know what else to
Oh,
do for you.
Why can I hear him? What the?
I don't know why you
I
can hear
too
him.
can hear him. I don't think you server muted him. You just muted him for
no,
yourself.
I mean, it's funny.
Oh.
He's funny
Oh
as
my
serving. He still
God.
hasn't landed the plane.
How do I I thought I server muted him for all of you. Damn.
I mean,
now we
he's
know
been talking
why.
5 minutes and still hasn't answered the question of
Now we know why
they go to
Dictator
these positions
13.
originally.
Now we know why Dictator 13 is Dictator 13. All praise be admin Dictator.
Okay, I didn't know the
There you go. You did it. Yeah, you
Okay.
got to pick the server mute option instead
Sorry.
of
My
regular
bad.
mute.
Okay,
Coach.
sorry. I was like, why is he keep stuttering? I don't know.
I can't believe that. God damn it. Okay. So
My
like I meant, it's
I'm
Okay, he's
first
booming
of all,
out.
I'm so sorry. That's on me.
Quick is
That one's on
booming out.
me.
It's all right.
Like,
So anyway, you have basically all these different people in positions of power pushing players into particular positions, which leads to that conclusion. Are there going to be different skill players that end up being wide receivers, cornerbacks, running backs? Absolutely. But predominantly, you see this consistently where athletic players in quarterback positions get pulled away from the quarterback position because ideas of like, oh, you have a better opportunity to start, you have a better opportunity of making a roster, yada, yada, yada. When in reality, I think it's probably closer. If somebody wants to play a particular position and they have the talent to play the position, that's like a coaching thing. It's your job as a coach to cultivate that talent, and they don't make it into that position and let the chips fall as they may. Now, the reason why I bring this up is that you can have structures that are passive, much like the structures that Lacto was talking about that he's against, which I agree with, is that you don't have to say definitively that like, oh, white people should not apply to these positions. You have to do it in a way that's kind of socially and culturally accepted, that if you enter into this, then maybe you should not, you should go somewhere else. And that happened definitively with black players when it came to skill positions like wide receiver, like quarterback, like running back. So the way that you fix that, and the NFL's for better or worse trying, is that they're discouraging that practice, discouraging the practice at the social level and cultural level of, we are going to cultivate a culture that doesn't pull people away from positions that they want to. Obviously, skill sets matter. So if you are somebody who is under 6 foot and want to play quarterback, you're obviously going to have a difficult time compared to somebody else. So there are still sort of realities to the position, but by and large, there are numerous examples of players getting discouraged away from quarterback to playing other particular positions. And I say that like one of the things that I think you have to do if you're trying to go against DEI is you're going to have to change the culture of how we include people in particular
Okay.
places like the workforce.
Are you ready? Or
Yes.
okay. Now, okay, Gibbs, you're
Well,
back.
I'm glad. First, I want to talk about server mute. Joe needed me to server mute one because he's a pussy. I've never once asked for anybody to be server muted on the debate panel before. I'm a man, not a bitch. Joe's a bitch. Secondly, I want to say the reason why Joe wanted me server muted is so that he could lie. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to lie uninterrupted and me not challenge him on his facts. Guess what? Right now, currently in the NFL, 16 of the starting quarterbacks are African American. And guess what? There are more mixed descent quarterbacks also being played. So he's just lying. The reason why Joe is sitting here doing this, and he's still never answered this question in all of that 10-minute fucking rant that I had to be quiet for because, oh, he's a pussy. He never once answered why this change happened in the first place and why these people in this group specifically were pushed into these roles in these specific places. He just said it's some grand conspiracy. Oh, all the cornerbacks are black. Oh, all the running backs are black. It's got to be a conspiracy by the white man to push them into these like roles because the white man don't think they're too smart. They don't think they're good enough to play quarterback. That's what he's saying. And whether he wants to admit he's saying that, that is literally what he said. And then he tried to caveat at the end. He goes, oh, well, some athletic talents are a thing. Well, guess what? That's how it's always been in college football. You notice Alabama is a dynasty. You know why they're a dynasty in college football? Because they have all sorts of players from all over the United States. They pick the most athletic and they bring them on their team. A&M now, the NIL is going. Guess what they do? They pay the best players to go to A&M. Johnny Manziel was a great quarterback. You know why? Because he was flashy. He was good. He put people in the seats. And guess what? It wasn't because he was white. He was controversial. Guess what? Steve McNair, Reggie McNeil for A&M. He was black. Every Aggie in the world loved Reggie McNeil. Didn't matter whether he was white, black, purple, orange. It's because he was athletic. Vince Young might have heard of him. National champion. NFL kind of fizzled out. They were Steve McNair, Aaron McNair, Donovan McNabb. I can just go down this list. Joe is just lying. That's what's happening. He's lying because he can't make an actual point and has to sit here and serve me. We can go down the list. Oh, why do they play wide receiver? Well, that's not true. Some of the greatest wide receivers of all time are black. Some of the greatest wide receivers of all time are also white. It doesn't matter. They put the most athletic person or the person best suited to the system. The NFL is almost the perfect example, and especially the NCAA, of what happens when you let capitalism run amok. These teams go for the best available person, and they pick meritocracy. What these people want, they want evil. They want racism, and they want to put it in structurally. This is why they still can't debunk my argument from earlier about standards of living, because they sit here and talk about all these structures, and then we come back to the same opportunities, which come from income, come from equal like opportunity in a state, and then they go, No, that doesn't count when we talk about structures. It only counts about what happened 150, 200 years ago with great grandma Sally being a slave. Not what it happens when you come here from a refugee country like the Vietnamese after the Vietnam War. It's just pussitis. And I'm done now. Thank you. Thank you for lying, Joe. I'm glad that you proved you can only make a point when you lie and have to have your server muted in order to do so.
Is the
So
only hold on, can I all
I
right, never mind. I'm
said,
just gonna let you
Well,
yeah,
let
I'll
Joe
just
Do you even
respond, and
watch
then
the
you
such a
can.
NFL?
simple.
Do you even watch the NFL, Joe?
I said explicitly that
Mhm.
there are a myriad of reasons that
What was the reason why they went there in the first
coaches.
place? You gonna answer that question yet? You still don't
N-
run. If you're gonna respond to me, answer my first question. We've been waiting 30 minutes for it. Why
What's the
did they
first
push them into
question
those?
again?
Well, the question is,
I
if
answered it in
why?
my
Why did they
response,
play those
but
positions? Hold on. Why did they play those positions originally? Was there a grand conspiracy because they think all black people are just too dumb to play all these other positions, or is it because they were athletic and skilled in those positions? Why?
I
Why did they
I
go there?
don't I don't know
Answer it, Joe, because it
why.
matters to your whole structure argument for the NFL. Why did they go there originally?
can I ask a
I
question?
Sure,
Can I
go
ask a
for it.
question about the
Of
NFL?
course, he's
Do
gonna
we have
run. He's
Sure.
running because he knows I'm right.
do we have data on how many people apply or like the races of the various
Yes.
people who apply to certain positions that typically go
Yes.
to black people or white people? And how many of
Not
those people are black versus how many of them are white?
so
And like
s-
is it like are they just choosing the black guy because black guys typically occupy this particular role? I don't know anything about
Yeah.
no,
the
the
Would
NFL.
Joe
I
be
thing.
in favor of DEI for NBA?
Well, I wanna know the answer to
What the
Yeah,
Kalinda's
Joe,
question
the
DEI
first.
for NBA?
Hold on, I
Oh
wanna know
my
the answer to
goodness.
Kalinda's question first. Do we have the data on how the percentage of black people who try out versus white people who try out and who gets accepted?
Players get drafted into the NFL through essentially a draft lottery.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
there
yeah.
They
isn't
also have
really
walk-ons. They have walk-ons as well, and a practice team. You're wrong again.
I wish I could just finish a thought, Gibbs. You
I mean,
make
I
this
wish you would
so
just stop
hard,
lying.
man.
I wish you would stop lying. Like
Gibbs,
you would stop
Gibbs,
lying.
Gibbs, 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 Gibbs. Shut up. Let
Okay,
Joe
well,
answer my
call him out
Because
on
question.
his
like
lies, then, wait.
Hold
Call him
on.
out on his
You
lies.
are you are stopping him from answering my question.
He
And that's
literally just
annoying.
lied right now, and you didn't even answer. You didn't even call him out on it. He just said, "Oh, the only way is
He
this way."
said
Oh, okay,
essentially they get through the draft, and that's just
essentially,
true.
yeah, okay, yeah, okay, essentially, okay. What is
Yes.
that the only way they get in there?
no, of
Of
course not.
That's what the
Okay.
word
Damn.
Are
essentially
there more?
means.
Are there more people? Hold on.
Oh,
That's not true at all.
Gibbs, Gibbs,
Wick,
Gibbs.
you,
It is.
but
Hold
y'all are
on.
wrong.
Stop.
Y'all are
No, this
lying.
is a different thing now.
Oh,
We're doing a different topic.
we're doing
Gibbs,
a different
No,
why
topic.
are you
lying.
making
Goddamn.
this entirely hard
Because
for
you're
me to actually have a discussion on my
Because he
channel?
doesn't want
Why?
to
because
have a
Wick. No, I
conversation.
do
He
want to have a
just wants
discussion.
to
I want to have
yell
a
at
good
us and
faith
straw
discussion.
man
But
us.
what is happening is every time I sit here, I say, nope, that's a lie. You'll say, so, okay, fine. And then I point out, guess what? Did you know, once again, he's going to say drafted, maybe for most of the starters. That could be the argument if you wanted to say that. He never said that. But guess
Yes.
what?
I
Many,
don't know
I'm going
what
to say
they're
is,
going to
I'm
say.
so sorry,
wait.
Gibbs,
Laxwood.
A
I don't know what
significant,
they're going to say
hold on, Wick.
because you don't let them finish
Hold on,
saying it.
because they're lying once again, because essentially most of them don't come from that. Most of the players in the NFL, other than the starters, come
I
from
don't know
practice
what
squad.
they're going
Do
to
you know that?
say because
Oh,
you
well,
don't
okay.
let them
Were
finish
you going to say that,
saying
Joe?
it. You
Were you
have
going to
to
say that,
let
Joe?
them finish their
He didn't
point,
say that.
and
He didn't say
then
that, no,
I will
because
allow
essentially,
you to
all right,
respond to
whatever.
their point, and you can inform me why their point was incorrect or why it was false or why they
No,
were
no, you're
lying.
supposed to be the moderator. If you're gonna fact check him, like you got to at least know your sport. He's lying. He either doesn't watch the NFL or he's
Okay?
lying.
I
Essentially,
understand.
hold on, wait. Essentially, this is why this is the lie. Essentially, most players in the NFL don't come from just the draft. That's not true. That's not a true statement. Most players in the NFL come from practice squads. They're on practice squads.
You
That's
can
why you
wait
people
for
like
him
Joe
to make
Flacco.
that point,
Okay.
and then you can correct
Well,
him
it's not a
because
point.
you're
It's
right.
not a
I
point.
don't know sports that well. That's true. I don't have a good grasp on sports. But here's the thing, and this applies to more than just the sports analogy, man. You cannot stop yourself from interrupting them when they're trying to finish their thought. And you even interrupt Lactoid sometimes, and he's on your team.
Listen,
He's your
listen.
buddy.
That's fine. I'll
Okay?
interrupt that. Listen, I'm going to
Lactoid's a
interrupt
good
if
guy. You
someone
shouldn't
lies.
interrupt
If
Lactoid
anytime
either.
someone lies,
You gotta
I'll
let
tell
him
you what I'm going to
I'm
finish.
cool with it.
If someone lies, I'm going to call them out. Sorry, Wick. If you're not going to moderate and call them out for each lie and fact check, then I'm going to do it. So somebody needs to fact check.
My
So go
job as
ahead,
a
Wick.
moderator isn't to discern whether or not they're telling the truth or not.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I guess
It's
then
not
go
my
back to Joe
job.
so he can lie unabated.
Yes,
I
he
get it.
can lie if he wants.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. In that case, we're just going to start lying from now on. I got it.
It's our
Okay,
job
we'll
to
point
fact
out you're
check people.
lying.
they're
But yeah.
wrong, but you don't need to do it by constantly interrupting. You can wait till he's finished, and then you can give your
No,
answer and
no,
explain
that's
why you
ridiculous.
lied.
Because hold on, no, that's bad. That's bad faith debate. Bad faith debate is letting people just go uninterrupted and lie, because then they can say this whole spiel, and then the chat can go, "Oh, wow, what a great point." Well, I can make any point, right? We can just say Hitler was right about everything if that's the case,
If
because
that
people
is
just
what you
here
want to say
make
on
a
my
point.
panel, you
That's
can.
ridiculous.
You can
That's
absolutely
crazy, Wick.
say that, but
Nah, Wick, I
remember
have no
this
respect for
is
you for that.
recorded and people will hear what you say.
It's crazy that you're just sit here and say anybody can lie and just be it's okay. That's fine. Go ahead.
I'm
I
not
didn't know we
saying
were a
it's
liars panel.
okay. I'm saying you have the ability to say your point, and if you want to make a false point, that is your prerogative,
False point.
but people will respond to that and treat it accordingly.
Hold on,
Sure,
can I try to
get it.
build a bridge here? Gibbs, is that you? Do you have a dog in the background?
Oh
Is
no,
that you? Is that
that's
where that
my Lola.
Damn
Lola's
Damn it!
doing Lola
You got
things.
any
Lola's
pets,
mad that I'm
Gibbs?
mad.
I have 2 cats. Yeah.
Oh my
Lola
god,
is trying to defend me, okay? And she's just
can we see
not
can we
very
see
good.
your cats? Everyone saw my cat.
I
Well,
will
one
get
of
a
them.
cat. Yeah.
Okay, go get the cats, and I want to give it to.
Or a
Oh,
cat.
let's give it to Lactoid. Maybe Lactoid can re-rail us. Who knows?
I'd like to lie uninterrupted for no. So I do want to just get some stuff out. I was writing
We'll get to that when we debate Russia, Ukraine later at some point.
oh, I got nothing but truth there. So there was a couple of topics, subtopics that were addressed, and I wrote some stuff down to address them all.
Thank God.
I don't really know. I don't. Okay, it was unclear to me what the point of disagreement was on the NFL between you and Gibbs, Joe. But I guess to answer the original question,
Can I try while he's gone?
well, maybe this might just answer the question, and you can correct me if it
Sure.
doesn't. My belief as to why the NFL, in nearly every position, including coaches, by the way, I didn't know this, but including coaches, black people are disproportionately represented in nearly every position in the NFL, including cornerbacks. And for coaches, they're overrepresented in the NFL. It's now they aren't as overrepresented with coaches as they are with other players, but they are overrepresented within coaches because remember, we're talking 13% of the population, about 19% of all the coaches in the NFL. But I think the NFL is actually kind of a little bit of a good microcosm to explore, like why the meritocracy people kind of have an argument. Okay, white people are dramatically disproportionately underrepresented in the NFL, and the second letter of DEI is equity, which by definition is equality of outcome. This is what distinguishes it from like the the 1990s kind of, well, we want more opportunity, kind of the lines that you guys have been giving. These people now, the DEI like focused people, their mentality is different. They want to achieve equity. They want to achieve equality of outcome. In order to do this, what we could do is we can give white players some extra consideration, right? Let's say they have worse stats, worse averages, but hey, right? They're over I think 53% of players in the NFL are black, which is dramatically disproportionately represented considering once again they're 13% of the population. We got to get 70% of the NFL to be white. So let's give some white players some extra points when they don't make the cut. I think what we're going to see is a lot of justifiable outrage because teams aren't going to want to do this because they're going to lose. Because at the end of the day, and if they are going to lose, which I would predict happens if you're getting players with worse stats, why doesn't that translate to literally any other field? If getting worse football players would make the game go worse, why wouldn't hiring people for any other position that didn't have better stats, why wouldn't that mean that job get worse? And yeah, maybe when it comes to football, it's a game, right? It's entertainment, even though they get paid millions and millions of dollars. But what if we start talking about, right, one of the things that Charlie Kirk was so maligned over, airline engineers, pilots, doctors, lawyers.
Wait,
I can
is
tell you
there
there's a
hold
lot of
on.
DEI in law school. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but do you have stats that show that like hiring someone that like the people in these fields are like incompetent or less qualified or whatever than if they'd hired the white guy? Because it seems like one of the things we've established here is that the it's always like the well-educated people who are the well-educated black guys or women or whatever who get into these sorts of jobs, who aren't even necessarily representative of like the overall black population, for example. It's just like the exceptions who managed to like
Not
make it all the way there, and then they picked them instead of the white guy. But that doesn't mean that that person's not qualified.
no, but it
Yeah,
does though. But it does though. Like for example, when you look at
How do
the
you know that?
because when you look at the average scores, when you look at the average LSAT scores of applicants that are admitted, when you look at the average ACT scores, when you look at the average GPAs, when you look at all these objective metrics, very much similar to like the NFL stats, it is objectively true that like the people that are the black people getting into these colleges are on average getting significantly lower scores than their
How
white or
much
Asian
lower?
counterpoints. Significantly. I can look at the exact number for you. It is significantly lower and almost across the board when it comes to all these scores. Now, the problem is there's a weird effect where so like in terms of income and like poverty and stuff, it doesn't seem to explain all of these. It explains some of it, but it doesn't explain like all of these gaps. So like when you even when you control for socioeconomic status, you still have lower income mobility of the children of wealthy black families. When you control for socioeconomic status, you still have a higher crime rate amongst black people. When you when you control for you can control for that, but that doesn't necessarily. So maybe you're letting like wealthier black people in, but their scores are still objectively lower. And why would that not lead to a less qualified class? And if we don't care about that, like I said at the very beginning, this should be a fight between the merit people and the, well, they're poor, they need help people. But race doesn't come into anywhere between these two sides. It's the third side that's coming down from the top.
Hold on, what if you are racist, right? Let's just take Joe's argument as a racist to the football, right? Say I'm the most racist man in Alabama, and I want my Alabama Roll Tide to win, right? Now you're telling me that there's some grand conspiracy, and they're gonna go, this is the most racist guy in the world, right? And he goes, I hate, and says all the bad slurs, but he wants his team to win. And I don't know if you know about college football, they want to win. You think he's gonna go, we could basically have that man be a slave for the football team and play quarterback, and we could win the national title, and I don't have to pay no money, or we can just lose because I'm racist. No, it doesn't make any fucking sense. He's obviously going to say, put him on the team, play quarterback. He's not going to go, he's too intellectually dumb. We need to have John Boy down the road play because he's a white man. Like, it's just fundamentally
Someone
stupid.
started stream. I think it was you, Wick.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to show Zero Fucks made a little edit. We have Blacktoid on the screen, and
that's hilarious. That is great.
Hold on, I gotta click on it. Is it like a photo or a video? Give me a second.
It's a photo.
Computer can handle it.
It's a photo, but you're gonna want to mute if you're streaming because you're gonna hear us echo.
You're right.
You see it?
Because Wick forgot to hit the don't stream audio button.
That does not look like me as a black person. That looks like me in blackface. Straight up. That does not look accurate.
So
what do you look like as a black person?
I actually have a picture of that. Somebody else did a better AI. I can send it to you later.
Yeah, so actually, a portion of what I was trying to explain was that there are still, especially amongst coaches, very outdated views about race and particular players in particular positions. I'll give you an example of this that happened recently. Deion Sanders essentially suggested that he does not want any quarterback that comes from a non-two family household. That there needs to be a two-family household, a strong father, but the defensive line, he basically said, I don't care who's behind there.
Do you mean two-parent household? Just FYI?
Yeah, well, I said.
Oh,
why did he say that?
You said two-family household, and I was confused. But go ahead.
I know what he meant.
I
know what he meant.
I know why he said that.
Didn't elaborate. He did not elaborate.
No, you know why? You know why he said that? Because why
did he say that?
No, I'm gonna elaborate because clearly you just bring up talking points about football and stats and don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just amazing. So let's talk about Deion Sanders. Coach Prime, I'm gonna talk about Coach Prime for a second. Coach Prime does go into this. He's actually talked about this multiple times in multiple interviews. He wants people at the D line who are aggressive. He wants people that are going to get after it. And he believes that if you come from a single-parent household, you're more likely to have to take what you want because you had to fight to put food on your table. Now, he wants people in the other positions, specifically for the quarterback, for a two-parent household, because they're more, probably in his mind, are going to be more studious, right? He has said this, and they're going to sit here and be more of a planner, not necessarily intelligent, not necessarily better at school, but someone who's going to sit here and be a little bit slower to act. So whether if you think that that's inherently racist, that you think people having to fight for shit just because they're single parent, well, I guess you're calling one of the most decorated African Americans in sports racist against his own kind. That's
Yes.
crazy. I mean, are you
Yes.
calling him a race traitor? Is that what you're calling him?
I'm
You're
calling him
calling
a
Coach Brown a
coon.
race traitor?
I'll go to the
Oh,
next
you're
level.
calling him a coon. You calling him,
Okay,
okay.
well, let's
Like, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say about Deion
You call
Sanders
him,
having
God,
outdated views
that's
about
crazy. You would
having
think that if you come from like a single parent household, you have
Okay.
to fight for shit.
Okay, both of you, please. What we're
like
gonna do?
I don't know why we need if I can't be charged if he's charged.
You can be charged.
All
I'm
right.
just saying. I don't look. At the end of the day, I would like us to get off the sports because I just don't know enough about sports to
I
have.
love
off
to as well.
I have a second paragraph written down. I actually have 4, but
I would like to get off of sports if
because
as well,
I
because
can.
just gotta lie about
Let,
it.
let's
Fantastic.
let Joe finish his point, and then we're gonna go to Lactoid. Go ahead.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
point that I was trying to make was that yes, there are coaches and people in high positions who have outdated views, like Deion Sanders, about individuals. The idea that somebody with 2 parents is inherently so different that they're more studious and more go get you than somebody with a single parent is a ridiculous
I go get you.
claim to say in public. Like, you could say that's
No.
definitely racialized,
That's
sure.
not what he. That's like that is not okay. I like it once again. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that you have a certain structure, right? Y'all the ones talking about structures. He's saying they're going to act a certain way.
Still a
They're going to
ridiculous
have different
claim.
reactions. Oh, are you saying that people that come from a family household are going to have a different reaction to threats on a football field than say somebody that's like a one parent household who's come from a poor background is going to have to be more aggressive? Like you're saying that's not a mentality. Y'all are the ones who just asked me literally earlier in the debate. You and her both said, "Hey, Gibbs, do you agree that like your culture, not your culture, your situational
Wait, now your
situation,
environment matters?
exactly. So now your
Damn,
environment
Oh, I
matters or it
see.
right?
doesn't.
That's very
That's what I'm
selective
saying.
of you.
I mean, you're the ones who just asked me that. So now I'm saying
Your
you don't believe
environment
that. Like,
only doesn't matter
so
when
either it does
you
or it
about
doesn't.
like getting out of poverty. No, I'm
Hold
not
on,
saying that your environment doesn't matter. It can, although I feel
I'm
like on an individual basis like this is kind of silly. Listen, if you want to say that, like, look, if
interesting.
you're talking to an individual, let me make this point because this is important. If you're talking to an individual, okay, you're not going to say to them, "Oh my god, dude, I'm so sorry. You're never going to climb out of poverty because that like you have been structurally discriminated against, so you're fucked." And like you may as well just not try. That's not what you're going to do. You're going to encourage them to do the best that they fucking can, and you're going to point them to ways in which they can improve. But we're not when I said that about the products of environments, I'm talking about individual or like the whole group, not just individuals. But yes, it's kind of silly
That's
to
what
look
he's
at an
talking about.
individual, especially someone who's in the NFL, because these people are going to be exceptional people in comparison to everybody else. Then
Well,
yeah,
prime
it's kind of
expression.
outdated to say, "Oh my god, this person comes from a single parent household, so they must be X, Y, or
Therefore,
Z."
Oh, good. Then
it's a
racism
When they're
solved.
probably
Racism solved.
considerably
No,
We
we don't need
solved
exceptional.
racism
protection.
here on Wick TV.
No more
We're gonna
DEI.
give
We
it
don't
to
need DEI. It
Lactoid,
doesn't matter if you're a
okay,
single parent
to
Yeah.
household. They
recreate
admitted it. They
racism.
admitted it. We
Now
don't
that
need.
we
So
We
solved
don't
the
need.
problem,
And look,
Lactoid is here to
Sure.
bring racism
Well,
back.
So we established
Yeah, and for the
we
record,
need DEI in the NFL. We need more white players. We got to get the
Apparently.
worst white players on the field. We got to get that
Mhm.
percentage right to where we want it. We got to
I'm
make
ready
it
to take up the
exactly
charge.
equal.
I will be the
Yeah, yeah.
quarterback
Hey,
of the Philadelphia Eagles from now on.
perhaps you should
Right.
be.
There's not enough podcasters. I would be the first. It would
That's
be a
true.
brown,
Well, I mean, the whole.
brown
Well, there
In
seems to be
fact,
some
I'm
kind
not
of
aware of
disagreement
any
between the two.
Australian Aboriginals that are currently on the NFL. They're dramatically underrepresented.
Hold on. Well, I
Oh
don't know.
no, I'm being silly, but go ahead, Lactoid. I want to hear your other
So
point.
I wanted to going back a little bit. Gibbs made a point, and I love you, Gibbs. It's a little bit disjointed, but you made a point about Texas versus California when it comes to we look at the overall economic system of these two states compared to each other. And I think what the point here is that people who appeal, the proponents of DEI, in order to justify their overt discriminatory policies, again, because they are seeking equity, an equal outcome amongst these kind of invented demographics. What they'll point to is structural inequality or structural racism or structural oppression, etc. And they'll use that term, institutional, structural. And what it usually boils down to, though, is just some kind of nebulous of, well, that happened and that happened, therefore I can't show that it actually affected you in any meaningful way, or that it's responsible for your situation in any meaningful way. But generally speaking, it probably is. Or generally speaking, your specific situation can be explained by these specific events that happened in the past. What Gibbs was making the point is, if you're going to make that argument, uh, the argument can be made right back at you for any solutions that you would propose. Joe, you brought up like giving people money when they have kids. Okay,
Baby
so you're
moms,
gonna, yeah, sure. So you're gonna get that money, I'm supposing, from somewhere. You're gonna tax that money, and you're gonna
untaxed,
take.
untaxed.
Where does the money come from?
You can, depending on the state, it would cost New Jersey, I think, to do that program now, retroactively 5 years, anywhere from $1 to $2 billion, which can be allocated through a few different ways. The way that a lot of people in the circles that I'm in argue is through an incremental tax increase to people making a certain amount of income.
It's
You can
tax.
also do it. Right, but the point is, there's one way of many that I've heard. Another way, you can just have it baked into certain funding packages, in particular ones that are funded a little bit too much already, such as law enforcement, certain avenues of energy, etc. But the one that I've heard that's got the most traction is through some type of some
But that's
type
tax
of
too.
Yeah. It all
it's
comes. It all comes
oh
from
my
taxes.
goodness.
It all gonna. It's gonna come, Joe. With all due respect, it really is all gonna come from taxes somehow. This is how the government raises revenue. And if you're saying, well, maybe we don't raise new taxes, but we take from the budget of something else, like the police, for example,
Yeah,
this is also gonna have
you
systemic
can do
effects.
budget reallocation to fund it, therefore you're not increasing the taxes on anybody.
Right. Right.
That's the thing I was trying to say.
I understand,
I
but
didn't know I was going to defend baby bucks
well, but
in
no,
60
right.
Minutes.
You brought it up, which is why I'm using this as an example. I'm going to address other
Sure.
examples in a second. But
You
if
got
whether that's a new tax that you raise or whether you take that out of the existing budget, the things that you're taking from, uh, first up, you're removing money from those projects or services, can also have systemic effects that can be difficult to
Yeah.
measure on any given thing. But there's been attempts that are
Mhm.
tried, and it is true that when you cut police funding, there does seem to be a correlation in crime associated with that. And so you can look at that and say, well, what about the systemic effects there? Does that mean that we're responsible for that many killings? What obligation does this give rise to? And there's nothing you can propose that isn't going to have some kind of systemic effects.
You're going
And
to
so,
have
and
to
what
have
the
some.
proposal, real quick, and what the proposal is when it comes to these DEI programs is very specifically to address the sort of nebulous systemic problems with solutions that create nebulous systemic problems. Um, and it doesn't even, I guess, hit at the underlying point of what obligation do we even have to solve somebody else's systemic problems? What obligation do I have uh, that I can be disadvantaged or that I can have my work taken from me to solve somebody else's systemic problems that I didn't do to them?
I mean,
Sure.
I'm not. I wouldn't think that. Never mind. I'll let you go, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I tried a few things, right? Like when it comes to something like baby mods, you would still need to stress test it with cohort groups. That's still something that has to exist. You have to actually do the thing in isolated examples, doing a bunch of different types of research within these groups, etc. Which is why a lot of times these studies don't come out for years. Like there was just a DEI, not DEI, excuse me, a UBI, Universal Basic Income um, cohort in some country in Africa, whose name I don't remember, which
There's been a
just
few.
finished. Yeah, and these are just wrapping up, and they started like 10 to 20 years ago. Like you have to do longitudinal studies that's going to last like decades, so that you have the data to say, hey, is this scalable? How can we do this thing in mass? These aren't particular policies that are going to just be like a snap of your fingers and there it goes, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is with tied into that, I absolutely agree that one of the questions that you have to kind of ask is what are you trying to solve with whatever situation that you're dealing with? I do not think the solution is to just think that, oh, just because they are black, they're qualified for the role, or just because they're white, that they are qualified for the role. That's nonsense. But there are certain realities. For example, I'll just ask this very directly to you, right? If I'm going to go to the NFL again, but it's a very quick,
Sure, that's fine.
very quick to the NFL, and then we're back. Right? Out of the 32 teams entering into this current calendar year, there were only 6 head coaches that were black. Is that a problem?
No, because that's more than their population as a percentage of the U.S. You're not half the black people are not half the population of America.
So
what's their assistant coach populate? Like, hold on, how many assistant coaches?
No, we won't.
That's not-
We can just go off head coaches. This I think exemplifies my point.
Assistant coaches
I'm asking you if if it was a problem or not. You said no. I agree. Can we move on?
Okay.
Well, how many assistant coaches are black? Let's ask that.
I don't give a fuck, you Neanderthal.
Why? Wait, hold on. Can I ask one question? Why?
I mean, you're busy if you want to run from real questions.
Real quick.
Every time
I agree.
You still didn't answer my first question for 20 minutes.
I agree that there is no. I wish I cared. I'm no longer nice.
Well, you don't care because it debunks your point every time.
For 90 minutes.
Everyone, I know. No. You don't care because your only points are lies. You brought up the NFL. You've been just dominant on both facts.
And your hair is musty.
Yeah, my hair is musty. Listen, and your hair is ashy, and you're ugly as sin. That's cool, bro. I don't give a shit. I mean, I'd call you Neanderthal too, but like, then y'all would call me racist. Yeah, that's cool. I'm I mean, and
as I understand it, I don't give a shit about your opinion. You gotta let me.
Listen, you're literally wearing like
hold on, give me a second.
This guy.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna mute everybody. Everyone's getting a mute. Okay. Everyone's getting a mute. This is Christmas time. And here I am having to be a mean man and mute everybody. Okay. What we're going to do is I believe Joe Lewis was making a point. We're going to let him finish a point. Once he's finished a point, we're going to let people respond and we're going to do you one at a time because apparently none of you can behave and you have to be treated like children. I don't want to treat you like children, but I will if I must. Okay. Joe? Finish your point.
Fantastic. So I don't agree with diversity for diversity's sake. I'm not exactly sure anybody on the panel really agrees with that. I think everybody on this panel agrees to some capacity that merit plays some type of role. But the question that I think presents itself when you have a United States that is so racially stratified in particular positions, I guess the question to you, Lactoid, is how do we assess these things if they are issues in the first place? I mentioned structural because if you say, for instance, in K through 5 education, it's dominated by white women, not just women, white women. They make up anywhere from state to state 80 to 90% of the teaching roles. Should there be more male teachers in K5, which is my first question? And then the second question is if you think that there should be, and that is a healthy thing for children, how should we go about that if the cohort, the group of people who are in this field already, is dominated by white women?
Okay. I'm going to mute Joe. I'm going to unmute Lactoid, let him respond, and then we're going to give the other people a chance to weigh in. Go ahead. And I hate that I have to do this way, but my God, Santa Claus has you all on his naughty list. And this is the punishment you get. Go ahead, Lactoid.
You're right, Wick. I'm sorry for interrupting so much and talking over people. To answer the question from Joe directly, and then I actually have a question for Joe afterwards. K through 5 education is dominated by white women. I haven't looked into the stats on this. I'm just going to accept what you're saying is true. It certainly seems true to me. Intuitively, I would expect it to be true that the vast majority of K through 5, probably 80 to 90%, I could believe it. I could believe that that's about the percentage of women, K through 5 educators that are white women. Is this a problem? I don't see why. I don't see why it would be a problem. You said before that you don't agree with diversity for diversity's sake. So you would have to present to me in some way, is white women being teachers, are they less effective? Or is it less, does the actual program become less effective because such a large percentage is dominated by white women? And I'm not convinced about that. What I think it is that women, because there's biological differences between men and women tend to have the way their hormones and personality tend to be structured is it tends to be more of a nurturing parental role, and they tend to be the kind of people that would be interested in things like early childhood education much more so than men. And so that's my guess as to why there's such a over dominating role of women in that specific field. It's a little bit dicier if we're talking, because I think with genders there's clear distinctions as opposed to with racial categories. So I don't think K through 5 education is maybe the best example we can go through. But regardless, I don't see there's a problem, and I don't see problems arising. And then my question for you, Joe, is you brought up that it was only 6 of the 32 that were black, and then I pointed out, well, this is still overrepresented when you compare it to the percentage of black people within America. Why? I don't think that's a problem. As long as the NFL is not being racist in their hiring practices, in which if they were, then it would be a problem. But my question for you is, why don't you believe it's a problem? Why don't you believe it's a problem that black people are so overrepresented in the NFL, even in coaching roles, and white people are underrepresented in coaching roles? Shouldn't we have some kind of program to get more white people into coaching roles?
Okay. After you answer and be quick about it, I do want Gibbs and Kalinda to be able to get a chance to have their say. But go ahead. You're now unmuted. Go ahead.
If white people want to be in the NFL, they should have the opportunity to try and their shot. They have a bunch of different ways of trying to get in there. I would probably surmise that a lot of individuals who are going to college are probably just going to college for football just for the sake of fun or just for the sake of enjoying the game. Not every single player who plays college is going to enter into the NFL. It's actually a relatively small portion of the population of college football players that make it onto NFL rosters, let alone even wanting to go into that route in the first place. So I think a lot of those white people are going into other positions that probably don't involve chronic brain injury, if I had to make an assumption.
Okay. I'm going to give it to Kalinda, then I'm going to give it to Gibbs. So we're going to mute everyone like little babies, and then we're going to let Kalinda go ahead, please.
Oh, come on, Gibbs. We weren't all interrupting. Oh God, I said Gibbs. Jesus Christ. See, that's what I was thinking.
This
We
is
were not
why
all
you got
interrupting
muted.
each
This is
other.
what happens when you make mistakes like that. But go ahead, please.
I mean, I didn't make the mistake. There's only really
You
been one
called me Gibbs.
I'm very sorry that I
Mm.
did that.
Go
That was a
ahead.
terrible
You
mistake
have
on
your
my part.
the
Um,
mic now.
okay, so we were mentioning teachers. I think that the thing that is important that we make sure of is that I accept that there are going to be some jobs, for example, construction workers. That's predominantly a job that would be done by men because that yes, I accept that men are physically stronger than women on average, generally speaking. But um I do think that we want to make sure that we're not discriminating against certain people who might want to like get into a certain field just because that they like for example nurses are often female, but that doesn't mean that a man who wants to become a nurse should like face extra barriers because he wants to become a nurse. And the same thing goes with teachers as well too. And so like I feel like we want to make sure that this is the case. Like I'm sure that you all are familiar with the fact that after the X Files came out, there was a lot more women who wanted to go on and like become like FBI agents or work in like law enforcement of that sort because of like the representation that was there. And I think that stuff like that's important when we talk about creating equal opportunity. I'm not saying that it means that there has to be equal outcome. I'm just saying that it would be a good idea to have structures in place so that if people actually want to like let's say climb out of poverty, it is easier for them to do so than right now.
Well, can I ask you
Like
a
it
question?
doesn't not everyone's gonna do it.
Sure.
Like because like obviously the answer is still like yes, you still have to work hard, but it just shouldn't be like so incredibly difficult where like everything is set against you and
Well, can I
only the most exceptional people manage to do it.
Yeah, but can I ask a question along those lines? So, just so I understand, you want equality of opportunity. So anyone who wants to at least try
Yes.
out should get the shot to try out, correct?
Yeah, basically, like, if somebody like, for example, that's why all
Okay, so
those
yes,
suggestions
the answer to the question is yes, because I have a follow-up
yeah,
question based on this.
okay,
Yes,
sure.
generally, I won't hold you to like
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, generally, yeah.
Yeah, generally, right? Why? I guess my question is overall, why? Why? Because I can think of plenty of examples of where we wouldn't want to force or pressure an employer to hire a certain type over other types. So, for example, if there was a strip club, okay, the Bad Bunny strip club, okay, and for whatever reason, I wanted to be a stripper at the Bad Bunny strip club. Should they have to consider my application?
I mean, no, not
Okay.
necessarily, unless it's a very special type of strip club. I mean, we all know that there's usually there's porn for all different sorts of people nowadays. So I know that strip clubs aren't the same thing as that, but I mean, like if someone wants to go into that sort of work, there's usually an opportunity to do so somewhere. Um
Okay.
but
But
no, I understand what you're saying, obviously, like, and I feel like that is in particular like a kind of niche thing. But I guess what I'm saying is that it's kind of hard to like sort of quantify this, but I feel like the problem is right now, um,
well, we
it
don't
is
we don't have
very
to go strip club. Maybe
difficult.
that was too extreme. Say I own a restaurant. And it turns out that I make more money the more women I have as servers. My clientele, the people in the area, they just happen to like when I have women servers. They
Oh, you
enjoy
mean
it.
like
I make
Hooters?
more money. I get more. No, not strippers, just normal, not Hooters or
Wait,
anything,
are
but just
the
normally
oh,
dressed, right? But it turns out like I've looked at my metrics, I've looked at what I got going on, and hey, the more women I hire, the more money I make as an owner. Should I be forced to meet a quota of men? Like,
no,
should I
no,
be
no,
forced?
no. I'm not talking about having quotas. I don't
Okay.
necessarily think that that is a good idea. That is not what I am saying when I say that. I'm saying that, like, when I'm talking about removing barriers or whatever, I'm not talking about quotas. I'm saying that we shouldn't like be doing stuff like, for example, raising women in environments where we teach them that that like women can't be programmers or they can't use computers or they're not tech
Yeah.
oriented because that's a man thing. That's the kind of shit that I'm referring to. I'm talking about like those sorts of environments that, people can, and how people are influenced in the media or whatever. Like the only reason why I'm such a computer nerd is because when I was growing up, my dad didn't tell me, no, you're not allowed to do stuff with the computer. Only your brother can do that. And he made sure that both my brother and I were doing those things. But if I had grown up in a different environment, then I might not know anything about technology right now, and I might just like be a complete like boomer, like you, Wick, for example, who can't figure out the server mute thing. I'm very
I figured it
sorry.
out once I made a mistake, but it's okay.
but
We are going
but
to
yeah,
go ahead,
do you
finish your
understand what
point,
I'm
and we're
getting
gonna
at though?
try to open it up again, and please be good, gang. But
Good luck.
okay, we're gonna open it up. Go
What?
ahead,
Everybody
Gib,
else gonna talk unmuted? Oh, I get to mute it now. I get to talk now
and
because
then we're gonna
everybody
open
else
it
can't
up.
hear.
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So first, I want to start with listen what Fat Don King over here is trying to say. Like he's trying to argue about like talking about people being the C word, talking about people being Uncle Tom's. Like I understand why he doesn't like facts, just like he doesn't like the fact that 47 to 48% of NFL coaches are African Americans. See, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take more money than his whole house is worth, and we're going to burn it because that's all DEI is worth. All right. So this is $500. We're just gonna burn it, and this is more than his whole house is worth because look at this Walmart motherfucker. This is his little ashy hair talking about my appearance. What's crazy though is that he wants to sit here and make all these claims, and then what I'm doing is I'm literally burning money because I've earned that in my life. I haven't asked out for handouts like Joe here has. I haven't sat here and cried, acted like I was the crazy little bitch, sitting here going, I need people to serve mute when people call me out for lying. This is what the left does. They lie to get what they want. We see them lie. Now, I believe my opponent over here, she came in good faith, and it's unfortunate she got caught in this crossfire. But Joe here lies every single time. And guess what? Now you hear some thing going off in the background. We're really embracing all the stereotypes today. It's good times. All I'm saying is that it's wild that the people have all these prescriptions, and then they can't live them out themselves.
Okay. Now we're gonna try, and we're gonna unmute everyone, and we're gonna try to be
What?
adults today. Will we be able to?
Jesus
I don't know.
Christ.
Hey,
I'm
he talked about my
I'm
skincare program. He's got 25
no.
cents worth of skincare behind him. It's crazy.
I'm so sorry that you can't use this Vodwick. Yeah, burning money is a federal crime, my dude. What are you doing, man? Like, we don't have to go like all far for these performance things if we're just gonna do crimes on Maine. But
Oh
either
yeah, it's a
way,
crime on Maine. Here we go.
no, it
Wait, am I
literally
the only
is.
one who will be able to upload this because I don't live in America?
This whole
Yeah,
VOD is
you'll be
cursed,
fine.
but I'm
I mean,
sorry.
you wouldn't have been able to upload it from based off your racist comments earlier, so that's fine.
But like TOS
I just
violation,
I know it's more money than you
literal
have.
crime,
Like I understand.
literal crime.
Yeah. It is a crime what you've done this whole debate, which is lie the entire time.
God.
Okay. Well, let's get back to the actual topic at hand. At some point. You know what? I'm going to make some money. I'm going to read some of these super
Get some
chats,
super chats. All right,
and then we're going to get back and try to actually address something in the article.
sure.
My listening library YouTube for $5 says, answer now. Yes or no, Wick. Thanks for the content. And you're welcome for the content. $5 in Zephyr Hash. Most immigrants who come to the USA legally have the funds to support a basic education and capital to start a business. They are vetted by USCIS for it. Thank you for the $5. $2 from No Fucking Way to say Lactoid is cooking. Joe can't handle a real argument. $2 more says Joe thinks government spending can solve economics. $10.
It was to me. I don't.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. But thanks for the money. Give Wick more, I guess.
Yeah.
Is
$10
that
from
what I believe?
Gelatinous Rube says, I predict less than 20% will be spent on DEI itself and instead deflecting to how hard life was for blacks. The strategic sympathy reserve is dry, bro. Merry Christmas. $10 from Gelatinous Rube to say 90 watching on YouTube and only 10 likes. Seize the like button. For my enemies, the camps, for my friends, DEI. $5 from Alishness. Wait until this guy finds out about the demographics of basketball. $10 from Gelatinous Rube. My prediction has already come true. Wick, read my supers, or I'm going to YouTube redact this part or IRL in a God-affirming way, though. Well, thank you for $10. $5 from Lost Coyote. We need DEI policies for 7-year-olds in manual labor positions. The children yearn for the construction sites. $5 from No Fucking Way to say, Wick, this tip is for your suffering. I left because Gibbs was being Gibbs. But they make you mod like this. Well, Merry Christmas from Streamrift. Well, thank you. And then $5 from Alishness to say, title of the VOD, this video is federally illegal. Find out why. And then $10 from Gelatinous Rube. Gibbs is a fucking legend. I'm sorry for saying you should be Charlie Kirked. Props for having batteries in your smoke alarm, too.
Jesus Christ.
And
Amen.
then £2 from the handle to say, oops. Okay, with that said, you know what? I think I'm going to give it to Lactoid, who's the most likely to retrack us. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we've been through quite a bit since then. But I guess to sort of finish what I was trying to go on with explaining Gibbs's earlier point. Yeah, you mentioned a study about UBI in Africa, and I've seen there's a lot of mixed results. Oftentimes, the results are looking at the people actually getting the UBI. But one of the main problems in economics is unlike other kind of scientific things you can do or fields that you can experiment in, there's no control set. You can't control set as to what these policies might do in America or Sweden or some country in Africa that you said did this policy. All you can't factor in for all of the tack-on effects, the systemic effects that can come with implementing XYZ policy. The most you can do is just estimate. And Gibbs is right when he points out that there is a trend in America where industry and jobs and economic wealth and prosperity and growth is moving in this country to conservative areas, especially the Southeast. Right, it's moving away from the sort of the traditional union protected or very kind of like left-wing oriented states, and it is moving towards these more. And the cited reason they give is preferable business policy, employment regulations, etc. And how this is related to DEI, because I haven't forgot that's the topic. I'm not just shitting on Dems. Is because a lot of the specific policies that affects these businesses is also related to these kind of initiatives launched, like these DEI initiatives that are launched.
Yeah,
So, for
the
example,
article
like
brought that up too.
yeah, like discrimination statutes, for example, even something as what is the general trend of the EEOC in any given state, as opposed to because that's it's federal, but there is a lot of local influence that goes into that, and jury pools, right? All of this matters as well. The actual beliefs of the people matter when it comes to how the law is enforced. So if you are a business owner and which from a purely risk mitigation point of view, um, you would probably want to be in a place where people don't have this sort of raving kind of disdain towards white people, especially if you're a white person and you maybe want to start a business, or and then there's some allegation later on down the road of discrimination, which happens all the time, sometimes justly, sometimes non-justly, and this affects real world economics. So I think it's more complex than just saying, well, look at Texas versus look at California. But I think
Sure.
there is a point of saying, yeah, you're looking at all these systemic effects and you're trying to address them by doing things that are creating systemic effects that appear to be hurting the very areas that you're trying to save.
Yeah, and the question, at least in my mind, is like, what are we trying to solve? Like, what are we trying to solve in diversifying entry level positions as the article is describing? Like, what's the actual end goal here? If these are supposedly temporary positions, that these were also positions previously that were very hard to climb the ladder. Like, are, and I guess it's the question to unfortunately Lactoid gives based on your read of the article, because the article doesn't make, and for those of you who are watching, the article doesn't make any claim one way or another. It just says like this. It's just observing a thing that exists. But do you think that there is some type of conspiracy of these sort of white elites, because they're mentioned in the article by name? He describes them as white Gen Xers and white boomers. Is there a conspiracy among these white boomers and Gen Xers in positions of power to replace people in leadership positions starting from the entry level and contracted roles?
It
Why do
depends
you
how you
think
use the
it's
word.
happening?
It depends how you use the term conspiracy. I think that they are aware of it to some extent, but what I think it's mainly
Okay.
being driven. I think what it's mainly being driven by is our culture has developed. I think in large part, one of the most powerful. There is a mentality that is growing in America, and it's been getting
Mhm.
stronger and stronger over time. And there are narratives that are being told, especially since 2014, but even before that. And a lot of powerful people are also aware of these narratives, and they are aware that, well, I don't want to, I'm not going to lose my job, right? I'm the top level, and oftentimes they're far too powerful. And the article talks about this, and it does seem to be somewhat reflected in the numbers that if I'm a top level executive, I'm an old man. I am powerful enough that nobody can touch me, right?
Sure.
So now my interests are kind of separated from all of the larger group of younger white men who are trying to apply to college, who are trying to get these entry level jobs, and according to Bloomberg, even like mid level manager jobs. There's also some of this happening there as well. Um, and at the very top, we are safe, and we want to improve our diversity score. We want to kind of feed into this cultural movement because, like I said before, the people's belief actually affects real policy. Right now, Target is
Hmm.
being boycotted because they ended their DEI program, and the reason they ended their DEI program is because they sensed some kind of cultural shift happening after the Trump election. Businesses are responsive to what they believe people's beliefs are.
Oh, oh, just just
Yes.
just just two
Uh,
things. I have a question for Lactoid actually
I have a
on
question
this.
too. But yeah,
Oh, yeah. But so
go for it. You're the
one,
moderator.
do you think that they're ending their DEI program because of a cultural shift, or is it because Trump is coming after people who have DEI or what he calls DEI programs and hitting them with lawsuits and withdrawing any federal funds they may be getting, etc.? So I guess which is the first question I have is which is the reason there? And the second question I would have is, do you think that we've kind of as a culture moved away from DEI, at least, and this is before Trump administration, because I since 2020, I think I would consider 2020 maybe 2021 the peak. It's people have in general,
When
just
was
been
the
moving away
when
from
was
DEI in
the
general.
guy talking about trying to get tenured? When was that? Because he mentioned specific years in the article. And also, I got one question: would you consider someone going for a tenure position entry level? Like that's pretty high level, right? Like if you're
Tenure
like up
track.
for
Well, it depends
tenure,
on what portion of
tenure
tenure
track.
track
It's
Ah,
you're
yeah,
tenure
okay.
trying
track.
for.
It's tenure
Yeah.
track, which is sort of
I mean,
entry.
that's mid level. Yeah,
No,
I
Those
mean,
are
tenure
positions.
track is kind of entry. It
Sort
They're
of
depends,
entry.
right?
higher. It's
yeah, I wouldn't get.
senior
You have to have a
entry
doctorate
basically.
to be. Well, you have to have a doctorate, right? To be
No, no,
Well, so I'm talking
no,
about
PhD.
I'm talking about in terms of
no.
most of the time you do, but I'm talking about in terms of like jobs. So yeah, you go through a fuck ton of education. If we're factoring that in, then yeah, I think it's
You're
fair to call it
saying
beyond entry.
I just want to like point out that y'all are saying getting a doctorate or doctorate level
I,
and
I
then
will,
going into something is entry
sure,
level.
but
That's
I do
great.
want
No,
As
I'm
far
I
as
do
speaking.
want
professors
Lacto to
go,
The
answer my
article,
question
yeah,
before we
yeah.
move off of it.
As far as
to be
professors
clear
go,
here, in that mix-up, the article. I don't know if you even read it. Christ, the article
I
explicitly
just
talks
quoted
to.
it.
No, you didn't. But that's okay. I'll
Are you high?
explain.
I know I've been high, but like you must be high. Like
Clearly, you
I
burn
literally
money on the
just
street.
quoted an example from the article, and you're going,
The
I don't know if you
article.
read it. Are you retarded? Like what is happening here? Like
Jesus. The article explicitly speaks to the people that they're talking about. And they explicitly say that they're talking about elite, credentialed, prestige conferring institutions that mediate upward mobility, cultural, what's the word, authority, etc. But the group of people that they're talking about are credentialed millennials in between the ages of, I think it mentioned 30 in 2014, going into entry level positions such as journalists, assistantship roles, cohorts, internships, etc.
it
Yes,
also talks
there
about higher level shit like the track, which you have to have a doctorate for
certain,
most. So it's not just
but
that. You're
you
making
don't
it act
need
like
a
I didn't read the whole thing when it talks
you
about
don't
credentials of multiple levels.
you do
Multiple
not
levels
need a
credentials are talked about in the
you do
article.
not need a doctorate degree to enter into a tenure track position. In
Not
some
everyone. No,
cases,
but most do. Most do. Yes or no? Most do.
no, not necessarily. It
Okay,
depends on
once
the
again,
field that
lie
you're going
again. Sure.
into.
Go ahead.
I said it
Okay.
depends on
Lie
the field
again.
that you're going
Lie
into.
count 1,000,000.
Okay, show me your degrees. You
Okay, you
fucking
guys,
I got
Neanderthal.
3
just
behind
just
me.
just
What you
just
got?
just
You got
real
0.
quick,
I got
just real
Okay,
quick.
shut the
4.
fuck
I
up.
did ask Lacto because we
Yeah.
were running out of
yeah.
time, and I do want my questions answered. I want to give Lacto a chance to actually answer my questions.
Yeah, no, of course, I'll answer it, and also in a couple minutes, I'm actually going to be going on to a
That's
different
why I'm
panel. We're
saying we
talking about
gotta
DEI as
move.
well.
I want to
Um,
answer questions, then we gotta go to
yeah, great.
closing.
So why is Target removing DEI? I think I'm not convinced it's because they're afraid that Trump's going to sue them. I just looked it up. There's no actual like litigation or specific targeting of industries for DEI. There are executive orders that have been signed that are anti-DEI in the sense that they like a great example of this is directing the EEOC to no longer consider disparate impact. This is massive, right? So the traditionally disparate impact, what it means is that if a business, despite the fact you can't prove any discrimination actually happened, but you look at the business and you see, well, that seems like too many white people compared to too many black people, right? Like you could probably, the EEOC could probably look at the NFL using disparate impact and say, look, there's a lot of black people there, disproportionate compared to the percentage of the population. But it's never applied, of course, that way. It's only applied against white people. We think there's some kind of racism happening here. And then the burden is on the business to prove that they're not being racist. This policy incentivizes companies legally to enforce DEI policies, not because they necessarily want to, but because they might feel as though they have to in order to avoid federal scrutiny, right? Which has been going on for decades. This administration, just I think like a week or so ago, directed through executive order to the EEOC to discontinue that practice. So now businesses don't have to fear federal action just because they don't racially discriminate in favor of minorities. I think that could
Sure.
be a reason why they're moving away from DEI. I think there probably is also they felt a cultural shift, and this was true. I mean, during Trump's election, the few months afterwards, there definitely felt to be some kind of strong rightward cultural shift. I think a lot of that's pulled back, sure,
It's the
but
swing back.
definitely, yeah. And so when you say like, is DEI kind of outdated? I don't I don't like it, but I don't think it's gone because I think that there is that swing back. I think you do have a lot of Democrats that are boycotting Target. I think you do have a lot of people saying, like he's, racist, sexist, xenophobic. We have to oppose his policies. And what that usually means, especially with his policy on disparate impact, is they want to bring back the racist policies that penalize businesses for not engaging in pro-minority racism.
Okay.
Okay,
Only in
hold
the
on.
interest of
Before you
time. Only in the interest
I
of time, unfortunately, because I know that Gibbs and Lactoid have to go. I'm going to give closing statements to Gibbs, Lactoid, and then we get the rest of you. I still have thoughts on this, and I want to talk about it. So if you two,
Yeah,
Kalinda
me
and Joe,
too.
would like to stay, you're more
I'm
than
down
welcome to.
chilling.
But if you have to
Yeah.
go, I understand. But just in the interest of unfortunately time,
Hey,
I'm
can I
I'm
request something?
yeah yes.
Maybe we could open the doors a little, open the door a little bit, crack a window, see if a person wants to come in and yep.
Oh, you mean open the panel?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
asking for guests.
We can do that. But first, closings for the people who I have invited and who spent their time on my panel. Gibbs, go ahead. Close
Yeah,
statements.
thanks for having me. It was very enjoyable. Fact checking 25 cents over here all night. I'm very happy to say that it's pretty clear that DEI is evil. It's racist. It's evil. It doesn't help the people it's supposed to help. It's just basically another trap that the Democrats used to try to get people beholden to them by saying, "Hey, we're going to give you free stuff you didn't earn." And who doesn't like free stuff? And so it encourages lazy behavior. It encourages bad behavior, and it encourages bitch assness. And as we can see, demonstrated by one of my opponents who has been a bitch all night, it's pretty clear that these are the results. You can either have winners and people that are not afraid, that dig themselves up by the bootstraps, as people always say, and aren't going to make excuses for their upbringing, and they're not going to call people that are successful from their race derogatory names like a coon. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, and that's the reason why he hates these people, is because they do better than him. And it's clear that everybody who wants these policies is the same way. So, guys, fight evil, fight DEI, join the Republican Party. Amen. And thanks for having me, Wick.
Jesus Christ. Um, now I definitely can't use this VOD, but
Well, I'm
thank you for.
Hispanic. You were both minorities because you use words.
I
You're
promise
white,
you,
bro. Relax.
And I didn't.
not the same.
Yeah.
Lactoid, go ahead. But thanks for being here. And check them out, gang. I have links to all these people. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah, so DEI is sort of nebulous now that it's unpopular, but a few years ago it was very clear what it was: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Harvard put its affirmative action program under its DEI program right on their website. They have since removed that. I wonder why. Cities have exclusive grants for minorities based on their DEI initiatives. Large corporations will often overtly discriminate against white people in ways that would be unacceptable if it was done against any other group. Um, as was described in the article. It doesn't seem to me that our opponents are even necessarily taking up the DEI mantle all that strongly during this debate. Joe stated he doesn't agree with diversity for diversity's sake. Kalinda stated she doesn't agree with equity. She wants equality of outcome. Sorry, equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. So the D and the E, it's kind of questionable whether our opponents even support those aspects of the DEI program that much of the American left has been pushing for. What about I? What about inclusion? What does this even mean? Is this sort of just a thing thrown at the end? What does it mean to feel included? Well, I think a subject that we didn't spend a lot of time on, but I think the article gets into, is the sneering disdain shown towards many white people, and as experienced by the author of this article. So there are stats on this. White liberals are the only group of people amongst any political or racial combination that do not have a in-group preference. They are the only group that has a out-group preference. Black liberals and black conservatives both tend to prefer black people. White liberals do not prefer white people. If you complain about being treated unfairly as a white man, the sneering disdain becomes pointed at you, whether it be Jacob Savage feeling unincluded and unhired and writing an article about it, or whether it be Charlie Kirk's death being celebrated because he points out that non-meritocratic admitting and hiring people may lead to less meritocratic workers. Say what you want, but this culture war stuff does really matter, and it especially matters, as I think the guy, self-described liberal who wrote this article, it definitely matters when it affects you, as the individual. It's always fine when you have the job, when you're on top, to say, oh, I don't care about any of that culture war stuff, but it does matter when it affects you. And both sides of the aisle care about it. I think it's not to say anybody here did this, but this is just something that I very often see. I think it's ultra dishonest when people on one side of the aisle claim, oh, that's just culture war stuff. We don't care about that. Why focus any energy on that? When it obviously matters to them, because they are the ones implementing these racist policies and enforcing it, and then boycotting stores when they try to remove it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here, Lactoid. I'll see you guys later. I know you have to go. We're going to give the mic now to Kalinda, please.
All right. Well, I mean, first of all, I'll just say that Charlie Kirk wasn't like, I don't think Charlie Kirk was killed because of that, or what people didn't celebrate it because of that. I think he said way more egregious things than what you just pointed out there, Lactoid. But I mean, whatever. Not that it justifies celebrating his death. I mean, that's fucking stupid. I don't agree with that on a moral level. Anyway, all that being said, yeah, I don't think that DEI itself is great. Unfortunately, like I said, DEI is a lazy way to solve a problem. Just like affirmative action was the easiest way to solve the problem of this worry that because of racism and like conscious or unconscious, probably more like deliberately conscious, it meant that
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm sorry I had to bounce from that. We're going to a different panel. I do feel bad that you guys missed their closings, but yeah, I'm sorry about that. It just is what it is, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm already late for this one, so.
Look at Lacto. Lacto's coming in here, right? And he's not having the music greet him, and he feels pretty.
Yeah, because
shitty
he's
about
late.
That.
Fuck.
It's,
If you're on
you must
time,
have-
you get punished with shit music. But if you're late, you don't have to fucking deal with it.
I was on another panel. I'm very sorry.
it's
Arguing the
no,
exact
you-
same
you-
thing.
you-
Arguing
you've
the
got
exact same
fucking-
thing on the exact same article. Yeah.
Ooh.
Were you really?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
And the article really blew up. I think it was on Fox News. I found a clip of it. Like
What a
somebody on Fox News
surprise! Is anyone surprised that this would be on Fox News, even slightly?
Well, the
Right,
author was interviewed. That's why I watched it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So, fine. Oh, you did your fucking research. Ugh.
He looked so
Right.
depressed. Like the author on Fox News. If you do watch it, it's like a 5-minute clip. It's on YouTube, and he looks so just drained of life. Like there are dark circles under his eyes. He's shaved his head, but I don't think it looks very good. Like he looks completely battered and abused by life. I felt sad for him, like while I was watching.
Well, I
it,
mean, as we know,
in the interview.
white men are oppressed, and so let's see, he's going through it, you know.
Or they have a victim complex, and so he's just beating
Yeah.
himself up.
But
Didn't that black
Yeah,
guy with the
all right,
victim
so-
complex literally beat himself up? What was his name again?
Jesse
Gotta be
Smollett.
more
Jesse
specific.
Smollett, yeah.
No, he hired some people to beat him.
But weren't they black?
I believe.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
black personal. It was like two Hollywood personal trainers that were Nigerian, I think.
yeah, I think they're African. Yeah,
It was
yeah.
in Chicago, very cold at night.
That whole
Yeah,
fucking story
yeah.
was crazy. It was hilarious.
But it gets treated as from conservatives as a like a false rape threat. You know, once one of those things happens, right, it must invalidate any actual incident of racial violence, right? It's another Smollett, right? Literally they still
What the
bring
fuck
that
are you
up.
talking about?
Like I'm talking about conservatives using the Jesse Smollett incident, right, as a reason to not believe any stories of racial violence.
Who's ever done that?
But
Can you
the
name one
conservatives
person?
have done exactly that the entire time.
Can you name one person?
Can I name one person? Can
Yeah, just name one.
I'll find an article. I don't have a list of these
I
things.
challenge you this. I don't think you'll ever be able to find a single person that uses the Jussie Smollett case as a means to deny all attacks.
Oh, hold on.
As a
Hold on.
like to claim,
Are
oh well,
you saying-
there are no hate crimes that have ever existed ever, and no one has ever attacked a black person.
No, hold on.
Like, that's not what's
now
happening.
you're adding too much. No, now you're adding too much. Don't
No,
add
I'm
that,
literally
right?
I'm making you
I'm
stand
not-
by
well,
your bullshit claim.
No, that's
That was
not
your
what I
claim.
said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said, right?
Did you say all attacks or did you say some attacks?
No, I'm saying no. So you're saying all attacks in the past, in the like that they're all fake, right? I'm saying that like when new ones
No,
come
it's fine.
up,
We'll
right?
go from Jussie Smollett. Find me
yeah,
one conservative commentator
great.
at all that has used Jussie Smollett to deny
Well, now you're narrowing
the
it to conservative
existence.
commentator.
It's me.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
No, it doesn't have to be a
Lactoid.
conservative commentator.
No,
Find me
it's
me
fine.
the fucking 26 follower fucking person on X, and I'll laugh about
Okay.
how irrelevant they are, right?
do that.
But like, find me a
Okay.
conservative.
Fubu
There's
as
nothing.
we
It's like
think.
it's no, like your claim is silly. No one does that. People bring up the Jussie Smollett case when there's a new case because it's the most famous faked case of presumed hate crimes. But there's tons of cases where they've been faked. There's been several lesser known ones where like somebody paints a swastika on the side of their house and then lo and behold, it was the person that owned the house that did it. That's happened multiple times. Right? There's been college things where they claim that like white people were saying shit at college and were like putting, things in the bathroom, and then they find out with like CCTV footage that didn't happen. They use Jussie Smollett because it's the most widely known one that was within the cultural zeitgeist to be like, okay, maybe we ought to doubt this. Maybe we shouldn't just immediately believe someone that they did a hate crime without any fucking evidence. Right? Like there was that one where the NASCAR driver, right? It was like a regular ass knot that was like really small that exists everywhere. But I don't remember if it was Washington Post or New York Times, but they took like a super up close photo of it to make it look like it was this big hangman's noose when it was clearly designed for a finger to go in. And like they pretended like that wasn't the knot that was used at a whole bunch of other places, right? That was a manufactured hate crime that the news media specifically made in conjunction with activists to try and sell the lie that there is a constant and pernicious hate crimes against black people. That's why they bring up Jussie Smollett, because they're like, hey, don't you remember that one? Everybody knows that shit was fake. You remember that? Maybe we ought to fucking think about this for a second. Maybe this is bullshit.
The actual, I agree with Scott. I don't think anybody is like saying this never happens. But one of the best comments I saw under, this was back when it first happened, somebody commented under this. They said, this is what happens when the demand for racism exceeds the supply.
Yeah.
This is a market reaction. He got so owned, now he's like pretending to try to figure out stream stuff. Look at that.
No, I think he was looking for an example.
Nice try.
Also, he just started stream, all right? You know what I mean? Like, dude can't
know.
even get good music to start the stream, all right? He's probably got some difficulties.
True.
I have the best. I'm typing something.
I'm not, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I've been having serious problems with Streamlabs and like YouTube. Like after like 4 hours, it starts breaking, and I've tried a bunch of different shit to try and figure it out. Hopefully, I have it fixed this time.
Sorry, because Gibbs hit me up. I'm sorry, Gibbs. I forgot.
Oh yeah, all good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it until I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the link. He messaged me.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, I don't have the DM for the.
That was also racially motivated.
That was also original, yeah.
He
I'm
probably
sorry,
saw the
I
last
didn't,
panel. It's like
mean-
you're out.
Gibbs, can you
Yeah.
tell them?
Yeah, I didn't mean to leave you
Can I
out.
tell
Sorry.
what?
Did you say something to me?
Yeah.
Lactoid?
Can you tell our friends here the very funny event that just happened on the prior panel?
Yeah, I
What happened?
may or may not have set the fire alarms off in my house.
No.
Burning more money.
Trying to make a point.
Ow.
Burning more
And then
more
did
money
you,
than Joe.
and then you
Joe
blamed it
Louis
on the
has, and,
blacks.
Yeah, well, no, I was because he Joe Lewis.
Wait,
said
hold
something
on.
about my
Joe
skin
Lewis
over
is
here.
still streaming?
Yeah, and then so I basically was like, listen, 25 cents over here talking shit about how much I spent on my skincare, and then I burned more money than he's ever made in his life, and set the fire alarm off.
You burned
Bro.
a wad of cash, like actually, and it set off the fire alarm.
Yeah, it was great.
We were it was hilarious
What?
because like I was fucking shocked when he started doing it, and then there was like this delayed reaction, and the fire alarm went off, and it just killed me, dude.
Gibbs,
Oh
what
my-
the hell? How
God,
much
that
money
was funny.
it?
It was like $500. It was nothing that much.
That wouldn't fly
Fuck
in Canada
you.
with
Hey, man,
plastic
Fuck
if you're gonna
money.
you.
blow, if you're gonna blow money,
$500.
you know,
We'll
you
put,
can
like, one
just
of them in your
donate it
hand.
to me. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
fucking.
Well, you know, I could have gave it to some person, you know, that needed it, like the hobos.
It wouldn't
or
have hit
I
as
could've
hard,
sent it to my
though.
cousin. But you know what I did do was because they were talking about skincare routine while they have shit that looks like they look. You know who he reminds me of? You ever see Scary Movie 2 when the guy gets rolled up into the blunt and then lit on fire? That's what Joe Lewis looks like, except for fat. His hair is real ashy, the dandruff's just sitting on the end. And then you got to come in and talk
Joe's a
about my
nice guy.
skincare routine.
Gibbs has
no,
made
he's
an
a piece of
enemy.
shit. Fuck that.
Why should we be nice to Joe Lewis? Joe Lewis
He
is
not a
literally-
bad-
he
no, Joe
literally-
Lewis is a piece of shit. Fuck him.
He's
The world would be a
awful.
better
Who's
place. if he
Joe
fucking
Lewis?
I
tripped
am
and
not
fell down
Before I
some
jump on the
stairs
brigade,
I
who's Joe
couldn't
Lewis? What did
physically
he do?
He
stream
literally,
anymore.
he literally in the debate, and this is bitch boy behavior. I want you to know if you're in a debate and you're known for interrupting yourself, which Joe is, you're just going to sit here and go, hey, I want this person's server muted so I can make a point. And the only reason you do this is because every point you made, there was literally just a blatant lie. Like the guy brought up the NFL and talked about like positions. And then we started talking about stats. And he goes, well, I don't care about those stats. I'm like, well, you don't care about it. And then they had just got on to me about talking about living reality. And it's crazy because it's like, oh, you know, we're gonna bring up a point and lie, but then whenever someone calls
This
out
is
a lie,
this is
I'm
what
gonna
Joe.
bitch
I
and not
haven't
ask
even
for
seen
mute.
the debate. I haven't even seen the debate. You tell me if Joe Lewis has changed his tactics from
He's not.
previous times. Listen, Emerald Gibbs and Lactoid, just tell me whether or not this happened. Haven't seen the debate. Just found out he was on it. Let me guess. He looked up a court case, a policy, or something from like New Jersey or one specific state that none of you were able to like really go through at the time so that he
No,
could
we
try
didn't let
and
him do that.
prove that you were wrong.
No, I didn't let him do that.
You didn't let him do that? Well, maybe that's why you got server muted.
Well, what is
Yeah.
the lore here?
No,
I mean,
yeah,
look,
exactly. Because I'm not gonna let him on. I'm just like, listen. I don't.
Scott, good intuition, Scott. Actually, that is why indeed he got server muted. Yes.
Yeah, because but like this Joe specifically does this. Some other people do this. Ryan Radical Coder does this, where they come on and they'll like. It's one thing if you make a point in good faith, but it's another if you like just outright lie and then you say it and then we fact check you. You go, oh no, because
You don't care about
made the
fact checking,
point.
Gibbs.
Bitch,
I've tried-
Corey's done that to you like 5 different
I've
times.
tried to-
And
Admiral. I love you,
have
brother.
Wait,
But
I have
Corey's
wait,
fucked
wait.
you up on the fact
wait,
check.
wait. I've
Corey's
tried-
fucked you up on a few
Hold
fact
on,
checks
we've
more
fucked
than
each
once.
other. Hold on,
Remember,
we've
Gibbs?
found- we've
Wait,
gotten each
Gibbs,
other
Gibbs,
before in fact
Gibbs,
checks.
There's
Yeah.
remember when I tried to fact check Grid on his 9 million illegal immigrants in New
Sure,
York? And you're like,
I'm not
oh, it
saying
doesn't
no
matter.
one
It doesn't matter.
does
So you
it.
don't care
Oh,
about
no, no,
fact
no.
checking.
No, hold on.
It was
you
at least
agree.
10
Here's-
million.
Yeah,
Hold on,
and you
hold
so
on,
you agree that
Corey.
that was a bullshit claim, Gibbs, right?
Oh, I said it then. I said it
you
then. It
didn't.
was
No,
wrong.
no, you
Yes,
didn't.
I did. I
No,
said.
no.
I love
there's not even-
I love that
no,
Corey
I said there's not even
remembers
10
the
million people in
fucking
New York.
claim.
I said
I had to
I
correct
I
that.
said
You
my
didn't
thing.
jump in and correct
Hold
that.
on, hold on. My exact words.
A
When
Canadian,
you
a
asked
Canadian
me,
can fact check when someone says there's 10
You
million
asked me-
illegal immigrants.
you asked
in
me,
New
what did
York,
I say,
and
Corey?
no
What
other
did I
American
say?
can
Hold
follow
on,
that.
I said
hold
there's
on,
not
hold
even
on.
10 million
Admiral,
people in New York.
Hold on, guys.
That's what I
guys,
said.
guys. Listen, I do remember that Corey fact checked first, and then Admiral Gibbs, you were like, okay, but he got this wrong. You were kind of backsliding a little bit for him, but
Yeah,
maybe
because
it was
I was
from an
my
honest
point.
place.
Grid was trying to
But
defend my
all I
point.
want to all I want to say is, Corey, it's not impressive that a Canadian knows about American politics, because even living in Canada, our politics are more important than what's going on in your politics.
True.
That's funny.
For
I
your
would not
day-to-day
dispute
life.
that. But no, but the fact that I know more, or rather, like because that's a total BS claim. Pretty much, he's essentially claiming
Sure,
that
Corey, I
half the
agree with
population
you.
in New York is
I
just
agree
illegal
with you.
immigrants, and no one else but me, the Canadian,
I-
there was a
No, you
flag on
call-
the play.
You asked me. Well, you asked me that, and afterwards I was like, yeah, I think that's more than whatever, and that's not relative to the point I was
You're
making.
giving-
I
we were giving
guarantee
you
you.
space.
I guarantee you.
giving you space to get the
if I
dunk.
said, if I
This
said,
is what
if I
sucks
said
about
that,
live streams.
if-
We can't just
if
like
I
roll
said-
the clip, boys.
if I said that hundreds of
You
black
can,
people are
and
shot by
someone pulled the
cops
clip
every year, Lactoid would be interrupting me nonstop. Okay, on
Yeah,
that
because
claim.
I've looked into the
Okay,
stats
that's
on
the
that one.
point. That's because
And
that's
you
the
don't know
point,
the
right?
population of New York, that 10 million is
No,
just a
hold
total
on. That's
BS.
I don't know
point,
how
right?
closely
You
I was
called him
listening to
out.
his claim, honestly.
Yeah.
You called them out.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on,
Well, as
Corey,
long as
you
you don't
called them out.
filter out the BS, then I understand. Okay, that know
No,
what you're
Corey,
pitching.
Yeah,
you
there's
did
only, like-
exactly what I did. You did exactly what I did. You said you didn't let him finish. You said there's not 10 million, and then you did a whole tirade. See, you're admitting that you did what I did against Joe. So I agree. I applaud that tactic. If you see something that's a blatant lie and you think they're just lying to make a point, I think you should go interrupt. I think that's something you should absolutely do. I don't ever lie. If I'm ever wrong, it's just because Jay gave me the wrong information. And now I have to go research it. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. You can admit
I mean, like,
ignorance, but I don't come
we're-
from a bad place. Some people are
Isn't
bad
Trump
faith
up
from the
to like
get-go.
30 million people under the Biden years, and he's like walking around saying
Goes up
30
about
million?
5 million each rally or each speech.
Came in the last
I mean,
4
nobody
years.
like nobody
If
knows
you're
how many
bad faith
illegal
lying, it's one
immigrants
thing.
are.
We know it's not
Right,
30
like-
million in the last 4 years.
In the last 4 years, no. But do we have 30 million illegal immigrants in this country? Probably. That's
Possibly
probably about
total.
right.
Yeah, probably total.
Yeah.
But he says it's just under Biden. He said Biden. led.
Yeah, but like the problem with Trump is that Trump
He's a
is
liar.
retarded,
That too.
and so like it's hard to tell if he's like lying about something
He
or
is.
if he's just like switching numbers because he's being sneaky, or if he's just switching numbers because he doesn't have a teleprompter, he doesn't prepare, he's kind of retarded, and everything is just a stream of consciousness. And like sometimes he mixes shit up and then he just gets away with it because the MAGA people will be like, yeah, what he said is true, because they're just as fucking Hegelian as a goddamn communist.
Well, if you say 30 million people are here illegally, and then he goes 30 million people under Biden, okay, yeah, maybe he lied about that, or maybe he was wrong. But I mean, like, it's not that much of a jump. The bigger point is 30 million.
No, it's a
people
massive
gotta
jump
go.
because the actual
Hold on,
number.
hold on.
in
Man,
the
do you
single
disagree that? Well, okay, let's just take this number and just say it's fact, just for fun, right? Like we don't have to agree on this, right? But let's just say the 30 million number is an unabated fact. There's 30 million illegals here. Okay, just that's the number. There's not one more, not one less. Okay, and so Trump knows, but they came partially before Biden, right? They came, let's say, 80% before Biden. The MAGA people, their message is, we want them all gone. And so when Trump says 30 million came under Biden, the idea to the MAGA people is like, oh, he's talking about all these fuckers. It's not like, specifically Biden. You know, like, you disagree with that, or do you agree?
No,
No,
yeah,
that's
I think
under
that
Biden.
Cope will. I think that Cope will like convince them when they're caught up of whatever situation they can justify whatever they're saying. Like Trump's saying,
You
that,
can
like,
just
we've
take
got
it from
$18
Trump.
trillion.
Trump wrote about this in the
I think
Art
that's
of
an
the Deal.
acceptable take.
Right? Trump wrote about this in the Art of the Deal. He talks about hyperbolic truth. And basically what he wrote, or his ghostwriter wrote, right, is that like hyperbolic truth is the concept that he says something
Cuban links
that
and
can that is
Trump
either
merch.
technically true or something that is like a lie but can be tied to the truth. And this is a prime example of that, where like let's say Heritage Foundation estimates there's 32 million illegals, right? And then it'll be like, there's 32 million illegals in this country, and they all came under Biden, right? And then the media will attack that position because what he just said is a lie. And then his people will defend him by saying, okay, what he's actually saying is that there's 32 million and a whole bunch came under Biden. He's just being hyperbolic, and you fell for the trap. And the trap is to get the media to engage in, Trump derangement syndrome or whatever again, and give a whole bunch of free advertising to his speech that he gave. And that actually bolsters his base and helps him. And that is a specific tactic and a way that he lies in his book. The problem is that he's gotten old and he's gotten kind of retarded and he's not as good at it as he used to. And so sometimes I think he's just saying dumb shit.
But the thing is, it's what's crazy that's happened is that he's gotten so much. He's gotten so much leeway to lie so much that like the honest reality. I don't know if people will say it out loud, or maybe some even will. That Trump is graded on a different level than anyone else in politics in the world. Trump is allowed to lie because it's like, come on, it's Trump. You know he doesn't mean it. Like Trump could come out and say like if you say that like, oh, Trump wants to take Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. Came and said, he's like, yeah, but that's Trump. Like we don't take that serious. He's allowed to lie. Like versus like if Biden even referenced something like that, it'll be like Biden's, they're gonna do it. They're locking everybody up. It's like, no, Trump says all
I
these things all
disagree.
the
I
time.
mean, I think you're kind of right. I think maybe you're a little bit biased there, but I feel like you're kind of right. Like I saw similar stuff with Bolsonaro. I saw similar stuff with Boris Johnson. Right? Like I think there have been other politicians that are like right-wing populists in like the last 10 years that are treated similarly, where they say a lot of hyperbolic shit and they're just like, yeah, but that's what they say. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying I think there have been other politicians, but like I kind of get what you're saying. He is graded on a different scale because he's not treated like a politician because
to
he
treat him
doesn't
like a
act
child.
like a politician, right? He doesn't go and be like, and that's God bless America. Like you look at Biden. Biden is like a carbon copy, of slightly more progressive in stage of like every other neoliberal Democrat president in the last 50 years, right? So like he gets treated that way. Trump is like a fucking, like a wrench in the system. And so he absolutely does get treated differently for better or worse. I think in this instance, you're probably right. It's probably for worse. But I mean, like,
I'm about to say,
but,
because
like,
people say
I
that, like,
agree. I just think maybe you're being a little hyperbolic, but like in spirit, I think you're probably.
I mean, like when he calls Ted Cruz's wife ugly, or says that, like, calls that
You got
like,
a dog
reporter
wife.
piggy, and that's what people do. Like,
Hold on, was that a lie
it's
though?
a joke.
Was he
Like,
wrong?
it's like how
Was it
like
wrong?
Your wife is a dog.
Or they
She's a
get
bitch, she's
the
a
worst.
bitch.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like we get to play it off as a joke, or the White House comes.
I don't
out
think
and
it was
says
a
that,
joke.
like, he's hyper, like he's the most transparent. Like the Trump just tells it like
Yeah,
it is.
Bam. I think Bam's right though, right? Like actually, so like I disagree with Bam's.
Only the
but
fucking MAGA cultists believe that he's fucking
No,
transparent.
hold on. Bam said the Cope thing earlier, right? And I will accept that. Like, I think they're both true. Like what I said and what Bam said is both true. Like, I think at one level, and I mean, to some extent, the hyperbolic thing is true as well, David. But like, I think to some level, yeah, I think people will cope and they'll like put the pieces where Trump wanted them afterwards, right? And I think that's like a combination of the cope and the hyperbolic thing. But at some level, I think he is just like being off the cuff him, right? Like he's calling somebody's wife fat and ugly, right? Sure, I think he actually thinks he's fat and ugly. Part of Trump's whole thing is like being impressive.
I know he believes it.
Yeah, he wants to put the gold shit all over the house.
He also has the
gaudy.
personality of like a drag queen.
No,
judge.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing as when he goes, "Oh, the Ayatollah goes."
That's
when I'm
so
talking to
true.
him, why'd you send me a photo?
You see the Phantom of
my
the
own house?"
Opera.
It's the same kind of mentality. You know what I'm saying? He's like, "Yeah, I sent him a photo of his own house." He's like, "Why are you sending me this?" It's like I'm better than you and I know it, or I have more power than you. I know it, and it's like a flex. I think that's part of like what he's doing.
He has like gay machismo energy.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And he kind of talks like a stand-up comedian or an entertainer.
All right, who is this?
And like Trump.
The Don.
Donald Trump.
The Don.
Yeah, like I mean, like if you take Trump, it's like
Not
what
a
was
boy.
that? Like there was that video that went viral like during the lead up to the election where it was like a dance party with Beyonce. You know what I mean? Like he talks like he's a judge on like a TLC show of like drag runway models, and he like talks off of the cuff, and then you combine that with like
I think
a
this is
populist
Yankees.
right-wing president. And then you also like you combine that with his politics as like a 90s New York Democrat, right? And like the combination of that creates a weird fucking dude that nobody knows how to deal with, especially when there's like this 15% of the country that is just like a full-blown cult of personality, like with this man, right? And so like it just like you're right, Bam. Like he's treated like he's something totally different because he is something totally different.
Because
In some ways that's good, in a lot of ways that's bad.
And like recently, a press, like a reporter asked him, like, "Oh, yesterday you said you would release the video of the second strike." And he's like, "I didn't say that. You're a liar. That's all you people do is lie." And then like immediately cuts to the clip of him yesterday. Yeah, I'll release the clip. And like no, and then we don't have to call him like it's like Trump lied. Okay, whatever. He like now he told the truth because Trump, no one's can physically call him out. Because they know if he does, then he's just going to take away their press
right. But like, do you think Trump? Here's a
anymore.
question. Here's a question to judge your consistency and your honesty here. Trump very clearly, blatantly tells petty, stupid, and ineffective lies consistently.
They're very effective
on TV. very ineffective. Is what
No,
I'm saying. Like they're
no,
just
I'm
like,
saying no. I think
no, I'm
I'm
saying
saying disagreeing. I think they're very effective. He lies and he
okay,
gets
they
away
might
with
be
it.
okay. If you're defining
They're
You
not
mean
good lies.
convincing, huh? Do you
getting
mean
away with it,
convincing or they're effective?
convincing, yeah.
No, they're
Like
not
what I mean when I
convincing.
say
Yeah.
ineffective, what I mean is like it's very easy to call him out on the lie.
Yeah, they're
very quickly.
unconvincing. Yeah,
Obviously, there's a portion of his base that just believes him no matter what he says, even if it's contradictory to what they said on Twitter 2 weeks ago. Right? It doesn't matter. But do you think that Trump is lying to the American people any more than Biden or Obama or Bill Clinton or any of these other like well-established, wealthy politicians that are making, that somehow have net worths in the billions despite pulling a 170K salary? Do you really think he's any more of a liar?
Yeah.
I don't. I think his lies are just different and they're dumber.
Yeah, I think that like other politicians, and this isn't like Democrat or Republican. I think that other politicians throughout history have, whenever they don't have a good answer to a question, I think that the reality is like that they don't want to lie on it, so they like, okay, we need to strategize on the answer. Now, if you call that the same thing, then sure,
No.
like by
What I'm
definition,
saying-
but it's like,
what
oh,
I'm-
what do you think is going on with the strike? It's like, oh, I'm not just gonna come out and say bullshit, but I'm gonna like, let's get together, let's get a political speak, let's come together with something that like fits whatever narrative.
No,
it's not gonna be a lie.
What I'm saying is Trump will lie about dumb, petty shit and just sell it like an entertainer. Meanwhile, Reagan will be like, what are you talking about, Noriega? What are you talking about, Iran-Contra? What are you talking about us toppling democratically elected communists in South America and is bombing people and having the CIA, run drugs into inner cities to fund enough money to support, narco terrorists in South America so that they fight different communist dictatorships so that like Chiquita can make a few more $1 billion. And like and what I'm saying is that like when you're
Buy Chiquita banana.
when you're trying to compare Donald Trump to that, and then you're like, see, Trump is actually more of a liar because he said he didn't say a thing. Meanwhile, these other presidents are doing horrific war crimes, all of them, and lying about all kinds of shit the deep state or the intelligence agencies are doing. I'm saying that when you have Obama presiding over, one of the intelligence apparatus tracking the the communications and the emails of every single American citizen, and he has his politicians and representatives from the State Department going on CNN and lying boldface to the American public about what information is tracked, and then all of a sudden fucking a new fucking file drops from oh god, what is the whistleblower in Russia? I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head, but you know him. Snowden, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden directly contradicts everything the Obama administration had been pushing. We're just like, oh, but you see, Trump called a reporter a piggy and lied about a statement he made yesterday. It's like, yeah, they're both liars. But like the idea that Trump is this special, unique. No, I'm not. I'm saying he's lying about big shit too, like the fucking Epstein documents. But what I'm saying is that like they're all doing evil shit, and like, as much as I agree with you that Trump is held to a different standard because he tells all these petty lies and it's almost like nobody cares, but also nobody has cared in American politics in the last 100 years while all of our presidents have been doing horrific, evil shit to expand the fucking neoliberal capitalist American empire across the entire world. But like all of a sudden we're really supposed to care about Trump lying. And it's like, no, I fucking hate them all. Why can't you agree that they're all evil pieces of shit liars? And I ask you, I'm like, well, who do you think is lying more? Who do you think is worse? And you're like, oh, Obama's not that bad, actually. It's, Trump is the real bad one. It's like, no, they're all bad.
No, I think that they're
evil.
No,
I think say Obama's evil right now.
I won't. I think Obama was a fantastic president. I think he's the best president of my lifetime.
Got it.
But actually,
how's that boot taste?
Biden was pretty
How's that boot taste?
No, I'm serious.
Does it taste like the blood of 1,000 dead children drone striked, or does it just taste like leather?
You should have asked what seasoning he uses, Fabian. You could have got the secret.
I didn't want to repeat your joke. I didn't want to repeat your joke. I had to subvert your joke by giving it a different flavor. And the flavor was the blood of Iraqi children.
I mean, I'll buy that.
By the way, lactoid needs some ingredients in a recipe if you got some. So
I was gonna bite that bullet and be like, listen, my portfolio really loved the Iraqi wild era. You know what I'm saying? We call that the Iraq cowboy days.
I'm about to say,
Fucking
bro,
invest in glow sticks, boys. If a war is about to pop off, invest in whatever company makes glow sticks. I'm just saying. Oh, you're muted, Bam, if you're talking to us. You're muted on stream. Fuck, I can't think of the name.
yeah,
Streamlabs.
Barack,
StreamYard.
Barack Obama, Barack Obama at least like sought to do what was legal. He sought congressional approval for his drone strikes, and got it. Now you can say that like, oh, okay, the entire system administration. You probably
Every
wouldn't,
president since the since World War II has just unilaterally violated the Constitution by engaging in war that is with based off of bullshit congressional approvals that on
Donald
terrorism
Trump.
or some other thing instead
Trump
of
doesn't give a
actually
fuck
getting
about Congress.
congressional approval.
He's doing
Yeah,
everything
because he's
actually
expanding.
unilaterally.
He's doing the same thing Obama did, which is utilizing the shit Bush set up in terms of like terrorism, and then just being like, oh, actually, if we call
Saint
these
Bush.
people terrorists
Saint
and
Bush.
we fucking designate them as terrorists, then we can drone strike their weddings. He's doing the same shit in Venezuela, or leading up to in Venezuela, that fucking Obama did in the Middle East. They're the same people. They're the same evil, brother.
No, one is doing something unilaterally, and the other is seeking congressional approval on what's legal and what's not legal. And you can say that like, oh, Congress came to a decision I disagree with, but congressional approval is completely different than non-congressional approval. You know what? Kill them all because I said so. I signed the pen.
So your argument, just to be clear, is that Obama went to Congress and got them to draft new legislation for him to engage in all of the fields of battle that he did in the Middle East by drafting entirely new congressional approval. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that's false. He did not. He used the same congressional approval that Bush had and just labeled organizations as terrorist organizations so that he could drone strike them. He did not get new congressional approval for all theaters of battle in the Middle East and North Africa.
No. What congressional approval did Donald Trump get? What did he seek?
He's doing the same thing Obama did.
No, he did.
Just designating, he's designating groups terrorist organizations so that he can then use past congressional approval.
No, you're infantilizing Donald Trump by saying they're the same because you feel like the consequences both end up bad, but they went through dramatically different.
First of all, I don't know how the fuck I'm infantilizing Donald Trump
because you're saying him
that doesn't
and
even
Barack
make
Obama
sense.
did the same thing. That they're just not like they didn't go through the same.
It's not
avenues.
infantilizing Trump. What I'm saying
Because
is that
you're
they're
saying that they
both
did the same
bombing
thing.
people without getting
It doesn't
congressional with
They
direct
did get
congressional approval.
though. Barack Obama's drone strikes are absolutely congressionally approved. Or yes or no? You disagree? You say no. Let's say we can just.
I've made the argument several times, right?
Okay,
Like there's no reason
we'll
for me
just
to
pull
make
facts.
the argument
About
again.
You're right. Facts don't care about your feelings. Shout out to that Jewish man who's getting ate up by his base. I also think it's disgusting. Like I'm watching the right. People say eat themselves. Not really. There's like I'm about to say they're not really eating themselves because they're not going to be a big tent. But I find it disgusting that like Ben Shapiro and Vivek like just now kind of found their realm where they want to push back against discrimination, and both of them are exclusively like Ben Shapiro only talks about anti-Semitism and Vivek's exclusively talking
when
about
they're the targets, it's easy to defend yourself.
Yeah, they're like, wait, yeah, this is like, the right doesn't have a space for this. I'm like, oh, okay, it didn't matter when it was about women or black people or the gays or the trans, but like now that it hits home, you have this purity testing of what it means to be on the right. I find that behavior.
Hey, quick question, Bam. Has there been a single critical race theorist that
God.
supports Black Lives Matter or any of those organizations that has called out anti-white discrimination?
That's called out anti-white discrimination?
Yeah,
systemically?
just one.
Or like
Yeah,
saying
systemic
like,
anti-white discrimination,
where
like
does that
DEI
exist?
programs.
DEI
where does that
programs
exist?
aren't systemically anti-white discrimination. I was about to say,
So,
what do you
so
think
it
DEI
doesn't
programs
exist.
do?
That's the argument. Got it.
No, I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said that's not an example.
So when Ben Shapiro defends Jewish people because he's Jewish, then that's a unique bad, conservative bad. When an Indian defends H-1B visas and anti-Indian discrimination, you're like, oh, see, that's only because it's coming for him. But when black people only defend Black Lives Matter or intersectionality,
black
but
people
refuse to acknowledge anti-white discrimination practices,
what
and in
is
fact
what is
champion those, it's good.
Okay, again, what do you think?
You're just a
DEI
fucking
programs
racist.
do? I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. We're gonna have round two of the earlier panel.
What do you
this
what do
is
you
exciting.
think DEI programs do? What do you think they do in practice?
In practice, they actively discriminate against white people,
How?
Specifically white males.
How?
By privileging other people that are not white and people that are
and
female.
what do they do by privileging?
They specifically
Wait, hold on.
target
Are we
to
already
hire
jumping into DEI?
individuals based upon their
Yeah,
race.
before we get into the topic, I got to fact check you,
Yeah,
Bam.
What's up?
Because you said that
Let's do opening before we do that.
Obama's strikes are authorized by Congress.
He sent congressional approval for what he could and could not do.
Yeah,
he didn't unilaterally.
I'm sure he got
decide,
congressional
Oh, he
approval to
did.
fucking
He actually-
bomb
I mean,
Anwar al-Awlaki when he
spoke to
killed
his
an
general.
American citizen.
He did get approval for that.
No,
'Cause
no.
They literally told him you're allowed to strike as long as I'm about to say,
Yeah, there is a 2001 standing authorization that applies to both Obama and Trump that gives them the right to do that. But there wasn't anything.
Which was my fucking argument.
There wasn't anything like extra that Obama did like with Congress that Trump hasn't.
that's not true. But
I just looked it up while you.
It is true. That was what I was trying to tell you. But even if it wasn't true, why is it somehow magically good if Obama gets permission to bomb a bunch of children and Trump just does it?
Because the oil,
The system, bros.
Yeah,
We live in a system, bros.
I'm
If the system bombs children, fuck that system.
2001 authorization of use of military force passed shortly after 9/11. It's standing. There's no expiration date. It provides the president the ability to do
Wait, hold on.
Of it,
hold on, Bam. The answer, I got Bam's back on this one. It's actually Obama didn't have to ask Congress because Bush already got it done, and
Yeah.
Obama was a very intelligent man, and so he just used what was already in place.
Wait, same thing with
listen,
Trump,
now, I
though.
didn't. Now, hold on. I bitch about how things are used all the time, but yeah, I mean, listen, Congress already gave approval to go whoop them foreign kids' ass. I'm just saying, like, listen, you know.
This is
So I don't know why y'all acted like you didn't have congressional. Obama already had congressional approval.
Yeah, this is the authority that Bush used, that Obama's used, that Trump's used, that Biden's used. This is the authorization that all these presidents are basing their drone strikes off of. Before his drone strikes, Obama didn't go to Congress and get permission or approval, anything beyond the 2001 authorization.
Yeah, because the greatest neocon in history already did that. You're right.
Do you believe that? I'm about to say, do you think that when Barack Obama ended up doing a drone strike that ended up affecting a U.S. citizen, you're saying that he didn't seek any advisement in regards?
We targeted the U.S.
Whoa,
citizen.
whoa, whoa! I think every president has sought advisement from them.
Not Donald Trump.
Yes,
Donald
of
Trump is unilaterally
course.
making these
No,
decisions.
Donald Trump doesn't know who these fucking people are. Of course, his military staff.
He's picking the targets.
He's omnipresent.
He's decided that he's made these decisions as to it.
So
this is literally just Trump derangement.
So wait, hold on, wait. Let me. So now the point
Donald
is.
Trump said as much.
Now the point.
You're gonna say again, we don't believe what.
Okay, hold on. Now the point has moved on from Obama went to Congress, and now it's just I don't have any proof of it, but I think Obama may have talked to his staff more than Trump did.
I never said that I didn't have any proof of it. I said that Barack went in regards to the because I think Scott brought up the airstrike against a U.S. citizen. I was like, wait a minute, Barack Obama actually he didn't just decide that he could do it and figure it out later. He sought out advisement on the legality of his decision, which is
within his own administration. I'm sure he probably talked to people.
Trump has done that several times.
What does he say?
He talks to his lawyers.
He's
now
talked
you can
to
say,
John
I
Eastman.
don't like his lawyers.
I was about to say he talks to his personal lawyers.
But hold on.
And also the White House lawyer.
No, Rudy Giuliani is not normal for Rudy Giuliani being part of his first administration. Isn't a normal thing. Your personal.
Okay,
lawyer.
you just don't like
That's
it.
crazy.
You
the
just
guy
don't
was
like
mayor
it.
of New York and was a politician and is a lawyer.
Speaking
Worked
of Rudy
against
Giuliani,
crime syndicates and got new laws passed in New York to deal with mafias. Is just like some random nobody. Like shut the fuck up.
DOJs. Sorry, I'm only half following this, but DOJs, for a White House will help the White House legalize whatever they're going to do, right? For with Bush,
correct,
right? He had, I believe his name is, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, John Yee, who was some random ass lawyer within deep in the bowels of the DOJ, right? And he came up with the torture memo. It's like, oh, all this is legal, right? And once it got just from this random motherfucker that no one ever heard of, right? They got that memo from him, and then they began torturing people, or at least
They're
deciding that they were going
enhanced
to torture
interrogation
people.
techniques.
Enhanced
motherfucker.
interrogation.
It's
Yeah,
just
like
some
they're
water
like,
and like a
It's
rag.
torture. It's torture when you put fucking, clamps on somebody's nipples. But if you lock them in a box in the fetal position and fill it with bugs
like
and
this.
then beat the box so the little bugs bite on them for hours on end and then only let them see the sunlight when you're asking them questions, that's an enhanced interrogation.
That's like a spa
technique.
treatment of some kind, right? It like eats
Hold
away
on,
the dead
that's,
skin.
Yeah,
hold
you know
on,
what I
that's,
mean?
hold
Like a
on,
mud
hold on.
bath.
Fabian, you know what you're describing right now? What most men ask their goth girlfriends to do to them. So I'm not going to.
Most men? Most men?
Oh God.
Bro.
I said the goth girlfriends, as I
Jeez.
specified. I'm
This
just
is
saying that seems like a
most
pretty.
men?
That seems like a pretty common Friday for about like 1/8 of the population. You know.
Brother, I feel like it's a self-report if I've ever heard one.
Don't worry, I'm a dom. I'm not a sub. Don't worry, I'm fine. I can tell these things.
all
I
right.
think
Sounds like
anybody
something
that
out of The
calls
Mummy
himself a
from
dom
Brendan
is so
Fraser's
fucking
movie.
lame.
That's right. I'm just specifying.
It's the lamest
All
shit every
labels
time,
are-
dude.
All labels are gay. That's all bad. Everybody hates labels.
I didn't say labels.
So-
I said that label's gay.
Well, I mean, I'm not over here taking it in the butt, so I mean, it's the opposite. You know, it's the opposite.
He's not over here taking the butt. Everyone remember that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
Point of information.
I believe it.
hold on.
There you go.
I'm sorry, everyone. We'll get started in a second. Before then, though, to our friend Scott. So, articles. All right. Hate crime hoaxes are more common than you think. This is by Jason L. Riley, and I know you've never heard of him. I haven't either. But according to his Wikipedia page, he is a conservative commentator.
Cool.
And sorry.
I said cool.
Okay. Okay, sure.
I was just like, I was letting you know I was listening. Sorry.
Oh, sure. No worries, friend. I'm just not looking at you guys, so like I
was looking down and like trying to find a space to like start taking additional notes, and then I realized that my son like drew random faces on some of the pages, so I was finding one that was free, and I was like,
Okay.
oh, left a little present for me. So I was slightly distracted, but then I was like, cool, get back into it. Got it.
No worries, friend. No worries. Anyway, this is an article that uses the Jesse Smollett case as a jumping off point, right? Well, I wanted to just talk about how like there are a lot more hate crime hoaxes in general, right? But specifically to talk to an article, right? Talk to an author who wrote a book called let me get this correct. As soon as it loads, it's hate crime hoaxes, how the left is selling a fake race war. Okay. Yeah, like his whole thing is about like how this, first of all, the left isn't selling a race war, but it's just saying that racial crimes happen, like these things are a thing. But anyway,
I mean, all crimes are motivated by hate, but yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that alone, friend. So
All
anyway,
crimes are
right?
passionate.
Like, yeah. So there's that, right? So using a Smollett case, like adding it to a pile of incidences where which are used to discredit the entire discussion about hate crime attacks, right? So there's that. There's also Sean Hannity, running chyrons. This is like once this is breaking, the fakeness of Jesse Smollett, right? Smollett guilty verdict exposes another media-driven hoax. Corrupt left-wing media mob fueled Smollett's lies, and just example of efforts to perpetuate hoaxes. There's Tucker Carlson, who I'm sorry if I can find the article. I got a lot of tabs open here. I apologize. Which one? Okay, here it is. Tucker Carlson talking about in real life hate crimes are rare. And he says sorry, there's a bunch of quotes here. Fox News host Tucker Carlson accuses activists of making up hate crimes, quote unquote, making up hate crimes, declaring Monday night that the U.S. is quote unquote just not a very hateful place. There's a longer quote here, though. I'm sorry, 1 second. Reporters take their numbers wholesale from partisan activists who pose as researchers or from wholly fraudulent organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center, which I know you guys hate. These groups use moral panics to gin up fundraising. They get rich doing it, so of course they continue. And he goes on about that, like the Smollett case.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like so. Look, I don't want to get super autistic, because you like put in the work to like make your counter argument, right? And my initial claim was against the concept that that conservative, like I think, sorry, your initial claim just goes too far, and that's a language thing, and I don't want to get like super weird with the language, right? I want to engage with this conversation honestly, because your initial claim is like a completely indefensible claim, but I know what you mean in the spirit. Because your initial claim is that conservatives use the Jussie Smollett to say like that all to discount all hate crimes, which is like not true. But I get what you mean and what you're trying to present, and I want to be like honest and engage with that. That if we could clean it up, and if I could steelman your position is that because of the Jussie Smollett case, that conservatives are casting dispersion on anyone that attempts to come forward with a presumed innocent until proven guilty, but also, if you're accusing someone of the crime of faking a hate crime, that's also kind of an innocent until proven guilty situation, right? There's a bit of a paradox there because both parties would be innocent until proven guilty, and that they're casting dispersion, making it more difficult to report hate crimes, that they're like trying to, overshadow reality. Everything that you stated, that they said so far seems perfectly reasonable to me. Now, you can disagree with that, or you can think that it's problematic because, as we know, if you constantly accuse people of saying that they're faking something, then people are less likely to come forward and report those crimes and that, et cetera. And like, I can take that as a counter argument. I can understand that, right? Like my only reason that I push back on it is that you seem to be initially selling this idea that people are saying hate crimes are all fake, that there are no that a hate crime has never occurred since Jussie Smollett, that they're saying that it can't possibly happen, and because Jussie Smollett, which is obviously not true, even of the most extreme examples that you present, but rather it would appear that what they're doing is they're attacking, BLM, which we now know is an organization that funneled a bunch of money fraudulently to many organizers and stole a bunch of people's money. That there are race grifters that are trying to sell, trying to exaggerate racial hatred and racial animosity, as a means of pushing DEI or pushing, defund police narratives or whatever the current political thing is that they think will solve the problem that they're ginning up. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. And I think Jussie Smollett is likely used, again, because it's the most well-known example. It's not like Jussie Smollett is special in the sense of like, oh, this only was only faked once. There are dozens of examples where different hate crimes by that were presumably targeted towards blacks or Jews later come out, and they were faked to gin up, either to get like a GoFundMe going or to like play victim, or because that person felt like a victim in some way and wanted to express it. And there's this thing that I see that I think interestingly it ties into this. And I saw this guy that used to do like a bunch of YouTube punk like prank videos, and he talked about this thing called it was like a new type of bias, and instead of it being like a selection bias or something like that, it was like a reality bias or something. I can't remember the term he used, but basically this idea where you see influencers will make fake videos, and then people will be like, hey, this is fake. And then people in the comments will be like, yeah, but this kind of stuff happens all the time though. And they use this often. Like you'll see girls on Instagram, they'll be like, my boyfriend was so mean. And then you'll go and you'll look at their account and they're selling like a new AI dating app service. And it's like they're selling the hatred that is occurring between, like, you know, incels or misogynists or red pillars or all these different groups towards women, and vice versa. They're selling like the feminist hatred of like all the toxic
hold on,
men
Fabian.
or whatever,
Hold on.
right? And
Like-
they're using a fake skit to sell something. And it's like, I
but
see a
Fabian-
similar thing here, and I think that's what conservatives are calling out.
hold on. Okay, like I do have an issue with what you're saying here. Like, I don't think just because someone makes like a fake skit and that, yeah, maybe some of them are financially motivated. Like, oh, if I make like the exact skits you said, and there's someone's dating, that's a thing. But we see this all the time. Remember that show? I think it's still on. It's What Would You Do? And they film people like live, like they'll be like the black guy bringing a white girl to his barbershop and seeing reactions, and then like who stands up, or it'll be like some other
like a bunch
crazy
of
interaction.
actors,
Yeah,
like,
what would you do? Yeah,
antagonizing.
and they do it right. And the reason for that is, and the reason why that's powerful is because in that situation, you're having a fake situation and you're seeing what real life people do, right? I think that does speak to it because people do say, hey, if I ever saw this in real life, I would do it. Well, now here's an opportunity, and they back up their actions or they engage in a different reaction, right? And I think that, like, when you say, oh, using a fake situation that's easily videoed and like we do a skit, I'm sorry, to do something, it takes away like all value. I don't think that's true.
But
I think
those
sometimes
aren't
you
any
have
claims
like
I
you
made, though.
can't. Well, yeah, but
I
I
didn't make
think
any
you're
of the
kind of
claims
like
you're saying I made.
Yeah, you're kind. I know you're not. You've kind of implied it though. When you're going,
No, I'm
oh,
not.
hold on, okay, what is the implication? If I say,
The
oh, I
implication
made it. Hold on. Let me just
those
finish real quick.
specific
If I make an
people-
implication that you just made, which is that, hey, I made a situation where it's, oh, my boyfriend's so shitty, and then they go to their profile and it's, oh, they work for a dating app or they get caught, like whatever. The implication is dismissing because it's only financial gain, and you don't talk about how this can be used in any other manner, which is why I should use the what would you do, and so it is implying that you are implying.
You're making up an implication that I didn't make.
No, it is because you're leaving out important other facts.
No, I'm not leaving out. What I'm saying is similar to like BLM activist organizations, media organizations that have this deep bias. This, you know, as Lactoid put it, you know, there's a demand for like stories to report about hate crimes and racism, and they have a financial incentive to really drum up selling the concept that we live in an oppressive white supremacist society, and you need our money so that we can support, you know, the policies, and we can support the things that would undo this white supremacy that we all live under. And that some people are engaged in faking hate crimes because of this cultural belief. Now, in the individual case, it's not always a financial gain, but I brought it up to take it out of the domain of race and just simply put it in a new area where it's like, here's an example where people
but it also is like shock value. Like you see, like I'll give you an example that just happened, right? We can look at the,
What does
like,
this
you
have
know
to
who
do with
Jack
my
Dorsey. Well, because I think you're missing a key part that I think that you're just implying that, like, with what you're doing here. Like, look
I'm
at
not,
what just
stop
happened, Jack.
saying I'm implying shit I'm not.
You are,
implying,
though.
please.
Listen, I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but the implication is that, oh, because certain groups do this, then it's not. I'm just saying that's what you're doing.
Unintentional implications.
So
Like, yeah, I mean,
just want
like if I use the Jack Doherty situation with Andre Arlovsky, right, that just happened, right? Maybe even in that situation,
I only know who one of those
but they get a
people
real
is,
Arlovsky. Well, hopefully it's Andre Arlovsky, but he's a multi-time UFC heavyweight champ. They like did the little purposeful bump thing and then tried to hide behind security. And also Arlovsky wasn't in on it, and he beat four of their ass. And right, and like that was a real reaction, right? But it was a fake situation where somebody went and did it. I feel like when you're using this kind of situation or your skit situation, and then you're saying, "Oh, it's only got a financial gain," you're taking away from the fact that
literally never
this
made that
illustrates
implication,
things.
dude.
Come
Like,
on,
you're just
you left out all
ignoring
this
my
other stuff.
argument to say that I'm
I
saying
do want to move forward.
that
Sorry,
fake
guys.
things are only for financial gain. That's not my argument at all.
I do want to move forward. To my friend Scott. I hear you, friend. If my initial statement was too bombastic,
Yeah, I was just
or
being autistic
maximalist,
about your statement, you know, but
Okay.
but you went and did the research and you were like, here's the things I see that are problematic. So I was trying to engage honestly with your thing instead of just being like, owned liberal, you know, what you actually said was this is a goalpost shift. I don't think you really meant it like that.
Yeah. So anyway, if my initial statement was too maximalist, then I withdraw it, right? I give a more watered down version of that. But okay. And we'll leave that there. Though I will say very quickly, right? because like I only looked into this after Ali had brought it up to us a few weeks ago. But like, yeah, the DoorDash girl thing, fucking wild. Wild. I actually saw.
Yeah, bro.
I actually looked into that. That
You
was
see what happened?
wild.
You see what happened to her in court?
Yeah.
She went into court.
I didn't see that.
She went into court, and her lawyers were asking that they not be publicized and that they not have cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah.
And then the judge looks at her and goes, "Oh, so now you care about people not being on camera?"
It was wild. That one was
He was like, "Oh, now you care about people's privacy not being on camera?" And then she like
actually
walked out like,
said-
"What the fuck?"
She actually said, like, no joke, that she was sexually assaulted by this. She was like, what? And she did.
I
and she-
wanna-
oh my god, conservative.
Yeah, I want to
conservative,
see I want to see the ring light camera, because like if dude
Yeah.
left his door cracked to where you could see his naked body coming up, then like there's an element of like potential perversion.
So like
or
the
something going
video
on.
I've seen, he's like passed out like because he was drunk or something.
Yeah.
like on
So,
his
like-
couch, and I guess he'd ordered DoorDash earlier, and like the door was like semi-open.
It's
Like,
like
this
this. It's
is-
like this. Like when a girl accuses a guy of rape.
She like
right?
walked in his
It's
house.
like rape, right? And then guys ask, are like, okay, where were you? What were you wearing? And then feminists get all in a tizzy about people asking what you were wearing. It's like, we're not saying you deserved anything because you were wearing something. We're in a he said, she said situation, and we're trying to look at all the available evidence to see whether or not you actually went to that guy's house on purpose, or whether or not, you did this. We're trying to ascertain your behavior and whether or not you're telling the truth. And sometimes what you're wearing can be a small piece of circumstantial evidence that determines whether or not your story's bullshit or whether or not your story's true. And like, just in the same vein, I want to see the ring light footage, because yeah, maybe dude was I'll say dude was just drunk and passed out, and maybe his door was like a little ajar. But if his door was ajar enough to where you're walking up the steps,
She
and
walked
the first
in.
thing you see is dude.
She walked into the house.
Right, but both parties admit that the door was cracked to a certain degree, and then she pushed it to film it and document it. And all I'm saying is there's a potential that dude was a pervert that wanted her to see his penis and was like, "Oh, I'm passed out."
Sure, Fabian. But
Right.
like,
You know,
but
and I
like,
wanna see
if
that
you watch,
footage.
have you seen the video of her video? She just like walks in.
I've seen her video,
Like-
but nobody's seen the ring
Yeah.
light footage because it was
Yeah,
given
yeah,
to police, but it wasn't made public.
Yeah, I've seen the video. Yeah.
So I don't know
but,
how
like,
much
I-
the door
I
was
just-
ajar before she
I was just
started
gonna
pushing
say
it
to,
open.
like,
I mean, hold on. What if you're
men's rights,
a DoorDash driver,
like
she
men's
opens
rights
his door?
activists, right? Like this is, or just any conservatives in general, right? Like after I know I said all that stuff about hey, hate crimes, everything that happened, right? But this is like the thing to be used against as a culture, right? Like the woman actually, there is a video of her, right? She took a TikTok video of her screaming, red faced, "I am the victim."
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
come
like-
on.
The likelihood that she
hope
just
she's
wanted to go
she's
famous
there's
on
like a
fucking
conservative
like
false flag, right? Like this seems like a play, like a skit you would make up, right? That a conservative would put out, and you're like, no, that's too
to make fun of girls on
yeah.
TikTok. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it
like,
seems
it's too
like
much,
it seems
guys.
like
it's
something
too
like
outlandish, it's too cartoonish. Like it's
it
crazy.
seems like a whatever podcast girl. Like
Yeah.
it's a caricature of like what
It's-
women are. But
it's
nevertheless,
wild.
I still hold out, because I don't want to be that motherfucker that goes 110% against her. And then like, a year later when like the court proceedings are finally through, we find out dude's like a serial flasher and nobody knew that. And
Fair
like,
enough.
dude's door was halfway cracked
That's
open
fair.
already. You know what I mean? Like you never know. Like chances are
Yeah.
probably not. But that's why those little pieces of evidence can be important, I think.
All right, so let's get started. Unless anyone has anything else they want to say. All right. There was other things I wanted to do for like a pre discussion, but like we got
I'm
thrown
listening. I'll
off
be right
there.
back.
But that's okay. Anyway, hello all. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated to you out there. This is Every Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here. Very excited to get started. You guys already had a preview of what this is about, so I mean, yeah, this group is truly fired up for this conversation, and I hope it'll be a good one. I hope it'll be a productive one. We're talking about race relations in America. It's always calm. So thank you all. Thank you, Bam, for gifting that sub earlier. Much appreciated, friend. Awfully kind of you. Guys, support the channel if you like our conversations, like the discussions, like the the personalities that come through here, like the different topics that we have. They're usually quite unique, but apparently there's the problem of me basing something on a viral article. Other people will do the same topic on the same week as me. Usually, though, I've got pretty unique topics. I'm gonna put that out there. But anyway, still, I appreciate anyone who does consider super chatting. We'll put your super chat on screen, and we'll have a great discussion about it. So consider supporting us that way or any other way on Twitch, YouTube. We also have a Kick channel, but I don't think that's monetized now, and no one's watching. If there is one person watching, shout out to you. I appreciate you.
Wait,
shout-
is there a similar process in Kick? Like you have to reach affiliate to be monetized? I thought Kick, one of the whole point of Kick is like you're monetized like right away and you get more.
Really?
Yeah,
Is that
it's
true?
no, it's way easier to Kick to get monetized, but yeah, you have to reach a certain point.
Okay.
You have to. It's like be live like 8 hours or some shit.
Oh, okay. Oh,
well then I think he's
And
monetized.
yeah, it's like be live like 8 hours, and I think there is like some number of like follower requirement, but it's like super low.
No, then I probably haven't reached that one yet. We're still working on that one. I think I've got like 4, 5.
Yeah, wait, I think it's like
that's like a 200% increase from like 2 weeks ago.
You can go. They literally have like
It's
Kick
very
groups already. You just be
low.
like, I need the follow up thing, and it's like 50 people.
Yeah, I'm
How
looking
much
right.
is it? It's 50 people?
No, it's 75 followers,
50 or 75,
5 hours
yeah.
streamed,
No.
5 unique days, and 3+ concurrent viewers. Average.
No.
3 is
That's
nothing.
crazy.
I have.
That's just to get
don't have
monetized.
I don't have 75 people following.
You can get that super,
I
so
haven't
easy
done
now.
it in 5 independent days, right? 5 different days of streaming. I think this is like my 3rd time. And I'm not sure if I've had 3 concurrent viewers. So we're working on it.
For Kick.
Yeah, kick.com. We have a TikTok too, and we're gonna put videos.
Just
there at some
fucking
point in
bot
time.
yourself the first 10 followers, 15, like everyone else in the world does, and get your shit
I'm
started,
still
man.
not
Nobody
that.
here
Like,
bots.
play the game.
Yeah.
What do you mean
no
you
one here
don't? That's
bots.
how everyone plays the game.
No,
I
I
don't
know
understand
that's
why
how
you
I-
wouldn't.
No.
Yeah, hey,
I don't
that's
understand
why
why you
my
wouldn't.
views remain steady when the bot apocalypse happened. Okay,
I'm
crime
not
isn't
saying
taken,
buy
okay?
150, but like a lot of people. So like this was a thing for TikTok. You can get 1,000.
My viewers went up
relatively
during
easily
the bot
on
apocalypse,
TikTok,
for the
and you
record.
can go live. And getting like viewers on TikTok is pretty easy when you're doing lives. However, when you're first getting started, and this is for people who don't necessarily know how to have a conversation amongst themselves, what people would do is just buy yourselves the first 5 or 2 or 3 people in chat, just so other people would come in and like have they wouldn't see a dead chat. No one wants to be the first person in the chat. That's kind of like
I
what
get you,
I'm
but
saying.
I haven't unlocked TikTok Live because I don't have enough followers.
Buy
yet,
the
so-
followers.
You can buy everything, Brett. Just buy everything.
No,
has-
man.
That's
like,
right.
Yeah, just
And
buy
you can
everything.
make
You
it
can
there.
buy
Full
stuff
your
price.
your own
make it, you
channel.
know?
Man, you guys
You
don't want
can
to
be
do paid
famous.
I only know
that's
the
fine
game.
with
Right.
me.
At least just trying to give
okay.
you the
You guys
sauce.
don't want the skills. You don't want the hacks and the little cheats. That's fine. Everyone wants to
Yeah,
be a
yeah,
noble
yeah.
Tell them,
streamer.
Ollie. Hey, you know
I'm
who?
a noble
Hey, Ollie,
streamer.
you know who you
I'm
sound like a lot
I
right
like the
now?
hacks,
You know who
baby.
you sound
What?
like?
What?
You sound like me. You're just
Yeah,
listen.
who's
There's
a
a way
noble
about.
streamer? What are you guys talking about?
That's a good
I mean,
point
like,
because I
I'm
think a lot
not-
of people aren't. But
Yeah,
it
I'm
is
not.
what
No
I'm
it
not
one
buying
is.
bots. I'm not buying.
I'm not buying bots,
And,
but
You,
like,
you
you
don't
know what the
buy them
grace-
forever, and you don't buy them
Right.
to inflate your numbers in the real time. But to get a chat
A lot of people
started,
do.
for a lot of people, don't do that. That's fine. But to get started, I think it's okay to do that kind of shit. I think it's perfectly
yeah.
fine. There's a different playing field when it comes to streaming, especially nowadays. Like
Well, I don't think anyone considers it immoral per se, but
no, but like no one wants to do it because they don't want to get caught. Honestly, I think is what it is. No one wants to get caught having I'm not saying you specifically, but a lot of people don't want to end up getting caught having like bot followers or
bots
bot
chat,
like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's it's not about it's not about
I-
immorality. It's about everyone wants to be like
no one's
I'm
typing
an
in
organic
my
streamer.
Kick chat. I can assure you right now, like it be what it be, right? But I appreciate if you are out there and Kick, shout out to you. Anyway, all right, so we can move on. Support the channel, super chat and stuff. It's really helpful if you do. All right, let's get started. Topic. A recent viral article in Compact Magazine makes the claim that within the last decade, millennial white men have been systematically discriminated against when it comes to job hiring. The article lists stats that show in some select areas, white men have seen a drastic loss of opportunities. Specifically, it points to DEI as the culprit. Assuming the data presented is true, do you think this is a problem? Is it okay that white men are now underrepresented in some fields? Do you support Trump's effort to dismantle the DEI regime? Um, or if you do think that some correction needs to be made, should a more nuanced approach be taken? And of course, guys, just so you know, right? This when I was reading this article, right, I was thinking of my main man, Lactoid. So, he was on my mind. This is his whole thing. This is a gift, Christmas gift, right? Early one to my friend Lactoid. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun with this topic. But yeah, so in case you haven't read the article, it's a very long article, very long article, but it's a worthwhile read, one way or the other, whether you agree with it or not. Talks about how in these different areas, screenwriting is one, the news industry, right, being like a journalist is another. I'm sure there's another.
Briefly talks about tech, but it just
yeah,
barely
yeah, yeah.
touches it.
Yeah, barely touches it. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. So it hits these areas, and specifically, it's talking about like hiring, right? But it also talks about like in the end, like how some newsrooms like have like just shifted altogether. Their demographics have just like wildly shifted. Um,
And the inability of people to move up in the company is a big part of it.
yeah, indeed, yes, as well. That's the thing that it talks about as well. It makes these claims, and it specifically like I think something it adds to this conversation. At least I hadn't seen previously, is the idea that this is a generational, right? When we've talked about this before, it's just been white men in general are having some sort of issue, right? Or being oppressed, whatever, right? Specifically, this points to there was a point in time, right, around 2012, 2014, right, where there was a shift in mindset. And like hiring practices changed, and that hit millennials specifically very hard. And the Gen X white men, right, were fine with it. In fact, according to the article, they assisted because they were in charge of these departments, and it wasn't like a black man or a black woman there like was pushing these policies. This is Gen X white men, according to the article, pushing these policies, right, and saying how much of an ally they were, it's again, it's a fascinating article. Suggest you all take a look. So I want to know, like, what are your thoughts about like the evidence presented, and do you think that we need a better approach? Do you think that the article is completely spot on? We'll just see where we go from there. But we'll start, of course, because it's his time to shine. Start with Lactoid.
All right, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I actually did this debate a few weeks ago with Gibbs. Before I did the same debate today with Gibbs. Before I'm about to do another debate on this topic with Gibbs.
Someone give this man a cape.
I'm gonna give an intro here that I had written down, and it's gonna sound a little bit familiar to Gibbs, but probably not for the rest of you. So I'm going to read part of what I had written before. DEI can mostly be defined by explaining each of its component 3 words. Diversity, increasing the amount of individuals from communities that are perceived to be different than the perceived dominant group, in this case white men, for its own sake. Equity, giving specific advantages, resources, or preferences to non-white men or women in order to achieve a equal outcome, specifically measuring equal on a group level as opposed to any kind of individual level. And inclusion, aiming to create an environment more attractive to minority groups by aiming to make those groups feel more comfortable, and simultaneously, often, making white men feel less comfortable. Therefore, DEI is a broad umbrella term that includes a multitude of policies ranging from enforced quotas, affirmative action, bias education plans, and monetary benefits for those not considered part of the dominant group, aka all the non-white, non-straight men and women. I will
Holla at ya,
argue.
boys.
I will argue that broadly, with a few exceptions, DEI policies in the United States should be opposed, and they're bad and they're racist. For the following reasons. They're patently unfair in that they treat individuals as merely members of a group as opposed to individuals with their own lives and experiences, and then discriminate against said individuals. 2, they serve to undermine individuals' own conscience by pushing left-wing ideology that opposes things like liberty, locus of control, market freedom, and in some situations, parental rights. They are definitely left-oriented in their aims. And 3, they put less qualified people into positions of public trust when a meritorious system would yield more qualified people. I had written down a bunch of examples of this. However, I think it's more topical to talk about the examples that were presented in the article by Mr. Savage. He puts down a lot of numbers, which I think is helpful, because oftentimes when we start talking about DEI, especially now that it's less popular, right? A couple of years ago, you wouldn't have had this problem. But now that it's less popular, people want to deny what it means, right? People don't want to talk about its existence. Oh, that's not DEI. That's that doesn't happen. What are you talking about? That's nothing. That's just sending out more flyers or mailers for the job opportunities. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. He goes through in painstaking detail through multiple institutions, many of which he tried to apply to, the number of applicants and the number of people who moved on to the second round, the short list, and the people who were eventually hired. And what you see consistently amongst a lot of these organizations, including NPR, which, by the way, is at that point in time the government, the vast majority of the people actually getting hired are not white men, despite the fact that in many cases most of the applicants are white men. That group is shrunk and shrunk and shrunk until it is underrepresented of its population group in America, and other groups do not have the same treatment. I understand his frustration. You look at a bunch of old white men who are in positions of power and you say, hey, look, white men are doing fine, while ignoring the large group of young white men who are not them, who do not share their individual experiences. They are not them. They might share a skin color, but they are not them, and they have to suffer the consequences for that, for something they didn't choose. Which, I mean, if we want to say discrimination is fine, okay, but you can't have it only one way. You can't have it, well, it's okay when we do it, but it's not okay when you do it. There's plenty of other examples I'm sure we're going to get into. Affirmative action, I think, is the kind of most historically prolific one. Grants that DEI, city DEI programs in which they have grants exclusive to certain racial groups and minorities, as opposed to that you're just simply not eligible for if you're a white man. Scholarships, of course. And let's not forget the President of the United States saying you're only eligible to be in the Supreme Court if you're a black woman. And by the way, you're also only eligible to be my vice president if you're a woman, preferably black. I think there's a little bit of a counter push to this, but I'm concerned that we're kind of the backlash to that might be coming too quickly. Regardless, DEI sucks. It's racist, and I think we all should have been ashamed, or a lot of Americans should have been ashamed for ever supporting it in the first place.
Thanks so much, Lactoid. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Okay, so I'm probably going to agree with most of what Lactoid says here, so I don't really need to reinvent the wheel or reiterate. I want to talk about it from like a libertarian perspective here, right? So first and foremost, I do not care if a company wants to hire all women or all blacks or all Indian H-1B visas or whatever. Let that company survive in the market whatever way that they will. Right. So if a private institution, be it academia, be it, tech company, whatever it is, they want to engage in the market. And the way that they want to do that is by refusing to hire white people, then let them see how they fare, right? And against companies that will hire white people, especially when they're specifically targeting minority groups. that are, you know, a small portion of those hiring, they're just not going to get the best of the best if they're being racist in their hiring practices. The problem with DEI that most people don't understand is that it is anything but a free market. It is heavily mandated, subsidized, regulated, and forced across the entire global economy. So I'm going to just touch on a few ways that this is a problem. Starting with like kind of the weaker arguments, right? You have Title IX, which comes in 72, and this has been used to have a lot of legal restrictions in academia and supposedly private institutions that come under public authority because of student loans that demand that women, you know, get grants, that women get opportunities not based off of merit, but based off of the fact that they're women, sports programs, etc. Like, then you get, you know, affirmative action, which, you know, at one point in time maybe even made a little bit of sense. But it definitely didn't make sense all the way up until 2023, where Harvard finally loses in, you know, in the Supreme Court to actually make affirmative action supposedly illegal. And what do we find is that Harvard is still engaged in affirmative action. They're just doing it under different means, and they're finding loopholes. The other part is that, you know, so this is part of one of the things that Trump stopped is the equal opportunity. So under the law, employers have been forced across the entire country to where companies that are of over like the size of 100 employees are looked at based upon disparate impact theory. So critical theory has been the law of the land under the Biden administration that has demanded that companies that have a disparate impact, which is they hire too many whites, to be investigated by the federal government and potentially fined or, you know, face criminal charges because they don't hire enough minorities. But that doesn't work the other way around. In no way, shape, or form is there a disparate impact where a tech company hires 97% or 94% or 68% minorities and doesn't hire that many white people. Now, there are other programs that aren't necessarily racist and aren't necessarily anti white, but do have an effect, right? Walmart uses this massively where they use work opportunity tax credits, right? So there are a bunch of government programs that are designed to help underprivileged people. And these people have DEI advisors and people like that working in them so that if you want to get a 98,000 per employee tax credit from the IRS, then you need to make sure that you hire underprivileged people. This is people that were formerly in prison, people that are low socioeconomic status, etc. And you have DEI advisors at these companies working within this system so that they gamify the system to specifically try and help minorities. And helping minorities means you get tax credits, you get tax write-offs, so long as you're not hiring too many white people. And it's like a suburban kid that gets kicked out of his house for some reason isn't worthy of a tax credit, but a black kid that comes from a poor neighborhood, he's worthy of the tax credit. And so these are things that like have what you might say a disparate impact on whites. But of course, it's only in one degree. You have a ton of federal grants. The Biden administration had a legal demand from the Department of Justice that all grants that in each domain, depending upon what they were dealing with, 10 to 20% of them, regardless of merit, had to go to people of color and minorities. So this is government tax money legally required to sometimes discriminate against white people if there are too many white people in that category. You have massive, this isn't government institutions, but this is moneyed interests, and they are wrapped up in governments and wrapped up in NGOs, Ford Foundation, Chan Zuckerberg, Rockefeller Foundation. You have a lot of large things that do get government money, that do work with governments across the globe that are massively pushing this. One of the biggest offenders would be the ISS and Glass Lewis and Company, which have 97% of the entire US market in terms of private equity advising. And both of these people, until the Trump administration came in, have been heavily pushing diversity, equity, inclusion. So what does this mean? This means that if you are a corporation in the operating in the United States and you do not get a high enough ESG score, you will be lambasted by these private equity advisor companies, these two that have 97% of the market, and you will be ranked lower, you will lose money, and most importantly, you will get higher interest rates on all loans that are needed to do day-to-day basis. Now, it's also important to note that until 2024, under the Biden administration, the Security and Exchange Commission was working with NASDAQ, and NASDAQ specifically made it a requirement that if you were a corporation and you were on the NASDAQ, that you had to report your filings on your diversity in your board and within your company, and that they demanded that you explain exactly why publicly you were not hiring enough people. You had to go through this kind of like struggle session. And that was stopped by the Fifth Appellate Court in 2024, and that's on pause, potentially going to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not the Security and Exchange Commission can just like violate the Civil Rights Act because it's not intended for white people or some shit. It's also important to note that BlackRock, Vanguard, and many other major hedge funds, they cede voting authority on most issues to ISS and Glass Lewis and Company. So these private equity advisors that are heavily pushing this are also getting the majority of the voting on like what proposals different boards and things like that take care. Now, you also have the UN, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all have sustainable developmental goals of different types where they are pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they're working on regulating. Now, the biggest thing, the biggest dampener towards a company being incapable of not bowing down to the woke mob and intentionally refusing to hire white people and actively and systemically and racially motivated discrimination of white people across the entire world economy is the green bond scheme in the European Union. The way that the green bond scheme works is that if you are a company, you can meet certain voluntary goals. And what these voluntary goals are is they allow you to issue bonds that are separate from regular corporate bonds or stock. These are called green bonds. These bonds in many countries, like in France, have tax exempt status. So what you can do is you can issue bonds, and those bonds can be exempt from taxation in certain countries, or they have less regulations, and they identify you as one of the good guys. In order to be able to issue these green bonds, you have to have high ESG scores, environmental sustainable governance, which is essentially diversity, equity, inclusion is heavily a part of the governance portion and the sustainability portion, and even somehow magically a part of the environmental situation. And if you doubt me, all you need to know is that Tesla has one of the lowest ESG scores of any corporation in the world. The company that makes electric cars and solar panels and batteries has one of the lowest environmental scores compared to companies that literally destroy the environment and get conflict minerals in Africa from slavery somehow get better scores. And the reason they get better scores is because it's not about environmentalism. It's about a scheme of funneling tax dollars into NGOs that then purchase green bonds. And so the problem is if you are a company, even if you are in America, even if Trump stops every bit of this DEI bullshit, if you operate in the global market and you do not follow diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives heavily, then you are at a massive disadvantage of working in the entire EU, and you will be bullied into either doing this or being at a massive comparative disadvantage like Tesla is, despite the fact that Tesla should have a high ESG score. So that's just some of the examples of how world governments, financial institutions, et cetera, have forced a systemic global oppression of white people so that they can advantage blacks and women and other minorities. Well, not minorities, because at a global scale, whites only make up like 7% of the population, but like in Western societies where they are a majority in most of those countries.
Okay. We already have plenty to discuss there. But thank you, Scott. Let's go to our friend. And before then, thank you, Frozen Knight, for being so kind as to follow us. Even a long-time Twitch supporter. Thank you for following us on Kick. But okay, go ahead, Corey.
I'll try to keep it brief. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, and Substack is Corey Campbell. And on the topic of my Substack, okay, I wrote about an experience at a biotech company that I had. And so I'm a millennial male, but I'm Canadian, okay? And even though I'm not white, I'm essentially treated as white because I'm effectively pretty much white, at least presenting. But yes, I'm Canadian, so maybe my experience with DEI might be a little bit different. But generally speaking, what happens in the United States at this level, and Canada is, I think, overall more a little bit left leaning than the United States overall. But I got hired at a company where I can read you. So in my post, I go through in detail, okay, pretty much my entire experience there, the hiring process and all that stuff. You can even see the offer letter that they gave me. But they have a diversity statement, and I could read it. Diversity is ingrained in our company DNA. Currently, 80% of Ellie's team identify as women, and 60% as part of another minority group. We are committed to building a truly inclusive environment as an equal opportunity employer. And well, I got hired at this company. And like, although I was fired after 5 days, but I don't take it personally. And well, I'm sharing this. It's on my Substack. And included in there are audio recordings of my final meeting with them. Okay. And I make my case of why they fired me after 5 days. But at the end of the day, I didn't cry like a baby like Lactoid. Okay. I'm now self-employed. I find it so funny that like Lactoid likes to talk about locus of control, okay? But like now then when he's the victim, okay? Now when the shoe is on the other foot, okay? Now it's like, oh, I can't control anything. I'm now the victim. Because at the end of the day, he's just a big baby, okay? That's why I can bully him so easily like I did like a month ago, okay? When I bullied him so hard, he accused me of toxic masculinity. Never forget that, okay? Because when pressed against the wall, Lactoid goes woke. Because at the end of the day, he is a socialist, okay? He's a baby. And so if you're not getting hired, okay, at this point, that's on you.
You made a baby take his shirt off? Is that what you're saying?
We
Yeah,
did.
I did.
No, it was
Kind of
child porn.
creepy. I don't know.
It was child porn here.
And he was so scared to do it, okay, that he need to be paid to do it, okay? He was
And the
floor.
TikTok
Wow.
just got deleted.
yeah, right. Indeed, right.
Sorry,
but,
Allie. I don't know if you were streaming
okay.
it there.
Epstein.
This was the greatest opening Corey has ever made, right? The entire time. He's been here for many years. This was the greatest opening, right? It was fantastic. I'm not saying whether it was factually correct or not. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying as a piece of entertainment, right? As an artifact on this channel, as a text, this was the greatest thing Corey's ever done. And I loved every second of it. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's move on to our friend. That's cute.
Okay.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Okay. So I agree with the author, Jacob Savage, that white millennial men have faced discrimination. And Lactoid and Fabian Liberty, they've already covered most of the evidence, and I'm sure they probably research this more and they will get more into it probably like throughout the rest of this discussion. So I am not going to focus on that. What I'm going to focus on is the other question, which is what has the impact been of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion upon our culture, and specifically on these 3 different areas. And the reason I want to focus on that, and why I don't want to focus on proving or disproving it in my opening, is because I have a sense of what I think the opposition is going to say. I think the opposition is probably going to say something to the effect of that white men are simply learning what equality feels like. People of color have suffered for years under discriminatory hiring practices. And just as Corey just mentioned, why should we care about white men complaining and crying about not being hired? And I think that there are roughly 3 reasons for that. The first one is that 2 wrongs don't make a right. And I think that this is something that is true both for some, not all, but for some white men. And I also think it's true for some people of color who have promoted DEI, which is that there seems to be and this is shared across the political spectrum, a politics of resentment, where the goal of talking about DEI is not really about trying to figure out what policies make for a good society, what policies are needed, what improves and makes the Americans' lives better. The point is to stem from a politics of resentment. It is to say, aw shucks, now you know how it feels. Okay, sucks to be you. Okay, I have committed an act of revenge. And I think that fails horrifically as a serious legal justification. That is not a serious argument. So I do not take that seriously. So that's the first reason. The second reason is I just want to ask about what the impact has been. So, while it may be true, and it is true, that people of color have been discriminated against for years, and not just by hiring managers, but in multiple spheres throughout our lives on the basis of skin color, the fact that when we look over the stats, that despite this huge, massive push for over at least accelerated over the past 15 years, the majority of people that are still in positions of power are still majority white, and it still did not usher in this golden age of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it seems, based off of the stats that we can see. I'm not really sure how effective these policies were in achieving even what they claimed or wished to, which means that their selection can't be boiled down simply to racism, and that there is some other systemic factor that is preventing people from diverse backgrounds from being successful within these different fields. And finally, the third one, which is one I hope that we can get into. These policies, especially over the past 15 years, and I think that Scott and Lactoid have both mentioned this. I think that there are policies before, when the article starts off at about 2014. Like, we can go back to 65 with Lyndon B. Johnson with the affirmative action. We can go to the 70s for, I mean, is the American with Disabilities Act from George Bush, is that DEI? Are veterans benefits, is that DEI? I mean, like, I think
Yes.
there are, I think what I'm going to say here is not going to be a surprise. I think there are some DEI policies like veterans benefits, like the Americans with Disabilities Act, that I don't think that I have much of a problem with, which we can get into. But the overall impact of the types of policies that we're talking about have been a dispiriting disaster for the American people. Over the past 15 years, faith in public institutions has largely eroded. We are on the brink of a horrific future and major backlash as a consequence of this cultural shift. The three that he mentions across universities, journalism, and media, the evidence suggests an overwhelming negative effects. Academic freedom was constrained, trust in media has eroded, and storytelling in television and film does not seem to have truly achieved greater diversity, and it does not seem to have improved in quality, which I grant you is a subjective statement I'm making, but we can talk about like the films that have won like the Oscars like over the past 15 years, and we can compare them from 1995 to like 2010, as well as like television shows that have come out like comparatively between these two past 15 years. I grant you it's subjective, but my subjective opinion is that from 1995 to about approximately 2010, that most television that produced arguably some of the greatest American television that we have ever seen, and we have not seen a reawakening of that. And I think that some of that is due to these policies. So I emphasize this because, and I'll stop here. I'm going to pause here. I don't want it to be the case when the opposition says, well, we know that there are fewer young white men being hired. We just don't care. Sucks to be you. Why should we care? I don't want the conversation I want to explain why we care. And the reason why we care is because it's unjust. Two wrongs don't make a right. And it seems to have not been effective in promoting diversity. And three, it has had an overwhelming negative effect on the cultural morale of the American people, as is evidenced by what is happening right now.
Okay. I appreciate that, FQ. FQ had an inkling of what the other side would say because we had a conversation yesterday,
We did,
right?
yes,
Where I
we
talked
did.
about,
We did,
so she had an
we did.
inkling of what other people would
Yes.
say. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Moving on. Thank you, FQ. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, first I want to say, Lactoid's right. Some of what I'm going to say is going to sound very familiar, Lactoid. We've debated this many times now. But I actually brought a second half specifically for this debate because I feel like I think there's some new that needs to be added to this, right? And I want to talk about two values that are key, right? And one of those is bitch assness, and the second one is corruption. And basically, if you advocate or push for DEI, you have a severe case of bitch assness. That's what you have. It's pathetic. It's sad. You're a loser. And it's really that simple because all it is it's saying you are not good enough to do this on your own. You're a pussy. You needed help. And guess what? Here's my dick to you. Suck it, and we'll just take you to the promised land. And that's what it is. It's welfare. It's DEI in hiring. It's affirmative action. It's all these things. It's bitch assness, right? And it's really pathetic. And we see this, it doesn't come out with good outcomes. We talked earlier, the first debate I was on about this. We looked at the NFL and we looked at how, meritocracy actually made the best system here. They picked off who was the most athletic, and now 48% of coaches are African American. Now we have 16 of the first starting 32 quarterbacks right now are African American, and it goes higher when we talk about the mixed race people going in. Now, going on to my second point, which is corruption. I am Hispanic, and I earlier dressed as a luchador, and now I'm dressed in my Dominic Mysterio gear, and it says Sucio, specifically because this is going to be a callback to something, but I know that a part of Hispanic culture is cheating. We are all corrupt, cheating bastards, whether it's in relationship, whether it's in business, or whether it's in education. And I knew that, hey, if someone else is going to take this piece of shit advantage that these bitch asses have put in, then I'm just working at a disadvantage. So I, being an intelligent Hispanic man, decided I was going to cheat. I was going to cheat and take advantage of this situation. And guess what? When I applied to colleges, one of the programs I applied to at Texas A&M that let me into a bunch of classes was this program called Aggie Access. And when I got in there, I tried to sit there and stomach it. But it was literally, should have renamed the program, should have been How to Make a Man a Bitch. That's what it was. You would go in there and you hear about how evil white men are, how gender studies is good, how basically we should take our dicks and tuck it and be a vagina, and how no black man can do anything without, the help of daddy government. And it was disgusting. And I eventually couldn't take the benefits of it and had to drop that program and leave. But it did help me get an A&M because guess what? I'm Hispanic and I qualified. And that should gross you out. It's disgusting. It's pathetic. And listen, I got to say, as somebody that's Hispanic, if you don't go and take these kind of advantages, it's gross. But the rest of your life, you feel gross because it's like, oh, let's say I compared to Lactoid and he's fully white and I look fully white. He looks fully white, but I'm technically Hispanic and we have the same grades. Guess who's getting in? Not his bitch ass, my bitch ass. And guess what? I feel like a puss. I feel like a pussy, and you should too. Because if you have to take these advantages to get somewhere, it's a gross thing to do. It's gross, but unlike these other people, I'll admit that I'm a gross individual, and I will take those advantages as long as these dumbasses keep giving them to me. And I just want to say we should abhor that. We should move towards a full meritocracy and get rid of these advantages because there's no benefit. It breeds a generation of pussies. That's what we're going to get if we keep doing this. And I'm sorry to say, I like to eat pussy. I don't want to be a pussy.
You mean like Lactoid?
Amen.
Shots
You really want to
fired.
see my nipples, Corey? What the fuck?
No, actually, I don't. No, I
You
don't.
really want to see them?
It's
For a
very
second time, we
weird.
do.
When did
Can
I
I
say
see your
that so
nipples?
far?
Okay.
I don't. Believe me, I don't.
Okay.
I can tell you why, but that'd be too mean.
Calm down, Corey.
You want to tell him
Right.
why you want to see his nipples?
No, why I don't.
Why he doesn't? He just wants my shirt
I'm
off.
down
He
to see
doesn't
your
want to see
nipples.
my
Wants to
nipples.
confess.
If you
it
want to
sounds
show your
like.
nipples, Lactoid, I'll look at them.
Put yeah, you can put like a nipple tape. That's what the e-girls do, right? Over.
I've got
Nah, he
nipples,
has a
Corey.
piercing
Can you
he
milk
doesn't want to
me?
show.
Ah,
Is it the left
he's
one or the
got a
right one,
piercing.
Lactoid?
It's gonna
Is it the
stab. It's
left
gonna
one or the
stab
right
through the
one?
tape. I can't. Yeah, I can't. Shit gets kinky over at my house. I don't know about you guys. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
is it the left one or the right one is all
I-
I need to know.
I know weird shit
I've
happens in
got-
Lactoid.
yeah.
I'm positive of that part. Well, let's go
Yeah,
to
foot
our,
stuff maybe. Weird foot stuff.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Foot
He
stuff,
looks-
nipples. This
he
is
looks
way
like
too
a
He,
much.
he doesn't. He doesn't like to eat the puss, but he likes to
Lactoid.
eat the foot.
Lactoid looks like a foot guy.
Whoa, let's not go too far. What the fuck?
You guys are going too hard on the foot stuff, people, okay? Because I have been on foot fetish websites against my greater judgment, and
No,
I
don't
was
say
expecting to
that.
Better
see
question.
very weird.
don't,
You ever
no.
been on Feed Finder? It
Hold
is
on, better question,
literally.
Fabian. Better
It
question.
is
good. Have you
literally.
been with
It
somebody
is
that's got a foot
literally
fetish?
just. It is literally just tasteful photos of women
No,
with long
Fabian.
legs.
Have you ever
I
been with
was
somebody
so
with a foot fetish?
confused.
No,
I was so confused. I was like, clearly these are degenerates. I
Why are
have to see
you
what
why are
they're
you
into.
shutting down the people of color at
you
the
know,
bottom that probably
like-
wait till last?
I know I'm white passing, but you know.
All right.
It's reverse
he-
Born to
DEI.
will prevail, apparently.
Let's
It is very
go
sus.
to our friend Ali.
Yeah, this article was such a tough read. Like I've never. It was so whiny. It was so, and then watching
True.
Lactoid and Fabian and Gibbs especially talking about, I don't want to see no pussy, meritocracy. White people have never done meritocracy, right? There's always been nepotism, right? There's always been nepotism. And for the record, for all the white people who didn't get the nepotism, the minorities have told you, old white people who run these businesses kind of fucking suck. They kind of fucking suck. They think about their bottom line. They don't really give a fuck about you as an individual. So all this like whining and crying, I don't fucking know, man. And to Fairy Queen, no, it's not so much that like, oh yeah, you just deal with it. This just kind of feels like all lives matter, where like black people were telling you for a while, hey, there's police brutality, police are killing us in the streets. No one wanted to listen, no one wanted to care. And then there's just this counter of like all lives matter. Well, no, it's not just black lives that are being killed. Street cops are brutal to everyone. Well, how come you didn't say anything about it until the black people said something about it? Same thing here. How come no one's complaining? No one complained about the nepotism or any of the shit until the minorities started to get a little bit of a leg up through some government assistance. I mean, listen, as far as I can tell, what we were told was, hey man, go learn a new skill, pull yourself up by the bootstrap. I don't fucking know. So I guess you should put that shoe on your guys' foot and pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, right? That's kind of like I don't know what anyone wants. That's going to be the response is learn a new skill, learn a different way to diversify yourself from all the other white people, right? Because that's what we had to do. We had to find ways to diversify ourselves and find, ways to get into the hiring pool. It wasn't, you guys had your nepotism. We have our DEI. And, now it's a fair game. Now we get to play the game.
I'm sure my conservative friends will love that one. But thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, our good friend Bam.
So I actually have this. I'm gonna be in my Scott mode a little bit. I have a little bit to say. Hopefully it's not gonna be quite as long as Scott, but I have a lot to respond to. So when I first looked at this article, I wanted to like it did try to give specifics, so I tried to look at a lot of the statistics it was naming and going to see where they were backed up at. There's some reality. Actually, no, there's the only reality that people are going to have to deal with is the fact of like a lot of these industries, especially going into the mid 2000s, were so overrepresented by white men that any statistical shift is gonna feel like they're being completely degraded. So I wrote down a list of some of the things that was referenced. It looks like the Atlantic had went from like 58% male and 80% white down to 36% male and 66% white, which is still outpacing white men. I'm about to say just in general, it's overrepresentative of white men in society. In general, the New York Times newsroom went from I think about 25% of the U.S. population is white men.
You
25 to 30.
I'll respond to why that's completely wrong later.
White specifically men, not white people.
I want you to be able to.
You're right.
I want you to be able to do your intro.
I appreciate you. I was say the New York Times newsroom is now down to 46% male and 66% white. I think the article referenced about 72%. It was 70% white male initially. Again, still overrepresentative of white men. It's just down from what it was. TV writings seem to be that was the biggest shift. It looks to be down to 12% white men. I tried to look up what the reference to that as why, and a lot of the data I get had less to do with DEI and more to do with capitalism. There's a statistical fact that I was about to say, and this is true statistically and even like on its surface. Black people as a whole, I can't speak to all minorities, but black people as a whole engage in more media than any other consumer on earth. Whenever it comes to television, movies, film, gaming, black people are the consumers. So whenever you're going to be doing projects, if your interest is in capitalism, it seems to show time and time again that having black people in the room as actors and in positions of directing ends up leading to financial success in the company's bottom line, point blank, period. As I say, if you disagree with that, you're gonna have to show me the stat showing wise. I was about to say there were a few other stats. About to say that I could point to about the shift, but I don't want to skip to another portion. Something that Scott said in particular, he was speaking to the idea of worker opportunity tax credits that companies receive for the hiring. I was about to say, first of all, these opportunities like they actually can't qualify based off of race. They qualify based off of other things, which Scott did point to. He tried to essentialize them as race, but the things that worker opportunity tax credits qualify based off of is the being a recipient of SNAP benefits, living in a federal empowerment zone, temporary assistance for needed families, and ex-felons as a few examples, or veterans, being a veteran. And he spoke to a number of 98,000 per employee. The actual number, the industry average is about 2,400 per employee, which let's say is about 2 weeks work. I was about to say you're not going to hire a person, an unqualified person, for a $2,400 tax benefit, and these are in basic standard entry level jobs. Like I said, as a Walmart greeter or whatever, you're not going to bring on somebody because the hiring process costs nearly $2,400 to get someone properly onboarded, just for them to quit the next day, and they have to work for so long before you even qualify to receive those benefits. So I think that's overrepresented on how companies decide who and what they hire. And to Fairy Queen ended up giving a response. I would say she tried to make an assumption that I was going to say that, like, haha, this is revenge. This is just you getting what your comeuppance is. But she also contradicted herself and spoke to how none of these programs actually end up creating an overrepresentation of minorities, because she baked in the assumption that that was their goal. And that's never been what the goal of DEI programs actually do to exist. As I say, first of all, there's no one set all rule. This is gonna vary dramatically from company to company. But the generalized, about to say, the people who talk about these programs and who bring these onboard these programs into companies generally speak to a concept of whenever we're about to say broadening your applicant pool and having an opportunity for someone else to come in and interview for it. Now, when it comes to something that is like based on some statistical merit and not just like a vibe check, because there are a lot of jobs that are honestly vibe checks, but when it comes to something where you have to take a test to qualify or things like that, if you come to two applicants that are showing pretty similar qualifications, if one person happens to be a minority, be that a woman, person of color, etc., there's about to say it's so that you should make a consideration on the possibility that they had a different pathway of getting here. They might have had a hard opportunity to get here, and that shouldn't be your deciding factor, but that should be something that goes into the qualifications. I mean, to your decision, overall decision. Last thing I'll say, as someone who's an avid film and TV buff, if you ask any people the standard in the industry when you talk about what's popular and what good film was, people are going to speak to the 1920s to 1960s. That's considered the golden age of movies. I personally do prefer the 90s as far as film, but if you ask anyone about TV, they're going to speak about the 2010s onwards. We're actually currently in the golden age of television. Television has never been television has never been better than it is now. Let's say you can speak to shows like Breaking Bad. You can speak to shows like Game of Thrones. You can speak to shows like The Wire, Severance. You can speak to shows like Snowfall,
Oh my God,
Atlanta. Like they're
So
about to say
Snowfall was great.
so,
Snowfall's amazing.
and this isn't, like I said, and I mean, this is my personal opinion too. But when I'm saying, when you speak to people who work in the industry, they say that movies aren't as good as they used to be. But but people wouldn't say that about television. Television, due to having other people in the room, is actually the best it's ever been.
So I'm gonna I'll let you on. I'm just gonna say something very quick, then I'm gonna jump into the rest of y'all. I've got a list of things here, but I'm not gonna do them all yet. I'll wait on that. Just one thing. Then I'll and it's to you, Gibbs. Right? You said the NFL, right? Like that's an example of the meritocracy, the black coaches.
Oh yeah, that's such a good example actually. So we have listen right now they have 6 of 32 African American head coaches. However, if you look at assistant coaches, that's just what the quick search said. But if you look at the assistant coaches, 47 to 48% of assistant coaches in the NFL are now African Americans. We can look at like quarterbacks. I think that the NFL and the NBA actually are great examples of this with meritocracy, right? Like this is kind of thing. Even if you're like racist, if you own a team, you're going to want the best athlete on the team, right? The best one for your system. And these systems, both in all these cases, they basically like included people. Like no one's asking for DEI for white people for the NBA or DEI for white people for the NFL. It's just ridiculous when we look at what system solves this problem. It's meritocracy.
Okay. All right. So two things. One, quickly, Horseradish, thank you for rating the channel a little while ago. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Whoever you might be, Horseradish. And follow the channel, everyone who's just arriving here. Love to have you here, having a great conversation. And thank you for the resub. Respect has been here like the longest of anyone else, I think. So much appreciated. But okay, to yours.
Everyone wants to speak.
To you, yeah, really, race in America. Are people excited to talk about this? Okay. Oh, let me put the.
You said this was my topic, Prime. So
I'm a white millennial male. So
Christmas, my Christmas present.
Hey, I look white. I'm gonna claim it right now.
You're not a millennial.
You don't look white.
I am.
I love you.
I
But
did
you don't
put
look
the
white.
banner up. And
the liberals
Damn it
just
with the
figured out what the
stupid fucking banners.
You could be Italian.
Scott's gonna
Scott
be
This
off.
makes everything on my fucking screen tiny.
Piss Scott
Scott's
off.
going to be annoyed if I don't put the banner up. Okay.
All right, let's make it fun. Put on the music, Prime. Put on the music.
Oh yes, I forgot.
Uh-oh.
But anyway, to our friend Gibbs, right? The NFL has the Rooney Rule. The Rooney Rule says that you must. The Rooney Rule says that you are now required to interview a black coach, right? When you're doing an interview process, right?
Sure.
That's literally DEI. Literally DEI. But and beforehand, right? The reason why they put the Rooney Rule in was because there weren't black coaches.
Well,
because there was a limit. That was the reason why they put it.
Hold on.
This is a misnomer. Hold on. If anything, the Rooney Rule has held them back because instead of hiring qualified coaches, they've had to fire a lot of these coaches quickly, and that's really fucked them up. And that does hold them back. I think it would be a much higher percentage for head coaches and assistant coaches if they got rid of the Rooney Rule. Because right now, what we're seeing,
they had a lot of black.
No, because
they don't have to hire a black coach. They just have to interview.
Yeah, they don't have to hire the black coach.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. These coaches, these owners will hire. Listen, you're telling me right now, if Jerry Jones was offered two candidates and one was a black man and one was a white man, and the black coach was Nick Saban level, but at NFL for like, if he was the Nick Saban of the NFL,
racist ass Jerry Jones.
Hold on,
like,
hold on, that's my exact point. Racist ass Jerry Jones. If he had a black coach that was basically the greatest all time coach, or he had a white guy that would make them so decent they maybe win one Super Bowl in the next 5 years, who would he hire?
Neither of those things exist.
He would hire the Nick Saban.
Neither of these people have ever been. Neither of these at NFL, when you're typically hiring someone who's never been a head coach before, or if they have been,
he would hire the best person possible. That's like
I'm just saying that like qualifications don't really.
Jerry Jones. The reason. Hold on. Actually, Jerry Jones is the reason they have a salary cap in the NFL is because people like Jerry Jones. He would probably hire an all-black team. Maybe if it was all the best athletes, he would pay for Adrian Peterson in his prime to come back from wherever. He would pay for whoever he wanted. That's what he would do. It didn't matter the race, and we know Jerry Jones would do that. That's why they have a salary cap.
Okay. All right. So literally a DEI rule embedded into
it's holding them back.
The NFL. I just wanted to get out there. I have lots of things to say, especially to FQ. But we'll do that later. But we'll go. Corey, I'm sure, has something to say to FQ too. But let's get your hands up. So we got Corey. We got Lactoid. We got our friend Scott. We got.
I'm sure I'm gonna want to go, but I'm sure somebody's gonna say something to me, and I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna say something to you. So
you're right.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well,
bring it on,
Corey,
white man.
Lactoid, Scott, Ali, and we're good now. Okay. All right. So let's go.
Corey. That's everyone.
Okay. I'll be quick. So. There was an article that was published as a direct response to this Lost Generation article, and like
hear someone typing. If we could.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I apologize.
No worries.
And there's some.
I was about to get blamed.
There's some graphs in there, and like so let's say there's a graph that like if you look at the arts, okay, and there's a graph percentage of people between the ages of 30 and 39 who worked in arts media, okay. There's maybe, if you look at white men, there's like maybe a little bit of a dip, but overall, I would say there's no aggregate change. And then when you look at the earnings distribution of white men in the top 20, top 10 20 and 50%. Overall, no change. And so I can concede that maybe if you look close enough in some certain industries, okay, there might be some disproportionate effect on white men who are millennials. But I would say overall in the aggregate data, I see no signal, but I'm open to be proven wrong. At least this is just one article. There might be other ones out there with other stats. But then I'd be curious to know also that because like at least I think I've even heard Lactoid make this argument before of like just because you see a disparity, that doesn't mean there is racism. So even if the stats in the article are true, how does that indicate that it's anti-white racism? How are you going to make that point without invoking
With like
anything
the
else?
Because they're
30
saying it.
different things I brought up.
Yeah,
What
because
do you
they're
mean?
fucking. Because they're saying, like, I agree. You're right. Just looking at a disparity doesn't necessarily mean that there's some kind of discrimination. There could be all sorts of reasons
Just like-
why.
Like the dozens of laws and
yeah,
things I brought up.
there could be
Well,
all
no, no.
sorts
So
of.
yeah,
If I could finish, there could all be all
Yeah, go
sorts
ahead.
of reasons. For example, like, on the prior panel, somebody brought up how like young women are much more likely to go into childcare. I think this is probably much more to do with like the proclivities of women and just like their personality types compared to some kind of systemic barrier of like young men going into like early childhood education or childcare.
You don't think we have
But-
a culture that
but-
tells men that arts is gay?
Hold on. Yeah, you can
Go-
have
go
like a.
into STEM?
What I mean, I guess, by barrier is, you know, if I'm a guy who I enjoy like teaching young children or whatever, then going into that job, if I apply for that job, there's not going to be like literal barriers, like in the sense of, oh, you have to be better than like the women who apply, which is the case when it comes to affirmative action. You have to get higher scores. You have to be better. When it comes to qualifying for these city grants, you have to be part of these minority groups. You have to be.
You have to be better than them. You
and
have to
so-
be a better applicant.
Yeah,
the discrimination.
Well,
No, no,
so
no,
you
no,
mean
no,
you're
no, I'm
better
saying-
by
I'm saying
virtue
you-
of being black. That
no,
almost sounds like black supremacy.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
systemic white
yeah. So
No,
racism.
he said that you have to be a better applicant to get the job, and that's unfair.
no,
That's what you
that's
just
not.
said.
That's no. So I said like with
That is-
Harvard.
that is what you two are
okay,
saying.
no, listen. To get into Harvard, in order to have the same shot of getting in, you have to be substantially better. And there's stats on this are. If you're in the top 50 academic percentile,
I got into Harvard for the
if
record.
you're
I still have the letter.
if you're in the top 50th
Being
academic,
Hispanic helped.
give me a second. If you're in the top 50th academic percentage and you're applying to Harvard and you're a black man, your odds of getting in are about 22%. If you're in the top 10% and you're applying as a white man, your odds are 15%. You have to be in the top 10%. You have to be dramatically better, and you have a lower chance of getting in.
Of all
That's what I'm
applicants or
talking
of
about.
Applicants of white men.
What? I'm saying as a
Of all
percentage.
applicants or per capita applicants of white men.
It's per capita. It's a percentage likelihood of you getting in. So if
Yeah,
you're in
but
the, if
he's
you're
right.
if you're a white man and you apply and you're in the top 10%, top
Of white
10%
men or of all
all
applicants?
applicants,
Of all applicants.
all
That's what I was-
applicants. Yeah, if you're in the top 10% of all applicants, you got a 15% chance of getting in. If you're in the top 50 as a black man, 22% chance. Harvard was forced to release this data because of the lawsuit against them. These organizations don't want to release this data. They try to hide this data, right? Now, they will say like, oh, like we're committed to affirmative action,
Schools will
DEI,
hide it.
etc. Schools will hide it. I do think
Schools- I'm
companies
saying
probably
schools are
would.
more likely. Companies are more likely to
they could.
brag about it
Of course.
because they get financial incentive to do so. Whereas schools that are tied to like government funding are more likely to hide it because they don't want to outwardly show that they're engaging in anti-white discrimination. Whereas like
Sure.
a corporation kind of needs to show it in order to get like, you know, in the green
And also
bond scheme
avoid-
in Europe and things like that.
and also
So I'm
avoid
saying
disparate-
Harvard's more likely to
Yeah.
hide it than Walmart.
That's
or
fair,
something.
and
Well,
also
that's-
also the interest is avoiding, like you said before Trump discontinued or issued the executive order discontinuing it, directing the EEOC to stop pursuing it, to avoid disparate impact lawsuits against their organizations because hey,
Let's let
look how many
Corey-
people we've hired.
Let's let Corey respond to that. We'll go on to Lactoid, back to you. Gibbs, you're on the list. Yeah, but go ahead, Corey.
So yeah, I'm open to the conversation in terms of like, let's say government institutions, okay, and those DEI policies. But like, even in the article itself, I believe they were also invoking like private institutions, and I believe like you're in favor, you're not necessarily against a private entity having a DEI policy. Is that like a fair assessment?
I'm only against it if you're going to go after companies that discriminate against minorities. Like if you want to have like a no rules rule kind of scenario where you can be racist towards white people, but you can also be racist against everyone else, okay, fine, right? But if you're going to have a rule where no, you can only do the racism against specifically white people, and you can be open about that, but you can't be open or do it with other people. No, that's fucked, right?
Oh, wait. Well, maybe I'm just not tracking. As in, you're against the policy of like, well, specifically a private institution having a DEI policy like the one I outlined, or even the one like I read of like, they're pretty much, let's say, they're almost explicitly anti-white. That is what you're against, a private company having that.
I'm against a private company. I'm against a country having a rule saying you can only be racist.
Well,
against one
I
group.
didn't say country. I said company.
Well,
company.
I understand, but when you're asking me, do I think a company should be allowed to do this? You're asking me what kind of state policy do I
Bro,
support?
Twitter's just a private
So-
company, bro. Don't worry about the
So
Twitter files.
what I'm talking about is I think a country, because we're talking about policy here, I think if
Sure,
we're
yeah,
going to
fair.
have a policy of, hey, companies should be able to racially discriminate, that's okay, and then you can have DEI policies, and then you can grade people on all sorts of whatever fucking metrics you want. But this also means that if I'm like part of Racist Inc. and I want to manufacture Klan hoods and I just want to have white people working in my factory, then I
Are you
should
saying
be
you
able
want
to
to
do
do
that.
that, Lockwood? Is that self-support?
I don't want to do it. I'm saying if I
Okay.
did.
I
It's
feel
a
like you
hypothetical.
could do that if you
Mm.
wanted to, though. What's stopping
Uh,
anyone from doing that? You
It's
can have an
called the
all-white
Civil
company if
Rights
you want
Act
to.
of 1964.
Okay.
If you're a
And
small business, you can have an all-white company if you're in a white
No.
town and there's no minorities around. You can 100% do that.
No,
and-
you'll be fine.
of the private companies that were invoked in the article, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but like, did you, let's say, are you able to track down like every instance, every company that was mentioned or invoked, like they have a DEI policy and therefore it must be discrimination, or you're just assuming that the disparity is discrimination, anti-white discrimination?
I haven't gone through each and every company. I am assuming that the companies that were listed were companies that have some kind of DEI, especially around between 2014 and 2024. That these are companies that had a DEI policy specifically aimed, and I think that it was even mentioned in the article that like there was a couple which specifically stated, I think the Atlantic, for example, specifically stated that they were going to intend to hire less white men.
Well, I
They,
think
they all say that.
there's testimony from
they
like
all
CEOs,
publicly
but whether
admit it. Yeah.
whether there's an actual company-wide policy that's ingrained.
Okay, but
that's
it's
a different- that's
okay, but if a
different story.
CEO is saying that, I'm going to take their word.
Source. Okay, you're
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
Reddit energy.
But then
Can we get to a real conversation?
Wait, the last thing that I was, no, shut up, Scott. So then I would ask you, okay,
I love the
why
energy.
why is it not reflected in the
Source,
overall
bro.
aggregate data?
Huh?
Why is it not overall reflected in the aggregate data then in that article?
Yeah, so I don't know. It could be that there's like other confounding variables. I have noticed that like as a percentage, it has in some of the metrics, for example, and it's not a lot, but like if you look at overall like earnings, for example, like you do see a slight drop. It is like only by a few percentage points, and you especially see a pretty
Not
massive.
massive.
No, it's not massive. I agree
Single-digit
overall.
percentages.
I agree it's overall like not massive. I mean, it very well could be that there is a sort of a separate economy, and the article touches on this, that there's a sort of separate economy that's developed, like the podcaster bros, cryptocurrency bros, et cetera, that's sort of developed because these people have been kind of excluded from the primary market. And so they've sort of gone out and through like entrepreneurism kind of paved their own way. In fact, I think you said that you did that after you were terminated from your job, and you think
Yeah.
that they probably had some kind of biased reason for doing so, and your response
Honestly,
was
well,
making a job.
Most
yeah,
of
but
us have
I'm
done
not complaining
this.
about it though.
Well, I mean, you did write a whole fucking essay.
Hey
about it.
man,
Uh,
he's
No,
sitting in the
that
cuck
was
chair,
that
so
was
it's okay.
testimonial.
I'm just
Say
saying.
that
I-
again?
If you sit in the cuck chair, it's okay, actually.
I was gonna say, I
So-
know we're trying to move around. I was about to say, just
Wait,
respond-
if I'm the one that's not complete, like if I can make the argument that wouldn't you want this policy? Like if you're selected, like I was selected, shouldn't that mean that you are actually meritorious? Like this person must stand out. If like we're anti-white, but we're choosing this one white person.
What do you mean selected?
What?
I
As
don't
in,
think
if-
people care about that when getting jobs. Like
I know that
both
they
ways.
don't.
Being over like, oh, I overcame the
I
odds,
kinda care
or
about that.
oh, I was given preferential treatment.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if either of these things matter, but I don't think most people care.
I
About
think
that.
they matter,
wanna
but
move
maybe
this
not
one.
as much as people make it out to be.
Sure, but I
So-
think you guys would care. For example, if let's say you found out that like a company was like, oh well, in order for us to hire a black person, they have to have like on the actual stats, they have to have like a stronger resume because we have too many of them. Like if the NFL did that, I think that'd be a problem.
I can understand disliking it, but he was saying, don't you like? I think Corey was pointing to like, don't you feel proud that you overcame those odds? And I was like, I don't think people.
I mean, I
would feel
guess
better about
Maybe,
that. I think they
maybe.
just
I
wanna
think
make
the
money.
people that are probably more concerned are people that have like put in 150 LinkedIn applications and know that like maybe they would have gotten a fucking job
Yeah.
already and been able to pay their rent if it wasn't for the fact that they're white, or vice versa. A black person learns that that they're at a company, and then they learn that like well, they probably only got hired because they're black, and your white people that you're getting promoted above are probably better than you, but I mean you're black, so go ahead and get in there, blackie. You're a token. Like both of those probably feel real shitty.
I don't think they do. I
There's
think
a-
people just make money. That's
I
what
want to say one thing. I want to
do
say
wanna-
real quick, please.
But
This is really.
I also don't think the second thing happens.
I want to finish. This is really important. This
Does
goes back. This goes back to your back and forth with Gibbs that you had, Prime, and also this goes to. And I know I'm on the talking list, so I'll save it for that. Just keep in mind, like the split. Black people are a minority, 13%. So if you just look at head coaches, 6 out of 32 is overrepresented.
Not in the
Yeah.
NFL.
So
Not for NFL players.
Yes,
people
in the
with
NFL, black people are dramatically overrepresented
No,
in the NFL.
you can't compare. You can't compare them to their population in the United States. You have to compare them with people with NFL.
Well,
experience.
white people are 8% of the population worldwide. So
Yeah.
I'm saying they're like among NFL.
What he's
experience.
saying-
No,
So we
Bam's
are the
making a
minority.
fair
NFL
point.
experience.
Hold on,
Yeah.
stop interrupting.
We're the
Bam's
minority,
making a
yeah.
fair point, right? Like, how many black
was sitting
people
here
are
20
in the
minutes.
NFL is a better comparison.
But no,
if
but
you
it's
believe in
not.
disparate impact theory.
Coaches are going to be
Then,
people
like,
who have
100%.
experience.
No,
in
no,
the
it-
NFL.
Coaches
it's
are the
come
people
from
that
the
would have some
players.
level
No,
of experience.
it's not. I'm not talking about. So when you look at players, black people are dramatically overrepresented.
I
like,
know what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
Why
like,
are they
I don't think that's a
why are
bad-
they overrepresented?
that's a bad
agree.
comparison.
That's a good
DEI
question. Why are they
Well,
overrepresented?
I'll get
Why are
there.
they
It's over.
overrepresented?
It's over. Like it's like 50.
Merit?
I think it's 53%.
Because of the warrior
America.
genes.
No, it's 53%.
They're meritocracy.
Oh my
And
fucking
eugenics.
God.
Meritocracy.
Oh my
If Connor
God.
was here, he could tell you all about eugenics.
Oh my. It's
So,
okay.
okay.
I look. I love my friend, my white nationalist friend. Okay, don't talk shit about. Anyway, it's 53% of NFL players are black. And you're
Yeah,
right.
we know
It's
what you're
only
saying.
19% of head coaches are black, and so you might look at that and say, hey, it looks like black people are only a little bit, by a third, overrepresented when it comes to coaching. But that's only when you compare it to the other positions that also pay millions and millions of dollars, in which black people are dramatically overrepresented.
Because again, you're people who get coaches jobs in NFL are you're going to expect people to have NFL experience, which is
Yeah.
overwhelmingly black.
The-
That's why
the
why people
draft-
expect more black
The
people.
draft
to get
Yeah,
from
that's
the
his point.
coaches is generally the players. It's almost
Okay.
all players.
So
Yeah,
you're
but why did they get there? Hold on. The point he's making is meritocracy is already guaranteed. They got there, right? Because they got there. Unless you're going to make the argument that Homie was making earlier, which is all black people are dumb, which is I know what y'all aren't making, and that's why they only go athletics.
Yeah.
That's what Joe Lewis was trying to say. But my argument
I
was that because they're athletic, more athletic, they earn meritocracy into the NFL, and so because they've made it, they've gotten there, and the Rooney Rules held them back. So you're going to pick from the pool, and instead now they're being forced to do it.
Rooney Rule did not hold them back. Okay, so we'll move on to this point. Literally, the next person is
That's not my
Lactwood.
palate.
Oh, is
Lactwood
it is?
Scott.
Okay.
Yeah. But hold on, but you do
I'll
that,
just
guys.
finish my point then.
Well, just if you, I just want to say one thing to just point you up his head. Go ahead.
Gibbs, Lactoid, and Corey. I put the stream together link in the chat, and click on the stream together link in the chat. Okay, great. So Lactoid, make whatever other point you're going to make. Then we'll go to our Scott. Scott, you're next. I see you, friend. Ali, Bam, Gibbs. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I answered Corey's question. Now, Bam, when you were going through, I'm going to criticize something that you've done.
Yeah.
Not only did you pick the very specific examples, in which, like,
I picked the most preferential example towards you.
No, you didn't.
I did. They said there's
No,
12%
no.
in TV writing.
No.
Only 12% of white men are in TV writing.
No,
said
no, I'm talking about with this.
the
So
strongest
you
example.
brought up the Atlantic, right? You said the Atlantic editorial staff went from 53% male and 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. I don't think this means that white men, by the way, are, especially when it's less than half men. I don't think this means that white men are overrepresented. But I guess we can
No,
crunch the numbers.
it means white women are overrepresented.
Yeah,
as well.
that's what I
No,
thought.
so I think 24% of the 30.
Yeah, we can crunch the
24%
numbers in a
were white
sec.
men.
Yeah, sure. We can crunch the numbers in a second. But like some of the other ratios here that were listed are pretty fucking crazy. White men fell from 39% of tenure-track positions in the humanities in Harvard in 2014 to only 18% in 2023. Harvard, an organization that I've already expressed with facts that they are dramatically preferential towards minorities when it comes to admitting, and it appears, it would seem,
I have a
as though
disagreement
they're
with that as
also
well.
preferential when it comes to hiring. NPR, 78% of new hires are people of
Tenure
color.
track isn't the same as hiring, but yeah, it means promotion essentially.
No. I actually know this. So, a tenure track when you get hired as a professor, you're on a tenure track, and if you don't, and if you or you're trying to get, you're usually like there for like a
Want
year
to
or
get
two.
tenure.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
get,
don't want to get too specific.
okay.
I mean,
Well, no,
sometimes you can
I'll
get hired as adjunct and then go to tenure track, but fair enough.
yeah, but if you can't get on tenure track as an adjunct, you don't stay long. You probably stay for like a year or
Right,
two until
that's
you
fair.
find a place
That's fair.
that you
That's
can
fair.
get. Yes, until you find a place that you can
Yeah,
get on a tenure track.
My point was minimal,
And so,
but yeah, it's
sure.
fine.
And so, but this is a massive drop off. At NPR, which is at this time was getting government money, 78% of all new hires were people of color. 78%. Bloomberg's done a report on this. The overwhelming amount of jobs from the bounce back following COVID did not go to white people. They went to people of color, disproportionately, and women, people of color as well. And so I just want to say, like, there's a bunch of other like companies that you didn't mention, but more importantly, I think you missed the point of what the author was trying to get at, which is you just listed the percentage white of the whole company when the author was complaining about the white old guard not giving white applicants a fair shake, right? And this is, I think, the real perniciousness of DEI, where you look at a company and you say, well, look, it only went from 80% white to 60% white. Nothing's wrong. But if you look at the new hires, you could have 80, 90% of them be non-white, and it can still drop the percentage only 20% because you have this old guard of old white men that feel secure in their position of power. They've pulled the ladder up, and like, let's say a younger white man, a lot of people here on this panel or people watching, a lot of younger white men, they are not those people. They are not the old white men that benefit from having that security. They are the ones, as Scott talked about, that have 150 LinkedIn applications out, and they're fucking angry. This is why young white men are the ones being alienated, not old white men.
Okay, so I'm going to...
wait? He did it to me. Can I respond?
That's yeah. You should let him respond for sure.
I was about to say. So, I was about to say, I don't want to make you think I was like ignoring certain examples. I was looking into the NBA article, and apparently, I'll have to pull up the stats. I'll pull up where I found it at. But the NPR study has been pointed out that they differentiate between the category of new hire and replacement, a replacement of an existing position. So they're saying that if they create a new position, those overwhelmingly ended up falling to some minority, be that women, person of color, etc. But of all people who came on to, if for example, if someone leaves a position and they hire someone to replace that position, those positions went to I think like to overwhelmingly white people. I think the breakdown ended up being 46% since COVID. I think 46% of NPRs, and I think this is true across all Fortune 500 companies, ended up being 46% ended up being white men still, but they use a statistic for new hire to describe new non-existing positions. I was about to say the second thing you said about the Harvard study that just took a couple seconds to look up. Now, again, this was a quick Google. I won't pretend that I did 16 searches on this, but it seems that Harvard, the Harvard numbers you're referencing about applicants doesn't do a delineation between standard academic applicants and athletic applicants. And there's an unfortunate.
There was a study on that.
I was about to say that
Lactoid's gone over it on stream before.
Yeah, I've got to say, in fact, white people actually benefit from the athletic benefit more than black people. But when you control for that, you can control for legacy, academic, and race. And if you get rid of the benefit of all athletics, which white people tend to benefit more than black people on, if you get rid of the benefits of the athletic benefit in admission, the legacy benefit, and the race benefit, only about like even the ones that benefit whites, the legacy one, that benefits whites disproportionately. But if you remove that and you also remove the race benefit, only about a third of the black applicants would have gotten in. 2/3 would have not made the cut. And
This
then among
specifically
white,
to Harvard, or is
specifically
this,
to Harvard. This is
Specifically to Harvard, because we have more
NIPR working
data on
paper
Harvard because of the
2019.
Supreme Court case.
Yes, this is from 2019. And I also 94%. This is from Bloomberg. I want to see the thing that you're referencing with the NPR because in the S&P 100 of the 300,000 jobs that were added following COVID, 94% went to people of color, only 6% went to white people. And that's
that's exactly that Bloomberg. That's it was NPR was referenced in that. That's for new created jobs. That's not for.
Normally they don't. Normally the S&P doesn't measure it that way, but I'll look into that.
Let's so we're gonna move on. So the order is Scott, Ali, Bam, Gibbs. She didn't say anything. I'm gonna put her in FQ. And then I'll go after that. Prime. So I'll say all the things I want to say then. But please, Scott.
Yeah. So a couple things. You kind of already tackled most of it, Lactoid, when talking about like the number disparities. But I want to add like another layer to why the article is, and this is hard to parse out in the data, right? This is more of an intuition thing, right? So I could be full of shit, who knows? But like I think the article really points at more towards it is hitting heavily millennial white men even more than Gen Z white men. Gen Z white men are cooked in a lot of ways because of things, but Gen Z men are coming in with like a certain ideology. They're selling themselves in a certain like form of allyship, right? Like he talked about his friend Andrew in the article, right? Who was passed over by like younger people because, you know, obviously was a black gay man that like shot through the ranks very quickly. But it's also part of that is like his inability to culturally adapt to a workforce that is, you know, that hates white men, right? Like our culture is very much discriminatory and has a deep-seated hatred for white men. We see it constantly, and we don't really like, we're only just now on like places like Twitter and shit starting to see like the backlash from Gen Z young men, where, you know, it was apropos for like, you know, we all remember that New York Times Asian lady that like kind of got in trouble but didn't get in trouble for just saying the most vile shit about white dudes. You know, like one of the things I posted that I just thought was funny, you know, before stream was, you know, Zohran Mamdani's, was a director of appointments, right? You know, she tweeted out, you know, or wrote out in, what was it, 2016, you know, it's important that white people feel defeated. And like nobody cares about that. And I was like, oh, but there was a controversy and she got fired. I wonder why. Actually, it was because of tweets about Jews that weren't even as bad from 2011 when she was 18. So you gotta make sure that it's the right white people that you hate, right? Because, you know, Jews kind of live in this weird space where they're white when it's convenient and not white when it's not convenient. So I think that's like an important thing to understand is that if you just look at overall metrics, you don't really get the full picture of like what it means to be a currently like 33, 32-year-old white male trying to work in business when the younger generation is a part of a culture you don't understand and can kind of like get into companies, and the old guard, you know, are there. And so like to point to that and tie it into what Fairy Queen was talking about a little bit. You know, I am a staunch capitalist. But you know, nevertheless, this is the word the left uses, and it's a good one. Rainbow capitalism, right? There is a many companies want to justify to ISS and Glass and Lewis and BlackRock and Vanguard and the Nasdaq and, you know, the scheme of billions of dollars that that help them, you know, when getting working with the IMF to work in, you know, underdeveloped nations, right? Like we're talking about trillions.
Please go ahead.
We're talking about potentially trillions of dollars in the global market that don't necessarily hardline require you to be DEI, but you are far less likely to be able to access this money unless you have all of these enforcements. But they're not really changing the old guard, right? They're not really shaking up their corporation to make sure that, you know, they have a whole black fucking, like leadership. No, what they're doing is they're finding a bunch of white women because they're technically DEI hires, and they're putting them in middle management positions and giving them authority. Like we see this so badly in the tech industry, where like you have a bunch of new jobs, right? And that's part of that thing with that Bloomberg, right? It's like all these new jobs were created that were like specifically not for white men. And a big chunk of that in a lot of companies is middle management, HR, administrative bloat, where they hire women and go, see, we're meeting our diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. But they're hiring women to do like insane, you know, hiring practices that nobody can get through to push more DEI and bullshit. And then it's like there's a lot of men, especially in tech startups and in the tech industry, that just see a bunch of white women get hired to be their boss. They don't know a fucking thing about their job, but they're like, how many JIRA tickets did you do for this coding project? Okay, we have to have another meeting, and I need you to tell me, is this 2.5 or is this 3 t-shirts of work? And they're getting crunched under this, tyrannical, group of people that have no idea how the business even operates at like a ground level, so that they can meet these initiatives. But these companies, they don't want to get rid of the old guard. They just want to hire a bunch of bullshit employees and hopefully not give them too much power so they can meet all these standards, so they can have access to the green bond scam, so they can have low interest rates on massive loans from banking, so that their stock portfolio can go up, and so that they can meet all the regulatory and legal requirements for government contracts and lower taxes and things like that advantage them against another company that does enforce all this bullshit. We talked about Bam, you talked about TV shows. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I just want to point this out, like maybe chew on this. In my social circle, my friends and my audience and like the people that I hang out with, maybe you're right. Maybe this is the golden age of TV. But I'm gonna tell you, most of the libertarians that I know, maybe not the conservatives, we all gave up on TV 10 years ago and we don't watch anything from TV. They all watch anime. And the reason they all watch anime is because people tell us, go check out this new TV show. We watch it and we see fucking, dumb white guy, or we see the white guy is the criminal, and, we see woman power. And then at some point in season 2, episode 3, there has to be a whole fucking thing that is like preaching wokeness to us. And most of us are just like, we're tired of it. We cannot watch Hollywood because it's so full of leftist politics and like telling us that we're pieces of shit for being white, like everywhere. Or be it subtle or be it right in your face. It's like, oh, I love Fallout. I love the Fallout series. Oh, I guess we're watching Quirk Chungus Woman Power. All right, there's a reason I don't fucking watch TV anymore. I go watch fucking anime so that I can actually watch something I enjoy.
But Scott,
You should be on the left.
No. Even if you say, even if
so delicate,
I disagree with that, but I don't want to deal with the disagreement. I want to preface and say, like, even let's say if all of that's true, then
right.
the libertarian,
that's the perception.
No,
right?
yeah,
like,
sure, yeah. But I'm saying that, like, if that's the case, the libertarian capitalist argument would be, okay, then we're gonna make TV for the people who are actually watching, and that we probably should hire more black people.
Well, like I said, that's why a lot of us have shifted over to a competitor, right? Which is anime.
I mean,
a lot of us have shifted over away from Hollywood towards.
I'm saying that I think we could look at the numbers of how much stuff is being watched and realize that
does anime portray like white people TV? As heroes or something? I'm confused.
Don't you know the best person to be in anime is white? Come on, bro.
There are memes all over the internet. There are memes all over the internet.
Asians love white
this phrase and just say, be the type of American or be the type of white person that Japan thinks you are. Right?
Yeah.
Like, because it's
absolutely
true that like it's like cowboys, badass.
Yeah, then it shows. Well, hold on.
Like,
that meme. Then it shows Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh. Listen, I love Yu-Gi-Oh, and I love Bandit Keith.
Yu-Gi-Oh is a throwback.
I don't know that I want to be Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm saying.
Right, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, maybe you're right, but I just want to. And I'm almost finished. Right. I just 2 more points.
Can I?
The last 2 points. Number 1, to Ali. This is just a quick one. Whenever I hear the word weird, whiny, goofy, things like that, I kind of know that my opposition has no real argument, right? I laid out a whole bunch of different policies, institutions, global economic power, private equity firms and all these things. And it's like, oh, aren't you being so whiny, white men? Isn't it okay? And it's like, to me, that's not an argument. Hopefully you come back with one. And the last piece is to you, Bam. You said you were talking about the concept. You were kind of calling me out, I guess, but not quite calling me out on like the work programs
Oh, yeah.
and the economic developmental zones and things like that. I specifically stated, and you said this as well, right, that these aren't inherently race based.
Mhm.
The problem that I have with these systems is twofold. Number one, they almost always are, and they have most of them. I don't think there has been a new one in like a decade, right? This is from HUD. This is from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and they're almost always predominantly black areas in inner cities, and they've because it requires local government and requires strategic plans and a lot of paperwork and actually a lot of money to be able to apply to the government to get your county or an area designated. It completely ignores rural whites and completely focuses on inner cities that have like neighborhoods of like low socioeconomic development. And like, listen,
Doesn't mean
I
based on
understand if you
population.
think,
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I can totally understand if, like, again, I said the problem with this is you can't have your cake and eat it too, where you care about disparate impact when it affects blacks, but then you don't care about disparate impact when it affects whites. That's why I brought that up. I didn't say that it was specifically like systemic racism against whites. What I'm saying is if a program specifically aids and targets and has a disparate impact that is beneficial to blacks but not to whites, then you can't say, "Oh, I believe in disparate impact. Look at the evidence that like there's an overrepresentation of whites. This is bad." But then when there's an underrepresentation of whites, it's like, "Oh, well, who cares? Like that's not a problem because whatever." And to just add that one point, you said I said up to 9,800. That is
You
the
said very quick,
maximum.
Prime. One
You
last thing.
said
I thought you said
you said
98,000.
no, I said 9,800.
Maybe
Right,
it was
but right. I said up to 9,800, and you said the average is 2,400. I agree, but you don't also get to say corporations don't care about you; they only care about their bottom line. And then at the same time, be
I'm
like,
not a
why would
leftist. That's the
Walmart
problem
care
with
about
that.
an average of 2,400 free taxes from one employee when they're the largest employer in America? Like, nah, dog. They care if they care about their bottom line, and they're just greedy corporations. They're definitely going to get that 2,400 average check.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not. I wouldn't
Okay,
be
so
dumb enough to say that 'cause I'm not a leftist.
say okay. Well, yeah, it's true. He's not a leftist. Which a shame. Like strive to be better, Bam. But okay, so we're gonna go down the list. It'll be next Ali, Bam, Gibbs, FQ, me, then Lactoid. Lactoid. Also click on the stream together link in the group DM.
I'm working on it.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so Scott, actually, my hand raise is actually a perfect reply to your question. So like you were saying that it's not a good argument that I was saying that this sounds whiny, right?
Yeah.
And the reason I said that, obviously you're going to do way more research than me, and you're going to have the details on this, World Economic Forum and all, right? BlackRock and all. But there are three paragraphs that stood out to me in the article, right? Well, the first paragraph that stood out to me is when he's talking about Matt and how Matt goes, I thought I would just be a mediocre, one of those mediocre white jabronis who floats to the top and works forever. So I feel like there was no merit in his studies. He kind of just thought he was going to skate by and just get a job regardless. And then the other guy, Ethan, I operated under false assumptions, which the guy who wrote the article says it himself. He always had a vague and naive and frankly privileged idea that professionally everything would just work itself out. I was going to be a tenure track professor. That was my expectation. So he had no expectation to try harder. So that tells me that even if you're in the Ivy League, you kind of just skirted by on not your merit, but just an expectation that things were going to work out. Doesn't really tell me that you worked hard to try to differentiate yourself through the other Ivy League applicants who are going and applying for these tenured positions. You're not the only Ivy League applicant. And then when it comes then the other paragraph where they talk about white men shot out of culture industries didn't surge into high status fields. They didn't suddenly flood into advertising, law, or medicine, which are way less white and significantly less male than they were a decade ago. Right? White men dropped from 31.2% of law school matriculants, which fuck this guy, just say law students, but law school matriculants in 2016 to 25.7% in 2024, which mind you, with all the DEI in the world, Harvard isn't the only law school, right? If you're not doing well in these other fields, you can apply to different law schools. You can apply to different fields in different schools. You don't have to go to the number one school with the big brand name. You could still be a lawyer but they're not going to school for it. right? To Lactoid's point, they probably just gave up. They're crypto bros. They're doing podcasts. They're walking around Dearborn with pork
Well, that was
heads and pecans,
speculation.
whatever
Lacroix
it
has
may
no data to
be.
actually back that.
The,
That's
the, the,
speculation.
the white men don't want to go to school and they don't want to work in these fields, in the corporate fields, which better for them, right? Go be an entrepreneur, less than you being like some corporate stooge or worker. But that's kind of what I was saying, where like this all kind of comes off, sounds like whiny to me. It's like these people just expected to have jobs. One of them literally says that they're going to be a mediocre white jabroni in the field. So like with all these expectations,
That's
just 'cause you didn't-
meritocracy.
yeah, just because you didn't get, that's my point. Just because you didn't get to skate by on the expectation that, oh, well, if I just go to school, right, and I'm just some guy, I'm going to get a job and I'll just float on to the top. Yeah, well, you didn't. Other people, that tells me that you didn't have any like differentiating like factor about you. There was no wow factor that would require me that would want to be hired, especially in a field like TV writing, right? If you're already going in thinking you're going to be mediocre white jabroni, what does that tell me about like the type of applicant that you were?
Yeah.
If that's the type of
I'll
applicant
respond.
that you said that you were going to, or that's the type of
respond.
worker that you said you wanted to be.
So as a fellow millennial white man, right? I think that I think maybe I think you're misunderstanding the culture or seeing it from the outside in, and that's like a fair critique, right? This just sounds like a dude being like, well, why don't you, like, I thought the American dream was that like you work really, really hard and then that really hard work pays off.
Yeah.
Like, why are you even mad about that? I think the problem is, especially like, you don't see this in Gen Z or maybe like the younger millennials. You see this in the older millennials. And in the older millennials, I think there was this really pervasive culture when we were young, when we were kids, right? And it was sold to us and beat into our brains where it was like, listen, you go to school, you go to college, right? You go into corporate America, you work a normal job, you do a normal thing, you buy a house, and like that's the track, right? And so like I agree with you that there's like that unlike Gen Z or younger millennials, there is like a lack of a hustle culture, right? Like Gen Z gets it. Gen Z is like the world's fucked. Houses are $400,000 and rising. Like I gotta have a side hustle. I gotta have 10 things, right? But I think the difference is that Boomers and Gen X beat into our brains that the world was going to be the same world as they had, right? And maybe that world discriminated against blacks to a certain degree.
Exactly.
Maybe that world gave opportunities to others that didn't deserve it. But what has happened is not been we've returned to a state of non-racism. We didn't come to a colorblind society. And that's what a lot of young millennial men felt growing up. They were like, I have black friends. I think racism is evil. Like I live in a liberal world. Like I don't like I can't. My dad says like a racist or a gay joke, and it pisses me off. We're gonna be in this colorblind utopia. And then what happened is they tried to get into college, and then maybe they got discriminated a little bit in college, and then they tried to go into the job market, and Gen X said, oh, this ladder, that whole thing we told you about, where like you go to college, you do what you're supposed to do, you got $80,000 in student loan debt, and now you're supposed to be able to get a corporate job if you apply.
Yeah.
Actually, fuck that ladder. That dream we sold you, it's for blacks only. Fuck you, Whitey.
Whoa. No. Wait, hold up. Wait, just not even 5 years ago, we had this entire fucking study about the black guy who had a bunch of applications sent in, didn't get any of those jobs, changed his name to a more white sounding name, got all the fucking interviews in the world.
I've read those studies in grad school. That's bullshit.
This has existed.
No, it's bullshit.
Across the board.
They're all
No,
from
it's
2002.
Two things. It's bullshit for one reason. I'll start one. Those studies aren't repeatable if you take common black names that aren't associated with low socioeconomic status behavior. What they do in those studies is they'll grab them like they won't they right like.
Buddy,
like
I have
for
my name is
example,
Adis Sahir. What application do you think someone's reading of mine?
George Washington is a very black name. Despite the fact that George Washington was our first president, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is like, or let's say you call him Booker Washington, okay? Black as fuck. But if you take someone and you name him Lamangelo Tyrone something, people look at that application and go, this looks like a ghetto person.
Or
This
regular.
looks like a,
yeah, so that was
they're,
completely
they
fine.
are
How about
discriminating,
names?
but they're not
Yeah.
My name is
discriminating
Ali,
purely
like
based
my name
off
is
of
Ali
race.
during a time of peak during a time of peak like terrorism and
Oh
so,
yeah,
you-
foreigners are having such a hard time getting jobs
yeah,
right
hold on,
now
hold on.
that the president is doing everything he can to increase H-1Bs.
Hold up,
But-
wait. When I was in Michigan, no, it wasn't hard for me to get a job. There was a more insular community. I had Arabs. There were more black people. But out in Massachusetts, I've been here for a year and a half. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm either equally qualified, overqualified for most of the jobs I've applied for. I don't even get looked at. Yeah,
This
it's
doesn't
like,
deal with the actual argument. This doesn't deal with the actual argument. Is it
You're
okay?
white on the
Is it
census.
okay for companies
hold on,
to
Ali, if
specifically
you move to Texas,
discriminate
you'd have a
against
job
you
tomorrow.
because of your race?
No,
Is it
hold on,
okay?
Ali,
But
Ali,
You say
Ali,
this
most
is,
people
you
would
can't
call-
have your cake
most
and eat it
people would-
too.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, I'm
most
gonna
people
finish
would
this.
call-
I'm gonna finish this, and I promise I'll shut up for a while. No. You're jumping in. You're jumping into my argument. I'm gonna finish this, and then I promise I'll shut up for a while.
Y'all have all
Is
jumped
it-
in each other's arguments.
You can't.
and I've
You
looked-
can't
amazing.
say. You can't
I think you're right after me.
I say
appeal
one
to
word,
why.
just derailed it,
You
apparently.
can't appeal to why in the past discrimination
time.
based off of foreign or black names is wrong when we're talking about the massive receipts of governmental institutions throughout the entire world and throughout all of and throughout the BlackRock, the Securities and Exchange Commission,
now that it's
NASDAQ,
flipped the other way,
ISS,
you
Glass
complain, but
Lewis,
where
the
was
UN,
all of
the
this
World Bank,
defense when
the
it was the
International
other way
Monetary Fund,
around?
through like
That's kind of
that's
the
what you're
issue,
saying.
right?
Is you're saying it was wrong when they did it to us, but who cares when we do it to you? That's a
Not who
fucking
cares.
problem.
Not who cares, but you're blaming the wrong people.
So
You blame the
let's-
wrong
let's
Well, it was
people.
more like it was wrong when they
I'm
did it to
blaming the
them.
government. I'm not
No,
blaming
Therefore,
black
it's okay
people.
for
I'm
us to
blaming
do
the
it.
state.
All you guys do
Let's
is
move
blame the
on.
new applicants. You blame the
Sure.
new people who get the job. You've been put.
You are
again,
lying
yeah.
through your fucking teeth. I did a
So-
whole fucking intro
Not
about
you
every
specifically,
single
not you
governmental
specifically,
and
not you
fucking
specifically.
financial
The ethereal
institution
you,
that
the
is a
ethereal
problem.
you,
We're moving
Scott.
on. We're moving on. We're moving on. All right, we got Bam, Gibbs, FQ, myself, and I've been lactoid. Excuse me. And just very quickly, I just Scott, right? Just very quickly. I promise. I go to you, Bam. Scott, like your objection to the study. Come on, right? Like you understand. I mean, you yourself said it, right? Like, hey, these names seem very ghetto, right?
No,
Well,
And
you
then
can
from
you can
there-
replicate. I'll have to find the study, but there was one. It's late 2000s, I think.
You
Um,
use names like Billy
DM
Bob
me
or
to remember
something.
me. Yeah, like when
Sure.
you use like hillbilly names, you get the same effect. Like when you use names that sound like you come from a trailer park and you're white trash, you get the same effect.
Okay, great. Okay, well then that sounds like hey, even if it's not
It's
a
class
racial-
discrimination
it's a
more
class,
than
yeah,
it's
it's a
race
class
discrimination.
Who's
But even then,
disproportionately
there's
poor?
discrimination within the hiring practice. It's saying that like with names that
Who's disproportionately poor? Brother, how long
You're-
was that? How long is that excuse valid?
let's
It's
Right,
as long as
let's
we
go to our
disproportionately
friend
The
Bam.
state
poor.
of Maine,
Bam.
the
It-
state
I'll
of
be
the
back, I'll
state
be
of
back.
Maine
You got-
was
it-
was 90
it
years
was-
ahead of abolishing slavery
Sure.
and was 80 years ahead of
Yeah.
abolishing miscegenation
Yeah.
laws, and they've had
I'm
no
about to say,
statistical
I'm gonna have
difference.
my
let's
turn
go
now.
let's go to Bam.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
I'll
gonna
be right
be
back.
that's gonna be true as long as as long as black people are disproportionately poor. The other thing that keeps pointing out is like that this something that Ali, my sweet Habibi, keeps doing is he's accepting what they're saying as true, and the data just doesn't seem to back this. When we I'm about to say after all these because it makes this idea that black people's issue with discrimination was just the idea of it or the principle of it, when this just doesn't seem to be, when that's the furthest thing from the truth. It's the reality of how we were affected economically and how we were affected
What are you
in
saying
the
is
job
untrue?
market. I'm saying that when you say that like, oh, the millennials and Gen Z are getting out there and they're realizing white people can't get jobs. All the black people are getting all the jobs. The white unemployment rate in the United States per capita is 3.3%, and the black unemployment rate in the United States right now is like over 8%. White people.
First of all, you have to look at labor participation rate before that.
White,
before
white,
we even
I
engage
don't
in that.
care how you preface it out. White people aren't having trouble getting jobs right now. That's just not statistically true. I was gonna say, if anything,
so-
Donald Trump and the Republican Party will come out and speak to how we're actually in a functionally unique time that we're employing more people than ever before. We have so many job options, and
But you believe that's a
3.3%
lie. So why is that
disproportionately-
even an argument?
Because you
Like
don't
you're just
believe it's a
throwing
lie.
whatever will stick to the wall.
No, I don't think it's a lie.
You
Actually,
you think Donald Trump
I-
is lying when he says that, but you use that
no, I
as
didn't.
like
Why
as like
you
it's an
putting words in my
argument.
mouth?
Well, if you get rid of all
Oh,
the
Oh, so
illegal
so you
immigrants,
think
there's
it's
gotta be a lot of
true when
jobs
Donald
filled,
Trump
right?
says that we're
No,
like in a surging economy?
I think that Joe Biden over the last 4 years did hand over a surging economy. I think the job growth numbers actually have been pretty fantastic. As I say, I think at its peak, Joe Biden had the
So
black
I
unemployment
hate
rate
Trump,
under
but you're
5%.
appealing to Trump's perspective. What are you
Well,
talking
no,
about?
I'm speaking when we're speaking of post-COVID world. I'm thinking I think we're speaking over the last few years. Of course, this date. I don't think we're talking about just the last 10 months. If we're, we can have a different argument.
I think you are living under a rock if you think that.
So you don't
that
believe the
white
unemployment rate
people-
is 3.3% for white people?
I said you have to look at the labor participation
but you
rate. The
think
labor
that- you think that's
participation rate
wrong.
has not gone up to. No, I'm saying you have to look at the labor participation
So
rate
you think white people
because
aren't
the
getting jobs and black people are?
Are you just going to interrupt when I'm cooking
Yes,
your ass?
because it's my turn. I'm asking you: do you believe that white people are black people are getting all the jobs and white people aren't right now? That's what.
No,
that's what,
I never
'cause that's
made
what
that
you said.
claim.
You did.
That's an absurd
You
claim.
made it to Ali. You said the exact thing. You said
I literally
that,
didn't.
that's only for black people, and all you white men just got to suck it up. You did. You said this exact statement. This is a recording. You said it.
I did not say that black people are the only people getting hired in America and they're getting all the jobs. That was never a claim I made.
Well, you said
Every
yes,
single
I'm claiming
job.
that they are disproportionately more likely to get hired.
And
your
that's
grandpa
not
set
true.
you up for a
That's not
life
statistically
that
true.
like,
is
you would go to
true.
school and get a job, but then now all the jobs are for black people. You did it just like that.
You did.
Yes, I'm saying the
You're being
mentality of the
hyperbolic.
Gen X person. I'm not making an argument about the overall economy and whether or not white people are capable of getting a job. What I'm saying is that there is an old established guard within large within academic institutions, within the tech industry, and in large
want
part
the
of
best
corporate
jobs. They can get a
America
job.
that have an upper echelon jobs like executive positions and things of that nature
And the
that have
highest earners
fully
are- those
blown
ones are
into
very white.
DEI and that they are hiring people in middle management and that those jobs are
also
targeting
very white.
specifically minorities and women.
So again,
And the data shows this.
The data doesn't show that. There isn't.
Yes,
there
it
isn't,
fucking
there-
does.
There isn't any data that could point to that white people are being outperformed in the job market. That doesn't exist. You can point to
That's
some
That's
idea of
not the
discrimination.
claim.
There's no other claim
That's
matters.
not the
Who's
claim.
getting the jobs is what I care about. I don't care about your fields.
No,
Stop
you
being a
care
bitch.
about yelling while completely misunderstanding the data that has been presented to you.
Can I ask a question, Ben? Let me
Yeah,
just
what's up,
engage
my
with this.
Hispanic white brother?
Yes. Let me just ask you a question there. So, like, I get where Fabian's coming from to a little extent. Like, Trump is saying the market's at the best, whatever, right? And the argument, like that he's kind of making has been, we need to get the legals out, and those are people who are taking entry level jobs into ag, entry level jobs into hospitality, entry level jobs.
Well,
into
those are exempt.
service.
Ag and
Hold on.
hospitality are the ones that are exempt.
Wait, hold on. Shh. And so some of these are springboards into other things. Like, did you agree that if he got rid of all these groups, that it would be more jobs for Americans in that case? Like,
Americans don't want to do them.
I mean, statistically,
That's why they're exempt.
Statistically, sure, but yeah, people don't want to do those jobs.
Americans don't want to do these jobs. Is such fucking.
okay, I just wanted to see if you
Well, then
agree
why
with
are they
that.
exempt?
That's fine.
I'm about to say there's 7 million job opens around the United States. So a lot of people don't want to do certain types of jobs. And I'm about to say, as someone who deals with economics, there is some truth that I'm about to say our unemployment rate is ticking into an uncomfortable level. I think it's up to 4.6% right now. But honestly, anything below 5% isn't actually terrible. You're gonna have some flow in and out of.
Brother,
out
you
of
have
the
to look at labor participation rate.
Do
Like,
you
unemployment
believe
is
that?
not
Do you
the whole
believe that labor
story.
participation is like is outside of the norm right now? Do you think that it's like
It has still not returned to pre-COVID numbers.
and
we
that's
still
really
have
pre-COVID
more
numbers.
pe-
I'm asking, is it like
It's outside. It is more negative than it has been for many years.
and
And it's been falling since before COVID.
Do you okay? Because it all comes back because you said earlier that I didn't make the claim, but now I'm asking you the claim, and I want you to say it or not. Do you believe that in the government as it currently exists, do white people or black people have easier opportunity getting jobs right now?
Do white people or black people have an easier opportunity getting jobs? I would say
Statistically,
statistically, yeah, it's probably black people. Yeah,
based
without a
on
doubt.
what statistic? Because
Based on the fact-
when we look at who has the jobs, it's white people. Are you saying that that's just happening because
This
they
is
work harder?
this is exactly what I'm talking about. Disparate impact theory when it's in your favor, but not disparate impact theory when it's not in your favor.
Because black
The
people,
fact,
because
I
black
don't
people didn't
care
fight
about.
demonstration about
I
fools.
don't care.
We care about
I
outcomes.
don't care about disparate impact. What I care about is there institutional bias from the state and from financial
can't prove it
investors
by any
and from regulations
metric.
that negatively impact white people specifically? And the
So-
answer is yes.
So
There's
60% of a
institutional
job is
racism
white, and your
from
argument
the
is it
state
could
and
be
from
80.
financial institutions.
Like you're like, I don't know, like was there, like you're looking around the room and 60% of the people are white that are working here, and you're like complaining, you're standing next to the water cooler complaining that it should be 80. That's what you're doing. Like most of the jobs are already white, but like two black guys came on. And it's like,
I am not. Listen. I am not telling you in any way, shape, or form currently, unless you want me to say whatever it is that you want me to say about it, that black people, for whatever reason, are somehow less competent than whites in a majority of jobs, or that they're more likely to take government welfare, or whatever it is that
I'm
you're
not
saying.
Again,
What I am saying,
I'm not doing that. I'm just saying.
what I'm saying
who has the job.
is that you well, okay, I keep painting you as a leftist because you keep using leftist theory to argue.
No, I'm not talking about
And
theory.
what
I'm
you are
talking about the
using
stats of
is
who has the
you,
jobs.
you are
Because we have
using
to do
disparate
theory.
impact theory, which is a critical race theory idea that was put into law under the Biden administration as a means of proving that the racism that is structurally a part of the Security and Exchange Commissions until 2024, the NASDAQ, the ISS, Glass Lewis, BlackRock,
baked all of this in.
all of the UN, the World Economic Forum, the International Monetary Fund, all of these, the European Union with green bonds, that all of these things that are legally requiring that you have initiatives to hire more black people, women, and minorities at the expense of white people, that is a fact. That is a thing that is not in dispute here. But you're saying, but since white people's percentages are better than black people's, then it must be racism. Or that's what I'm saying is ridiculous. That's why you're arguing from a leftist perspective.
I'm not saying we can move on after this. The first thing I said when I came out and made my statement was I said that people are gonna it's necessarily true if a job place is 85% white and you're bringing other people into the room, the percentage of white workers of total workers is going to go down. And like that's the only bitch baby complaint that's being made here. All the George is still
calling it bitch baby complaint. I
did. I already called it bitch baby. Now I'm continuing my argument. Bitch baby. It's not an argument. Going from 85% white to 60% white. Like this isn't a conversation that anybody should care about having. Whenever we to look at who,
because it's not negatively impacting your tribe because you're a fucking racist.
I'm not racist.
You don't give a fuck if it negatively impacts whites because you like to see the whites being punished in this because your people get a leg up.
The argument would be that you didn't care until it affected your tribe, right? Like that would be the argument.
I absolutely
white people have
care
to
about these things.
85% of
That's why I have a solution: abolish the Civil Rights Act.
That's what's being argued at the end of the day.
Because I'm the actual anti-racist.
That like white jobs have to stay at 80+%. It's the only way to do anything.
So we're gonna move on.
Congratulations, making the straw man and then saying that I agreed with your straw man, which I
did.
To be clear, I only like it when whites are punished in a kinky manner. Okay, all right. When there's whips and chains involved, all right, and the fun whips and chains, not the
As a purveyor of black women, I will say, only a handprint does look better on a white ass cheek. All right, you see it's raised.
Indeed, it does. The fun kind of whips and chains. Okay, let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So first, I want to respond to all these. Listen, like I hear that Texas is a racist state all the time. I hear that we're kicking out the Muslims. We're getting rid of all Sharia law and all these courts. But I tell you right now, Ali, if you came to San Antonio tomorrow, you'd be able to find a job in a week. We have a thriving Arab American community here, and they open businesses all over. They hire their own. They hire other people.
Just don't vote Valentina Gomez in, and we're good, bro.
Listen, we like the people that like to make money. We don't like people that want to have Sharia law. It's pretty simple. I think you could probably come down here and do all right. But
those go hand in hand. Sharia law and money go hand in hand, baby. Look at Saudi.
I'm not going to argue that. But we can talk about that later. Listen, now that's the ban. I want to open up what I would say, Bam. When you said earlier, these people, those examples don't happen. And I want y'all to know, in the words of the late, great Eddie Guerrero, as a Hispanic, I lie, I cheat, I steal. We take every advantage we can get. And I want you to know that I'm going to tell you an anecdotal story. And it's going to make me look bad, but that's because I don't lie here. I tell y'all that I'm a piece of shit all the time. And then I tell y'all what I did. So I know that this happens because if I did it, there's other pieces of shit that did it too. And now I, back in the day, as a conservative young gentleman in Texas, I decided that I was going to apply to LULAC. What is LULAC? LULAC is the Mexican-American Help Organization in the same vein as the NAACP. And not only did they assign an advisor to help me, they assigned an advisor to help me for colleges. They provided me scholarship opportunities I wouldn't have gotten as a white person. And one of these interesting things was that they had me take the SAT and the ACT, as you do when you go to college in 2009, 2008 era, right? And so I took the ACT several times. And they only take, I think it's 3 times, and they take your highest score, if you recall. And one of my highest scores, because they vary, I guess they put you against like this version of the ACT against these people, yada, yada. I scored in the top 2% of Hispanics nationwide. And I was in the top 50, that which equaled out to the top 15% of people nationwide, right? Which is pretty good, pretty good. However, I applied to Harvard just as a joke, really, to see if I could get in because I wanted to go to law school eventually. Guess what? I did get in. And if y'all don't believe me, I'm sure I can go find a letter somewhere. Might take me a week or two, but I'm sure I can find it and I can show y'all. But they basically said, we're not only going to let you in, we're going to give you an Hispanic American scholarship. And if you can keep a 3.5 at Harvard, then you can come. And now I really wanted to go to A&M. That was always my dream. And I knew that I wanted to party. And there's no way I was keeping 3.5 at Harvard because I was going to be coked up, alcoholed up, and high many weekends and not study.
Should have done it, bro.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
what
your DEI came with a pretty high stipulation.
Hold on. Sure.
3.5 at
However,
Harvard?
Hold on. It
I
gets
mean-
better. Yeah. But here's the problem. Yeah, high
Makes it
stipulation.
easier to
However,
get
that would
I
mean you
wouldn't
have the
got
merit
in.
to stay
Hold
there,
on,
right?
Hold on.
Let
Let
Gibbs go.
me finish.
Gibbs,
But
please.
here's the interesting part. When we compare this to people of my same section, there's a guy named Jimmy. I'm not going to say his last name, but there he had higher grades. He was in the top 5% of our class. I think he was the third highest person in the school. He also applied to Harvard. Didn't get in. He had just as many athletic kind of accolades as I did. He had all the same. We did all the same extracurriculars. We did theater. We did the debate. All this stuff. He probably had more, but he was full white, and he didn't get into Harvard. Not only did he not get into Harvard, he didn't get into UT. He didn't get into A&M. He didn't get all these. So they took somebody less qualified and not only offered them a position at Harvard, they offered me a scholarship, a full ride for academics over somebody who was immensely more qualified. Now, I'm a piece of shit, and I took my advantage to get in.
He didn't get the UT
and then
Austin?
No, he didn't. And here's what's crazy. He didn't get somebody. He went to got other good schools like Baylor, but he didn't get the UT Austin. He didn't get to some like Harvard. He did a few others he wanted to go to. And so it's because he was white, and this is 2009. And so when I'm sitting here going, hey, it makes me feel bad when I got into all of these schools. I got accepted in every single one, like down the list, and he didn't get accepted. And the only difference is that he was full white, and me going, hey, well, I'm going to be a Hispanic, and I'm going to use this to my advantage. Later, hey, guess what? If you don't take this advantage, you're a dumbass. You should take the advantage if it's offered to you. But it's an evil advantage because we're sitting here being racist and excluding better qualified candidates that should be getting in over these people in order to
you would have been
qualified.
No, you would have been qualified. You had a standard that you had to meet. So you got in on DEI, right? You weren't 100% the best applicant, but you had to maintain a 3.5 if you went to Harvard, right? And if you maintained that 3.5 and graduated, that means you had the merit to get in, to graduate, and you maintained a proper.
Maybe, but the point is they picked me over somebody else, which they should have. Hold on, because no, it is no, because what they should have done is offer that to the person who is more qualified than I.
If you succeed, how do you not have the merit? Explain.
Because but listen, we're one for one the same, except he's actually like top 3 in the class. I'm like number 7 in the top 10%, right? He's like number 3. I'm like way down the list.
I think your friend might have been lying.
There's a bunch of number 3 in the class.
I'm just saying because
Harvard.
This was all public. No. All this was public. It was public school. You can look up the
UT Austin. I'm about to say
the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard. How many high schools are there in America with valedictorians that don't all get into Harvard?
Valedictorians like almost auto accepted.
They were looking for. So
valedictorian is like auto accept.
Well, I'm about to say UT Austin has an auto accept rate for anybody who finishes top 5
degree
in their
from the
class.
school.
That's why I was like, I don't know if what you said was true. I know because
So a
Texas
couple
had
I
of
mean, I
things.
know
Just
for a fact he
before.
was like the third
So-
or fourth highest person.
so-
in
That
the class.
doesn't
Just
matter.
all this was public
So,
information.
hold on.
I do want to
he
get
was
the
clear
FQ.
up-
equally or more
I do want to
qualified.
get the FQ.
I just want to
Um,
clarify.
So a worse
just wanna
qualified
clarify-
person got the spot.
How long is it going to take
over
to
him.
clarify?
I'll just clarify a
One
couple
thing
things
very
real quickly.
a
So,
couple
like
things very
Harvard, like most of the Ivy League and public Ivies, have had a lot of grade inflation over the years, right? Like the average GPA in Harvard is like a 3.8.
Yeah, I think getting in
most-
the hard part.
most-
Everything else grades on the
Most
curve.
most scholarships like require you maintain a 3.0 or 3.5 at like any institution. And when you get into grad school, like even if you're like just going to a regular school but you go to grad school, like you'll get dropped out if like you fall below like a
Yeah.
3.2 or 3.3.
Yeah.
So like saying you have to maintain a 3.5 is like really standard for like basically anybody, unless you're like a legacy admission to Harvard undergrad. And even then, if you fall below 3.0, like you could be in like trouble
Academic
of
probation,
like
and they kick you out.
academic probation, right?
So wait,
and,
so if
and
the
it's
standard
like
of
you'll
the
get out
school
your
isn't-
degree program.
So what if you're saying the standard of the school isn't that high and the GPAs are being inflated, then the application doesn't even fucking matter if the standard of the school is lower than what the threshold of the application is.
Harvard's not hard. Harvard is just not hard. Harvard Law School, yeah, that's hard, right? But like undergraduate Harvard is about it's about making connections and networking
Oh.
and
Yeah.
saying you went to
Mhm.
Harvard. You can go on YouTube right now and watch lectures from Harvard in like, philosophy or whatever, and you'll watch it and you'll be like, this is the same shit I learned in college. Like there's nothing difficult about what's going on here. Like the hard part of getting into Harvard. Once you're in Harvard, if you just study and you're not retarded, you'll be fine.
They have to keep their graduation
I-
rate above 80% or something. So like they curve a lot of stuff up. They don't want you to.
Yeah,
drop
there's a
out
lot of
Harvard.
grade inflation in Ivy League
Yeah.
and public Ivy these days.
Fair.
So I want to let an FQ. She's been waiting
Yeah.
patiently, unlike the rest of you fucking.
You want a
animals.
woman to speak? That's crazy.
But
But
Well,
there's men
you,
present,
you
Tom.
went you went
Okay,
in order.
I'll be speaking to you
Yeah.
specifically, okay,
Oh, Lord.
first. So let's talk about the most subjective thing that I said. And it is arguable.
Mhm.
Hey, hands up, it's subjective. We have different tastes and different preferences, okay? I acknowledge that. Having said that, I dropped this link in our Discord chat. This is from the Writers Guild of America West. And if you look at it, it's the 101 best written TV series list. And if you look down the list, these are the shows that are listed on this list. Number 1 is The Sopranos. Number 2 is Seinfeld. Number 3 is The Twilight Zone. Number 4 is All in the Family. 5 is MASH. 6 is The Mary Tyler Show. Number 7 is Mad Men. 8 is Cheers. 9
Also
is The
12
Wire.
years old. Just
Yeah,
FYI.
it came out in
10
2013.
is the West Wing. Okay, so the launch date for these shows. Okay, when I'm just looking at when these shows were launched. So the Sopranos, that was launched in 1999. I'm skipping over like the Twilight Zone. Like we can agree, right? Like Cheers, like is not something we're talking about here. But if we are looking at the rest of these shows, so the West Wing, that was launched in 1999. The Simpsons, that was launched in 1989. The Wire, 2002. Mad Men, that was launched in 2007. When I'm looking at like the Seinfeld, that was launched in
The list is 12
89,
1989.
90.
This is
Yeah,
from
89, 90.
The list is
2013.
12 years old.
Yeah, it doesn't include any.
I already said that, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
listen.
doesn't
Well,
include the area, the space of time that Bam was talking about.
If
It
we
doesn't
discount the
include
golden age of
2010.
television that Bam just
Monday
said,
Night Raw.
Address-
Monday
this
Night Raw is
addresses
still
the
going
point
on.
directly.
Come on,
Can I
guys.
speak? Can I
What?
speak?
What?
Can I
What?
speak?
Don't
Okay.
talk over a
Okay.
woman.
So the next thing
Unless-
is, I'm assuming the reason like why Bam is saying this is because of the Wikipedia article. It says the golden age of television from the
No.
2000s to 2023. Now, it is true that like when you look at it, it does say that it expands this period of time. But even here, and I'll just drop the link here, like in our Discord here again. If you look at like the list of different shows that are talked about, like it's roughly the paragraph, like this, the second paragraph under history of origins and early era. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of shows that start off in like about the not early, like in the 90s or in the early 2000s or in like the early like 2010s, with some exceptions. The exceptions are The Crown, Better Call Saul, Orange is the New Black, House of Cards. I guess we can say Game of Thrones, but I don't think that entirely counts because the story was actually written about 10 years prior to that. And remember, this is like the release date.
Well,
of like,
for the good
Dexter's
episodes
on here.
yeah.
I was about to say this category is literally
The
called
bad
the early
episodes
era.
weren't written
Well,
back then.
and I will also say, just to couch this, right? Like, yes, I understand the backdrop of this conversation. We're talking about DEI and hiring television writers, but I
Colbert
think
Report is part of this list.
I would say that I do think that there has been a noticeable decline in television over the past roughly 10 to 15 years. When we think about like shows that people like make references to, that they drop memes to, we're thinking of shows like The Sopranos, for instance, like Mad Men, like Seinfeld, like Frasier. These are shows that
Wait.
people
What's
bring up
Sopranos
over and
memes?
over and over.
What
and over.
Frasier memes?
What Sopranos memes are you seeing?
Gabagool.
What
Sopranos is-
Frasier memes are
I
being
gotta be
dropped?
honest.
Yeah.
I'm in a lot of meme groups. I have never once
Seinfeld is
seen a Frasier
that's-
meme.
Seinfeld
Seinfeld lots
is
of
a
memes.
classic.
Nah.
Sopranos is
I
a
mean,
classic. Correct.
Nobody's
yes,
sharing a
also-
Frasier
yes.
meme. No
The
one's sharing a
Wire,
Sopranos
The
meme.
Wire is
Oh.
another one. The Wire is another one. Now,
Where's a
the
Wire
UK
meme?
I
Have
know,
you
the
seen a
D-
Wire meme
The
ever?
good old
The
wire memes.
DEI is why
Yeah.
we couldn't. The DEI ruined the wire.
What is the?
Took out all the
We're
black
just part of
people.
different
Guys,
communities.
what?
I see wire memes
Guys-
all the
guys,
time.
We gotta let
Yeah.
we gotta let FQ in.
Yeah.
please,
Send
guys.
one in the
Mad-
Discord, Black Twitter now.
Mad,
Yeah, one
Mad
minute. 1 minute.
Men. Okay,
Sure.
Breaking Bad. When I'm thinking about like the other shows that you've
I
mentioned,
found the
listen,
Banner
there are
Keith meme in
shows
about
that are
20
more-
seconds.
guys, come on, okay. There are shows, okay, that I like, okay, that are more modern shows, but I recognize that they aren't the classic shows that people bring up over and over and over again. Like Yellowstone, that's a show that I like. That's a more modern show. What's another show that's really good?
Tyler
The
Shatner is pretty good.
White Lotus. The White Lotus, that is a new show, okay, that's become relatively popular, okay. I don't think that show is on the same level as, just personally, and I think that we'll see like the test of time. But like when we're thinking about these other shows like Seinfeld, Friends, The Sopranos, Lost, Breaking Bad, The Office, Lost, Mad Men, these are shows that have a timeless quality to them. The other shows that are mentioned, like here are the other shows, like let's see, we have Squid Game, we have Modern Family, we have Reacher, we have
Modern Family is
Tracker.
amazing.
But it's not the
Squid
same
Game
as The
doesn't
Office,
count.
right?
That's Korea.
Yeah.
Reacher is time.
You
Hold
have
on,
to give
Reacher.
it some time.
Oh,
for people
Asians
to
don't
go
count.
back and
Racist.
Hold on.
watch it.
Hold on, Reacher is about the epitome of a timeless like design. It's
Okay.
big dude, quiet, like
Guys,
it's literally the
guys.
it's literally the stereotype of the
I'm not
wandering
questioning
stranger.
personal taste. Okay, listen.
It's
I
not
have things
personal
that I-
taste.
you are.
That's literally what it is. It's literally
well, I am-
like
That's not
the
fair.
lonesome stranger.
hang on, guys.
I'll defend
Look,
White
It's just
Woman.
like the movie
I-
Drive.
you
That's all
can
Reacher
like
is.
whatever shows you like, okay? What I am saying is though that these shows that I have just listed off are shows that like have stood the test of time. We still talk about them, we still rewatch them, we still
When's the last time I
analyze
started
and
talking
argue
about
about
Lost?
them.
FQ, you
Um,
kind of went. Wait.
No,
FQ,
no,
the thing
guys,
is,
no,
you
no, no, no.
cherry
We
picked
keep-
a lot of these
keep-
shows.
No, I'm not
We-
cherry
we
picking them.
keep
I'm absolutely
interacting
not.
FQ.
No.
I do want FQ to be able to get through it. So,
What
please.
about Curb After Enthusiasm?
I-
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
so-
Zion, don't make me
Okay.
white knight the white woman, please. All right, FQ.
Well, she
Okay.
mentioned Seinfeld, so let's pick the one by that's even bigger than Seinfeld, arguably, right? By Larry
Okay.
David, right? And so you
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
modern
yeah,
shows.
yeah.
Larry
Yes,
David
come on,
made no. I mean, this is a real question, Mary Green. You just mentioned Seinfeld. Larry David made Seinfeld. His character is based off of Larry David. Larry David's show Curb Your Enthusiasm. Well, I don't know if it's still going. It's still going.
I like Curb
Arguably,
Your
it's been
Enthusiasm too.
okay,
I
and it's
think
not on this
funny,
list.
but it's not on the list. Okay, and it's not on the
This
list.
is
Even,
I-
no, listen. I like.
It's way
Curb
more
Your-
mean.
Just for the record, Curb Your Enthusiasm started in the year 2000.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That's
it's on
fair.
the list. It's number 30.
Oh, really?
But
Yeah,
nevertheless,
40 on the list is
Wait,
crazy.
FQ, please.
I need to argue with this white woman.
Okay.
Be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, me
So
too.
so the thing is, okay. So I grant you that there are shows that maybe there are shows that I like too, okay, that maybe didn't make the list, okay? But I'm mentioning these shows because these are shows that have a timeless quality that people still talk about. I don't think that people are going to be talking about Reacher or Tracker or even Squid Game or Stranger Things. I think these shows are going to be forgotten in about 10 years. I think people are
You're
still
not
probably
comparing like to like. Reacher with
I-
Seinfeld? Well, that's a
I
ridiculous
mean,
comparison.
Reacher's been remade in like
Yeah, but
movies,
that's the
into
point,
TV
though.
shows. Like it's like one of the most
Yeah,
successful like media franchises in existence.
Don't
It's like
interrupt,
Harry Potter.
Jesus. Guys, come on. I waited patiently for you, okay? So
She did.
so I do not think, okay? So and to be fair, to be very, very fair, I think that some of the shift in quality of television does not have to do entirely like with what we're talking about here. A lot of it has to do with the shift to streaming services, with the fact that from now, like the shift in television, I think there was a huge shift in quality. I think like when we started like watching things on Netflix, on Amazon Prime, as opposed to waiting every Sunday for when The Sopranos would come on, and then you would wait and that would be your only time. I think Game of Thrones is the last time where I had like that same experience where you would have to sit and wait. And maybe White Lotus, but that experience in like watching American television has died. It hasn't completely gone away, but it has significantly flopped off. And I think that may or may not have had an impact on the quality of television. So to be completely fair, I don't think this has everything to do with DEI. I think some of it has to do with just a change of medium. But even when we're looking at films, okay, so I'll just read off like 5 films. These are films that have won Best Picture by era. Okay, so in 2025, I'll just read these out, and you can tell me if you know what these films are. And don't cheat and look. Okay, Anora, that won Best Picture in 2025. Okay, Oppenheimer, probably everyone knows that, right? Probably Everything Everywhere All at Once. Okay, has everybody seen that? I've seen it. I think probably people have. Okay, a couple people have not. Coda, have people seen Coda? Has everybody here seen Coda? No. Okay. Nomadland.
I don't even know
Has
what it
everybody
is.
here? Okay, yeah, that one Best Picture in 2021. That was a deaf family disability representation movie. Okay,
Do people even watch the
Nomadland.
Oscars or Grammys anymore? Do people even know who wins these things?
I think people care about Academy.
Yeah, I mean,
Awards to
yeah.
some
Didn't
degree.
The Revenant win one?
Not
Never watched The
really.
Revenant. Never watched The Revenant. It
I
won
know I
something.
watched that. That was a good one. That was a
I
really
mean,
good
sure,
one.
but like, I mean, like a lot of these are just like like the ones that win these awards are just
Yeah,
like art pieces
everyone
that not
knows
everybody. Yeah, not
the
everybody
ones
who
that win
watches them.
awards aren't the ones who are well known.
Yeah, like
They
yeah,
call it like
That's
Academy
not, that's
bait.
not true. I'm about to say no. There's some movies. There's some times
That's
where people are
Didn't like
where
Avatar
people are
win one of
owed
these?
for a previous year. Like Leonardo DiCaprio won Best Actor for The Reverend because he was owed it probably 3 other times. I don't
Well,
know if
like,
it was his best
but
film,
hold on, but
but it
some
was
of
a
these
great
are,
movie.
but some of these are huge. Like Avatar's won like all sorts of awards, and it's got no cultural impact. Like there's
Well,
no
I
games
mean,
made about
Yeah,
No, I
Avatar.
see a
I'm
lot. I
saying
see a
that.
lot of
All
Avatar
time.
memes. Right? Hold on, pause.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of Avatar
Well,
memes.
lately,
and I'm
Yeah.
not going to watch the movie because why would I watch Hollywood shit nowadays? But
It wasn't a great
regardless,
movie. It was the most watched.
the,
movie.
regardless-
the reason why I
regardless,
get memes, the
I
reason
keep
why
seeing pictures of like the fucking dude with the girl.
Yeah,
and it's
that
like
why?
the right
Why?
wing is like it's his black, it's the colonized girlfriend or something.
yeah, that's exactly
So
that's
like
why
the left
speaking
and the
of
right
that.
are both claiming that it's like their movie.
Yeah,
But no,
Avatar.
hold on. The
I'm not gonna
last two
watch it.
avatars had no
Let
cultural
FQ.
impact before that. No cultural impact. They're the
What
biggest
does that
thing.
mean?
Well,
There's never
well,
been
I-
a movie that did better in the box office.
Well,
Well,
okay,
never-
they
so
just, I'll explain that
okay.
when she's done.
Well, so
Um,
all of the movies that I just mentioned, with the exception of 2024, which I don't think has been released yet, it's been to be determined. I'm not sure why that has not been determined yet for 2024, but it hasn't been. All of these shows, the timeline of these shows were the post-reform for the Oscars So White. Does everybody remember like when that hashtag
Yeah,
was
I
floating
do.
around about the Oscars So White? All of
Yeah.
the movies that I just mentioned are all movies that were produced that won this award like after this movement, after the Oscars made this pledge. And listen, I think that we
Knowing
can
about
find
Rutgers.
examples. We can find examples like prior to them making this pledge that I think are both diverse movies and are good movies. So we have The Green Book in 2018, Shape of Water, Moonlight in 2016 that beat out against La La Land. That was a controversy at the time. Spotlight in 2015. That's not really a diverse movie, but it is, I guess you could say like it's a form of social justice. It talks about abuse in the Catholic Church. 12 Years a Slave, that was like produced in 2013. All of this happened prior to like the Oscars So White, like that pledge happening. And if you go back even further to like 1995, like to like about like 2003, I'm seeing Forrest Gump, Braveheart, The English Patient, The Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, American Beauty, Gladiator, A Beautiful Mind, Chicago, and Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. Like all of these movies that I've just mentioned, these are, again, just like with The Sopranos, with Mad Men, with Game of Thrones, with Breaking Bad, with The Office, these are shows that people routinely remember and talk about frequently.
Because
Can I just say
they're
one thing?
old
I'll say
and they
this
struggle
is actually
with
retarded
time.
quick. I just want to say this one sentence. In 1994, when Forrest Gump was in the movie theaters, what was also running in movie theaters at the exact same time was The Lion King, Pulp Fiction, The Shawshank Redemption and Jurassic Park were all in the movie theaters at the same time.
Okay.
Fuck off acting like there was any
Okay,
time
okay,
that 2024 was as good.
I mean, Oppenheimer and
okay.
Barbie coincided, but really, the reality is now they actually back in the 90s and even the 80s they didn't plan out movies well on releases. Now studios like don't overlap with each other intentionally. If you know you have a
Yeah.
big box office movie, even you check on other release dates. You
I
don't
mean,
check-
that's fair.
Oh.
That's fair. I promise it was only one sentence, but I'm
Okay.
just saying.
No, but
It's amazing.
I'm about to say you don't want to respect what this woman said. You were just gonna move on from it. Come on, Brian.
I actually want to because I'm next.
Okay, well,
but-
yeah. Look, but before you get your turn,
Hang on.
I just want to say the reason why
A black man is speaking.
yeah, the reason why the Oscars so white thing became a thing is because there actually was there's a huge issue with black nominations. I was about to say the Oscars have been a thing since 1930 and 1920s, somewhere in there, up until 2025. To this day, there have been a total of 5 black people that have won Best Actor in over 100 plus years, and people still complain about
we padding the numbers with the 30s, dog. Really?
What I mean, name the
okay,
time period where 5 makes it okay, a great number.
I'm just saying, 35 years before the Civil Rights Act, we're padding numbers with that
one
shit.
Of the 5 is
come
Sidney
on.
Poitier in 1964. So I'm sorry, I had to go back.
Look, I am just saying that it's interesting to me that when I look at the 5 years really previously to when the Oscars so white hashtag became popular, it actually does seem like there were more black films that were produced or with major black characters after the Oscars so white. It's not that there aren't diverse films, but the diverse films, okay, Coda, that's about disability. Everything Everywhere All at Once, that's his Asian American film. Oppenheimer and Barbie, that's not really about, I mean, I guess you could argue maybe Barbie is a DEI movie. I still think it's a good movie, but it's not, it's not addressing that, right?
Russians.
Honora, yeah, it's about Russians. Okay, so I am not seeing, okay, and the point is, I'm trying to establish that I'm not sure that these movements actually work. I am not sure that they actually achieve what they claim or what they wish to set out to do.
If Sanders doesn't win the award, you'd be right.
Well, it seems to me that overwhelmingly, the impact of them has been more negative than it has been positive. And I'll just go back to what Ali was saying. Ali, you mentioned all lives matter, right? You were hearing what we were talking about, and what you were mentioning, how when people talked about Black Lives Matter, and they were bringing up when the arguments were made that black people were being unjustifiably targeted by police in shootings and in murders, that the response to this was that all lives matter. Okay, so and fair. Okay, but let me ask you a question. Okay. How did the Black Lives Matter turn out? Was it successful? Was it successful in achieving its aims?
It got hijacked and overtaken, but that wasn't the point of my statement.
Yeah, but that's going to happen to every.
That wasn't the point of my statement. FQ.
Yeah, but it's the point of what I'm saying to you. Okay,
I know.
Yeah.
But your statement is saying that these movements do nothing. To my point, they bring awareness to specific things, and then your reply is now all of a sudden when it's happening to white people in terms of the job thing, when it's happening to white men, now all of a sudden you care and you see an injustice, and two wrongs don't make it right, but it's only because the second wrong happened.
I'm saying that the awareness has caused more negative outcomes than it seems to have caused positive outcomes, and that the awareness that it brought about, it's perfectly true that in some ways Black Lives Matter was successful. It was a symbol during the 2020 when George Floyd was murdered. There were certainly benefits. On the other hand, okay, it had mixed or limited success in policing reform, in policy outcomes, in community outcomes. It had organizational failure. There were huge amounts of financial corruption, within the institution itself. And even if
better
it's
for
true
having
that
the conversation than not having the conversation.
Is it better?
Yeah,
Is it better?
it
You
is.
think it's better if a movement like that enraged and caused a huge racial animus in tons of people to want to be more
Animus
racist
was already building up. Yes,
White people have been mad
Yeah,
since Barack Obama had on the
Yeah.
tent suit.
I don't think that's true. I think that what Scott and what Lactoid are both mentioning is that a lot of this animus, the animus that we are seeing build and coming to a head right now, it came about because of these types of movements being pushed forward.
Yeah,
and
and
because
what I'm
people
saying
said that
is-
there was nothing negative that could possibly
Okay,
come
sorry.
forward by pushing it forward.
Brian
I
did
got
his turn now.
sorry, hold on. No, I'm gonna
He's-
sorry, guys, stop. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
And then me,
I've
right?
got like a ton.
And then how much for you?
Electroid, I see you. What? Oh, sorry.
I was on the list.
I know. And I would never forget a white man.
Oh,
Please
thank
don't
you.
ever imply that I would forget a white man. No, of course.
With you, depending on what
How
you're
can
about
you
to
discriminate
say,
against us if you don't remember us?
depending on what you're about to say, I might be concerned.
Don't know. I guess I have my victims on the list. Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where's the lipstick?
Of course. All right. So we got limited amount of time. But first, before I go, right, I have to say thank you, Zonia. Shout out to Zonia for 20 gifted memberships on YouTube. That's the most we've ever
Thanks,
had.
Zonia.
Ever.
Wow.
That's high
Bro,
watermark.
Zonia. I haven't heard.
Yeah,
I haven't
Zonia's really
heard
cool.
that name in
Thank
a while.
you. Thank you for the
Hey, girl.
kindness. Yeah, she's been around. She's been
Yeah, she's been back,
she's been in
kinda.
Wix channel. She's been donating on Wix channel finally. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
on
She
Twitch
discovered
anymore.
Prime again. I don't
So
know.
I just
I'm
like,
saying.
I don't see stuff.
But anyway, seriously, thank you, Zonia, for the kindness. I much appreciate it. Seriously, it's really kind of you. Also, she says, and this is to FQ. Zonia, $20 says, Boondocks needs a mention. Meaning the cartoon, because she talked about how the Boondocks, the cartoon, had like such staying power. It's constantly memed on. And so I would
I like
absolutely
it.
agree with you.
That's actually a great point that
Yeah.
Zonia makes there. With like,
Half
how
this
many?
list
How many?
shows that
Hold
no
on,
one knows.
hold on. That's interesting point
so
that
you wanna
Zonia
do
makes
this
there
the
with
hard
the
way.
Boondocks, right? Like, because look how many Uncle Ruckus memes there are, and then compare that until this newest Avatar with how many Avatar memes are. None. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I think there are Avatar memes.
Except for the racist one. The truth is racist memes have staying power.
And okay, so I'm gonna jump in. I got so much to say. I'm gonna pull a fucking Scott here. All right.
Okay.
Got a whole list of things to go through. I'm going to save because I have the most to say to FQ. I'm going to try
Oh,
to save
boy.
most of that to the end, right? I'm going to try to arrange it, but I might go back and forth, so just be aware. Okay, all right. So here we go. This article, the original article, that we all got started with, right? This article, I feel, it has value. To be clear, I think it has a lot of value. I'm glad this article exists. I'm glad it's starting this conversation. I think it's actually really important, and I'm glad it delivered the perspective that it did, right? And I think it's actually elucidating something like super interesting, a new aspect of this, like especially the generational aspect that we really don't discuss. It's not in the conversations I've done before, right? So thank you for this article, but also this article makes like clearly the author has a perspective, and this perspective pervades the piece, which is fine, because I think you should have, it's fine to have a biased perspective. That's okay, right? You can have a point of view, right? But like I think that so much of this like builds on and has an interesting note of resentment, and I just like want to jump in on that. I know which way, right? So I'm gonna pick out like some art paragraphs. I'm gonna read them and discuss them, and then I got other stuff I'm gonna say as well. All right. So one thing at the end of the article, it goes, the DEI departments have mostly shut down or quietly rebranded. The mountains of reports and glossy PDFs have been quietly scrubbed as if to hide the evidence of the DEI stuff. What was the justification for gutting the American meritocracy? No one seems to know. What incredible bullshit. Like what a wild bullshit, right? Like I actually have, I think the article is viable because I think what it's identifying is a problem, right? I'm actually a bit closer to my friends Lactoid and Scott's position than they might expect. I think that there is a lot of evidence for like an unfair rebalancing against our white brothers, or white brothers specifically, actually, yeah. And so I want to keep that in mind. However, right, this idea that since this new regime of DEI came in, right, we gutted the American meritocracy. Utter horseshit. Utter horseshit. Even with the statistics that was in the articles, talked about how there's like a wild overrepresentation of white Americans who are in those positions. Right now, I will say that I would expect that there would be a level of overrepresentation, because white people just are more educated in this country, right? We can discuss the reasons why that might be, right? But there might be there's
That's
a
not
case that,
true, Prime. Black women are the most educated people in America. They just get
Thank you.
government jobs.
Thank you so much. But yeah, so I would expect a level of overrepresentation. But I think that the idea that before that was simply meritocracy, that simply was the natural level, where things were fair, right? That's complete horseshit. Right? And this idea pervades the article that like, oh, there was a previous time, it's a very conservative idea, right? Oh, there was a previous magical time when things were fair for me, right? And now when things are different, right, it's unfair for me. Interesting. Moving on to another part.
Can we all agree to that though? Before we move on, can we all agree that Prime is right there? Like, I don't think anybody here believes there was a magical time where there was like pure meritocracy and no racism against minorities.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad. Shout out to all of you then. I appreciate you. To the next excerpt I'm going to point out is actually this touches on a previous point that Scott made. They say most of the men I interviewed started out as liberals. Some still are, but to feel the weight of society's disfavor can be disorienting. We millennials were true believers in race and gender blind meritocracy, which, for all its faults, its naivete about human nature, its optimism about the American dream, was far superior to what replaced it. And to see that vision so spectacularly betrayed has engendered skepticism toward the entire liberal project that won't soon disappear. I think there's truth to this. One, I think the liberal dream was a lie, right? But it was a lie all the time for different groups of people, right? For Black people, they felt it was a lie for quite a long time. But now it's turned to white individuals, right? It swung away from them, and then now they've recognized, right, this thing that we were told it was just imagination for Black people, right? This discrimination was just imagination. Now that white individuals are facing it, now they understand. Oh wow, none of this was true, right? That going to college doesn't guarantee you that middle class lifestyle. That just doing the hard work doesn't guarantee. And now it's an issue. But I agree that this is probably like damage the liberal the dream, right? That made people rethink things. I think that's healthy for to a certain extent, but that doesn't mean, of course, that I endorse actually hurting our white brothers or white sisters. I don't. Another paragraph. It's strange and more than a little poisonous to see yourself buffeted by forces beyond your control. But there's also a comfort in it because it's less painful to scroll through other people's IMDb pages late at night. This was a writer who was doing it. He did screenplays, so that's why he's mentioning that. Figuring out that the shortcut, race, gender connections, they took to success. A shortcut other people take to success. Then to grapple with the fact that there are white men at my age who've succeeded, and I am not one of them. I could have worked harder. I could have networked better. I could have been better. The truth is, I'm not some extraordinary talent who has passed over. I'm an ordinary talent, and in ordinary times, that would have been enough. This was a very honest part of the article. I do appreciate the author for saying it, right? And yes, you have to actually work harder. Now, again, I don't think it's necessarily fair the barriers are put in this place, but the thing he's identifying is what Black people have been saying the entire time, that you have to be 3 times better to get just as much as an ordinary white person. That we've been saying that for decades. We were told this was imaginary. We were told this is imaginary and nothing to be concerned about, right? Once again, it happened to a white man, right? And now it's an issue, just like we saw with the drug war, right? The drug war wasn't really a problem in terms of the over incarceration until all of a sudden white people were affected by it. Now, oh, hey, maybe this is a sickness, right? Maybe it isn't just like these people are pure criminals, animals to be locked up, right? Maybe all these they have backstories and reasons that have driven them to this point in time, and we should have compassion for them, right? It all changes when the narrative affects white Americans. And again, though, I am not for like discriminating against white Americans.
That's not those people, right? Like I think the article is
Wait,
from
he's
the
in the flow.
perspective of liberal white people, right? Like I think those people have always been on that side.
Yeah, the liberals found out what the conservatives have been saying the whole time. That's what happened.
I think
Right. I think this is a perspective like Andrew was like he's like, I always saw myself as an effeminate, nerdy, liberal white guy, but now having any timber in my voice, he says, right, was like seen as problematic. Like this is the story of liberal white men that voted Democrat that were always on your side in those policies.
And now they're like, we got fucked.
And now that has been turned against them. This isn't
That's
the
exactly
story
it.
of conservatives, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Like, I think,
But you're fair. You're fair that conservatives didn't fuck about the drug war and that they were perpetrators of it, right? You know, that's
those are-
fair.
I think those are two
I don't
different
think
things.
that's a fair indictment. But I don't think that what this article is from that perspective. You know?
No, hold on. I think you're correct. That I think this is a lot of. I mean, I read that liberal part, right? I read that part.
Mhm.
So I hear you. On that issue. I would say though, like and this is the people I'm addressing specifically because I brought it up previously. The resentment, right?
Yeah,
The
I mean, like you're
resentment
talking
that
about the
genders-
Goipers or the MAGA crowd. Like you're 100% right.
Yeah, you know, but I'm specifically talking about is the shift, all right? Like, because people are facing a new structural barriers, right? Like again, I'm taking this article at face value, right? I'm assuming the information is presenting to me is correct, and I'm talking about the results of like how people interpret these things, right? So this talked about how these liberal men, right? Some of them left liberalism and became conservative, right? Well, it's because I think liberals are bullshitting, right? Liberalism is a dead ideology, right? It doesn't actually have any real connections to the values it espouses. So like these things are actually quite tenuous.
Here.
And the moment they the going got tough, right? They got going. So I think this like
I didn't leave the left left me.
Yeah, that bullshit. Yes, exactly that. Okay. All right. So I got a few other things, and I'm gonna bounce around a bit. I apologize, guys. I know we're running out of time here, but
Wait, Prime, do you not agree that happened though? I guess just to clarify what you're saying with that, like, do you agree that like if you have like say you're a liberal and you have this idealistic version of like everybody equal in America, and then it's turned instead of like creating equality or equity or whatever, and it's like you specifically are getting fucked to help people, and people are like, oh, this is what we were planning the whole time.
But
you
it
wouldn't
doesn't
agree
play
that's
out
a
in any
valid point.
statistic.
I'm not saying whether or not this statistic is. I'm
Sorry.
just asking if that seems to be this guy's opinion. Do you not think that's a valid viewpoint?
Sorry.
That the left left him.
The left left him. I don't think.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, because he said that his version of the left was this idealistic viewpoint, right? Like that's kind of like what the article was saying, right? And you said that this was his view. It was like, and then all of a sudden the left, like instead of doing this, we're working towards this goal.
I think liberalism was always
I know you think that
the values. Okay, well then that's what I think.
I think 2016 was weird. I think there was like white people apologizing for being white for like 2 years. But
I've got a bunch of other things. Let me get
Yeah.
these two super chats, but so I got a bunch of other things I want to get out there. Thank you for another $20, Zonia. Right? She says, "Give Lactoid Scott, Corey, FQ, and Bam my love." And not Ali apparently. I only know Gibbs by
We
name.
don't know each other.
The other guy I don't know. But
Jesus,
hope everyone is
Thanks,
having
Zonia.
a good time. Thank you, Zonia.
Zonia.
And that's always the best way to
Thank
greet
you, Zonia.
people, right? Is to give me money. But thank you,
Or
Zonia,
give
for the
me
kindness,
money. You know
honestly.
what I mean?
And thank you. FQ says Seinfeld was the best television show. Oh my
God damn.
God. All right. We're going to have to keep pushing. Oh my God. Trust me. I've got a lot to say to FQ. I have a lot to say to FQ, but it's got to be at the end.
I mean, it's the
because
best background show in the world.
Okay.
I will give that.
it's a great show.
It's a pretty good. It's
Top
a really
five.
good background show. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Great
it's like
background
it's always
show.
sunny in Philadelphia is another one.
2.5
where
Men
it's
is
like,
better.
do you really
Yeah,
watch it,
the
or it's just
background.
in the background? You're like, oh,
Yeah.
shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, I like The Office. The Office is
Hold
another.
on,
was trying
always
to
sunny you
change
have to
my-
watch because there's a lot of little
Yeah.
things in there.
Okay. All right.
That's true.
So, here we
I was
go.
trying to change my name to
Um,
Satan to be funny, but unfortunately, the name
So,
did
all
not
right,
change.
you are. I got a few more statements and one more paragraph to read, and then I'll be done. All right. You can be against affirmative action from the left, right? That's me, right? I'm skeptical of affirmative action, from a leftist perspective, because I think what affirmative action does, it exemplifies like the problem with these liberal solutions. It gives you a veneer of change without
Yes.
actually addressing the inner issues, right? Affirmative action. when does it kick in? Right, it kicks in at the university level, at the college level, and then at the job level. Right. So you're saying that a group of people, right, in this case, Black people or other minorities, right, who are given a, it's just to put it very simply, without getting into technical details, right, a leg up, right, and who may not meet a certain requirement, right, and the goal is, right, just to diversify, to put more Black and brown bodies in these institutions, right, without like thoughts about like their preparedness and what they're actually offering, right, but like simply being there and diverse is good enough for these things. That is wrong. I don't that's a problem.
But nobody
Right.
does that.
That's
Hold
what
on,
I
hold
want
on.
to talk
That's
about.
such a bad
But yeah.
description. But
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
hold
say.
on. But here's my issue with that, right? The intervention needs to happen sooner, right? Like waiting till a person's nearly done schooling, right, and then getting a leg up, that doesn't make them the most qualified candidate. You can do that, right? But we actually have to do something that would be systemic, and that would be intervening earlier. Now, my conservative friends aren't going to agree with what I'm about to say next, right? But that would actually mean, like, for instance, changing the funding of our schools. Why are some schools deprived and other schools aren't, right? Why is it that your zip code changes the amount of funding your school gets, the amount of resources?
I agree. Black people are getting a disproportionate amount of funding in our school system.
Sure,
and we should
okay.
fix that.
Sure. Okay. But not even just for Black people. Like, this is across the board for our rural white brothers and sisters, right? These people are also denied because of their of the area that they grew up in, right? That would require a systemic change, an actual change to the money. And when you do that, with that sort of change, liberals aren't for. They specifically fought against that. Liberals fought against this change. They didn't want it. Right. School busing. That was a moment in time, right? When the Black and white achievement gap shrunk to its lowest. I actually looked it up. In terms of into the 1970s to the 1980s, right? That's when the Black white achievement gap was the lowest. Part of that was school busing. Who fought that? Liberals. They fought that. That was a systemic change. It was having a big difference, but they didn't want it at that point. Right. So putting that out there. All right. Just throwing out there, though I think people understand this.
I wasn't expecting to hear pro busing argument, but all right.
I've said it before. Legacies were affirmative action for white people. Let's never forget that. And that shaped the student body of the Ivy Leagues. Let's never forget that. And fuck the Ivy Leagues in the first place. But like that's something that we don't actually really address. A friend Lactor brought up previously, to be fair. But we don't really address how legacies affect all that and who is the best, right? Again, this period of meritocracy, right? And I'm not accusing any of you of saying this, but this period of meritocracy that exists at some point in time was the period of legacies. Let's never forget that. There's
I'm pro nepotism. Yeah, so I wouldn't argue that. I think nepotism is good.
Amen.
Well, of course. Well, this is to Gibbs, right? There are other reasons why a college would accept a person, right? It's not simply because, hey, like they don't take the group of individuals that just have like the highest of
GPA
grades, right? So that's even taking your friend's story on face value, which I really don't want to do at all, right? But let's say you take it on face value. That doesn't mean that there aren't reasons why Harvard wouldn't pick another person, right? That's why they have they ask you about your extracurriculars. That's why they ask you about like what you've done.
Study about an essay about your struggles.
Yeah. Like and
your interview essays, your all of that bullshit. And that's why they interview you.
Even race neutral, right? Like they don't look purely at your grade. So there's other reasons why other candidates can be much more attractive.
Just to be fair, there was a study done on medical schools and the top medical schools, and almost all of them require that your essay be a commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and explain what forms of
you're a
activism
doctor,
you've done. Right. So to be a medical doctor, you basically have to say, I am woke leftist and I don't like white people.
Well, that's not too
throw
bad.
that
Okay,
dagger in at the
now
end,
you're selling me on this. Now you're selling me on the concept. All right.
I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying the essays are a vector of DEI.
I think okay. So now I think all the rest of my points, and there's just a few more, are for our friend FQ. So,
Ooh, okay.
one, Squid Games and Handmaid's Tale really become political symbols, right? These were hugely impactful television shows of our time, right? Like
One
Squid
Piece.
Games keeps coming up. People keep trying to make a new
Handmaid's
Squid Games
Tale, the
because Squid
golden
Games
age of
was
TV.
Handmaid's Tale was amazing. Amazing. And
But it's
I know you
still
didn't watch it. I know you didn't watch it. It was amazing. And it had
I
and it
watched the first
created
2 seasons.
an
Hated every minute
enduring
of it.
I know you did. that part I believe. That part I believe. But it created an enduring political symbol. Right?
Maybe more
Not just
sexist.
used
I was
here,
like, why is the main
used-
character
used
so
around the
ugly?
world. There are plenty of amazing shows being created right at this moment, right? But again, this is a subjective thing, so it's weird, right? But to say that like people are still like referencing MASH, boomers are, right? Boomers created those lists that you were referring to previously, and what a surprise, boomers think old shows were the best shows. All right, whatever, right? But again, like this is the conservative mindset, right? Well, there's some imagined past that must have been better than what's happening now, right? Even when you can see, just like what my friend Bam said, right? Yeah, we are in the golden age of television. We keep getting bangers after bangers of bang. There's so many bangers you never even hear about them. There's too many to watch in this moment in time. It's an amazing moment to be a television watcher in this moment. I have less to say about movies, but like I'll just leave that there, right? And after you, please write down everything that you want to respond to me, because I have a lot to
Okay.
say to her. So I want you to be able to respond later on, though. Okay, so there's that. This is something you said at the very start, right? You're talking about DEI collapsing public trust in government and society, right? Like since these movements have happened, there's been a collapse, right, in people's trust in civil society, right? And then somehow linking the two together in fucking incredible, FQ, in fucking incredible. In that time, that same time period, we've had a massive public health crisis. We've had multiple unjust wars, right? Where blood and treasure has left.
Well,
the
America
United
always
States,
has
like,
an unjust
we're
war going
racking
on.
up.
Calm down.
That's
always
that
just.
part is true. But we've had very publicized. America has reckoned with that, but I think in a way that it hasn't since the Vietnam War, at the very least, right? We've had
We were silent
a-
about that shit in the
a
90s.
reckoning
That's
with
fair.
the crimes that the rich get away with, right? This was part of this was Me Too, and seeing like how these figures managed to go through like forever and never get caught, but also Jeffrey fucking Epstein, and watching the government protect him, or watch all of elite society, including the media, protect Jeffrey Epstein right to this day, right? And we funded a genocide. We've seen all these things happen, and you then and your answer to this, FQ, is that must have been the DEI. That's why people don't trust civil society. Amazing, right? We literally governments are accelerating AI development, which they're also guaranteed to their citizens that's going to destroy their job opportunities, right? And you're wondering, why are people distrusting government? Amazing. Okay. You said Black Lives Matter didn't have a
To
lasting
be fair,
effect, right?
Snowden was 2013, a year before all this shit. I feel like that was probably bigger than anything.
Sure. Black Lives Matter didn't automatically change society. Yes, that one movement didn't upend the racist imperialist government that is the United States, right? It didn't collapse the government. It didn't have permanent change, right? I think FQ, you have no idea have major social changes happened. You have no clue. Right? The civil rights movement, the big one that we all think of, right? The marches, the speeches, the videos that you can recall right now in your mind, right? That wasn't a movement. That was a long list of movements, a long list of failures, right? Like a long list of Black movements being crushed. We don't talk about any of that stuff, right? All you see is the end result. And then your response is, hey, I guess because BLM didn't like revolutionize policing in America, it must have failed, right? It must have, its promises didn't happen. Well, yes, you're correct. It didn't happen, but that's just literally the struggle. That's what the struggle looks like. It's what it's always looked like, right? For any movement, like even talking about like the struggle for LGBT rights, right? We look at the end result. There was like 5-6 decades of struggle before then, and part of the major movement. 5-6 decades of struggle, but all along the line, you could have said, well, I mean, this movement has accomplished nothing, right? I mean, I don't see any major reforms. So what was even the point? In fact, you know what? Like bringing attention to it has actually made things worse. You know, because there was a period when they're moving for gay marriage to put forward to make gay marriage legal when they wanted to roll back unions, right? Like the gay unions. Like this is just how these things go. Okay, so I'm gonna move forward. Sorry, I'm almost done. I think. Let me read this. And then I have two more things. Okay. So this is another excerpt from the article. It says, which raises some uncomfortable.
Oh, she couldn't take it anymore.
Okay. Okay.
What a dunk.
Thank you for the $2 Canadian. W. Shreya Wall, Tessica Johnson.
Big testicles.
Rage quit.
It's okay.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Okay.
No worries, FQ. No worries. All right. So I promise I'm almost done, and then everyone else can go. Because
Okay.
Okay. So another excerpt from the article, which raises some uncomfortable questions. Is the media more trusted now than a decade ago? Is Hollywood I guess I actually addressed this. Is Hollywood making it better, making better films or television? Is academia more respected? Have these institutions become stronger since they systematically excluded an entire cohort? Did meritocracy accelerate their decline? So I guess I already addressed that part, so I'll leave that alone. But that's like where FQ got this this idea, like, oh, I guess it must be DEI or that caused all this, but I've addressed that. Okay. Oscars. I actually did I have a mixed feelings about what the Oscars did, right? Oscars was brought up, talking about Oscars so white, that whole thing, right? One, that was a fantastic movement. Glad it happened. Two, this kind of addresses the thing that was problematic in the article. Our friend Lactoid laid into this, right? Like how there were white men who were older, who are already established, who are part of these organizations, and who they weren't going to leave, right? But then everyone else who was coming in, well, they weren't white, and they were the ones who were going to suffer. Well, for the Oscars, they actually realized about that encrusted geriatric layer, right, as part of their membership, the Academy. And so they got rid of a whole swath of these individuals. A lot of these people weren't part of weren't involved in the movie making industry for decades, right? They just sat there. They were just like fucking politicians, right? They just sat there for decades, being part of the membership, and then voting completely out of touch with current society, current culture, and voting on these movies. And what do you know? We had a bunch of white nominees, a bunch of white winners, and so they just got rid of them. They put in rules in place that say that you have to have worked for a certain amount of time to be still a member of the Academy. It cleared out the geriatrics, right? But then they put in the rule and they made an effort to reach out to other communities that weren't reached out to before. The Academy actually was super goddamn white, but they made an effort to change it, right? I don't know the exact balance. So maybe someone else can tell me. I'd appreciate. Yeah, I'd like to look that up. I don't know the exact balance now, but I think that is a better way of doing this. I'm not saying it's necessarily the fairest way of doing it, right?
Obviously.
But I actually don't know if there's necessarily a fair way of unbalancing injustice.
People just won't give a fuck
The
about
Oscars used to not. The Oscars actually
So-
don't even. I think up until recently, this year, I think didn't require voters to have seen the movie that they're voting.
It was
So you don't have to-
wild.
You didn't have to watch all the
That's
movies.
crazy.
It was fucking
That's
wild.
awful.
Okay.
I was about to say,
then-
also one other thing I was about to say, I know this is still in your flow, but another fun fact
Flow?
in regards to the
damn
the
broke.
award system. I was about to say the Oscars.
20 minutes.
A black artist has never won the category of country in the history the history of the Oscars. Beyonce won it last year for the last year is the first
That's
time.
not the Oscars.
Not the Oscars.
Yeah,
the
and it was a
Grammys.
travesty.
I'm sorry,
Should have gone to
Grammys.
Darius
Yeah,
Rucker or
I-
any of
yeah.
the other actually
Well,
country singers that
Okay,
are
cool.
African
So
American.
whatever. Beyonce ended up winning for the best country album, and
Yeah.
immediately the category got split into classic country and contemporary country, which has
And
never existed before. Simply because
Oscars did that too in terms of popular movie and then movie of the year or whatever.
I have to leave, and I just want to say one thing. I'm fixing to leave. Probably, I apologize. Real quick, I just found this out as since we're talking about culturally relative movies. Galaxy Quest allegedly has a rated R version that the studio is holding from us. So release that. Thank you all for having me. It's been fun. Y'all
Thank
be good.
you. Have a good one,
Bye,
Gibbs.
Gibbs.
And I must have been right because you didn't respond to me. So thank you so much. All right.
Well, you know,
at that-
Well, it would take
So,
like an hour to respond to all your points.
Hey, I will
Yeah.
not
The
take
most
criticism
because
from
the
Scott.
talk a long
Never.
time is getting mad at a
Never.
monologue.
Never.
It's
Okay,
Christmas
last thing.
break.
The
I'm here for it.
very,
Okay.
the very last thing I'll say, right? And this is to FQ, right? And you'll get to respond, all right? FQ, I think you have no basis for your politics, like at all. I don't think you have a core to your politics, right?
Okay.
And I think because of that, you're easily swayed by these cultural, political forces, right? Like
Okay.
this is a very attractive argument to you because I don't think you actually have a core to your politics. I don't think you have a guiding principle, right? Even my friend Scott, who I disagree with very much, so right, he has actually, I think, the brightest North Star I've ever seen, right? In terms of like non.
It all starts with A equals A and the unavoidable axiom.
The non-aggression principle. I think he has other wrong, but I disagree with him. But he's not so easily swayed by these things, right? And I think, and I could say that for many people here. But I think you are. I think
recently switched to the open borders argument, so I don't know.
I think that
that's why Lacto was allowed to be in the libertarian movement.
I
think
I was open borders beforehand. Just saying.
Stop it, because you guys want me to end. This is my last thing, so let me bring it home, right? I don't think you have a core basis to your politics. I think we discussed this last night. I think that you are so easily swayed even by literally white nationalist arguments because it's difficult for you to identify.
So if you're going to bring that up, I have to respond. Okay.
Hold on. I said you would respond, correct? I kept
next
saying
week.
you'd respond.
Yeah, I will respond
next week. Okay, great. So I don't
mean,
think
that's
you
what it's going to turn into.
You can't actually identify the enemies of the problem, right? The individuals who are the biggest beneficiaries of all these policies, right? Both of the ones that hurt minorities and the ones that hurt white individuals, right, are the billionaires. They are the people at the top. The actual people with power within our economy. These are the people who benefit the most, right? Whether it's like destroying jobs through AI, whether it's the way schools are treated in our country, right? Because they put their kids in private schools, and private school is something that our friend Ike Rich would have said if he was here, right? He would have said, "Hey, you know what? The best kids to get into Harvard, right? The ones who prove their worth." They're the people who have gone to private schools, right? And those people have been tested, have gone through test prep literally for years before they get to the SAT. Literally for years they've been doing it. They've had so much test prep, right? And then at the end, they're called the very best, right? Are they the best or the best at taking that actual test? But these are structural structural advantages given to them, right? Given to the rich. You don't actually identify any of these things, right?
They're the best at that thing where we find out what you know.
You're swayed by cultural these cultural wars, and it drives you to say nonsense like you've done this entire time. Now I'm done.
After Fairy Queen responds, can I do a closing?
Next week.
Okay, so I have a lot of things to respond to that, and I understand that other people probably have to leave. I apologize.
Why don't we?
But
So
I did
then why
just
don't you?
receive a
FQ,
dissertation.
if you can,
So
well, FQ, if you can stay. Well, FQ, if you can stay, then let Lactoid get his last word in, and then we can just.
Well, to be very fair, I mean, you did just accuse me of being easily swayed
I know I
and
did.
being a white nationalist
you
in front
again.
of a whole
I will
group of
accuse you
people,
again.
and
I'll
that's
do
not
that
really
again.
fair to say that, like, to tell other
FQ,
people. I mean, I don't want to keep anybody hostage
I'm letting
here,
him exit.
but it's just
He's
wrong
gonna
to do
exit.
that, Prime.
He's
I'm
going to
sorry.
exit. FQ, I guarantee you, I'll say worse.
You're going to say that about me in front of a huge group of people, and then say, "Let him
I'll say
leave,"
worse things
and
about
then
you.
you're,
Don't
and
worry,
then you
I
can
can do it. I'll say worse things, but I'm just going to let him exit.
do it.
No,
Why don't you just
no,
do
I
it?
don't.
Do it.
We'll
Do
go
it
to
right
leave,
now.
but she
No,
might
let
not
her,
be the white nationalist.
let her respond. Let her
Do it
respond,
right
and then
now.
I'll say afterwards.
Say the worst things right now. Say them. Go on.
Oh
say them.
yeah,
I'm not
I
afraid
think that you're pushing white nationalist talking points. You were doing that last night. You were doing white nationalist talking. You literally hold on. You'll love this, Corey, right? She was pushing white nationalist talking points. I call them white nationalist talking points. She says they're not white nationalist talking points. Hey, FQ, where'd you get them? Oh, Richard Spencer. Like, that's literally what happened.
So
that's literally what happened. You were
So
literally pushing white nationalist talking
So
points.
I'm going to respond to this. Okay, so now that you've said that, okay. So first of all, talking about how the billionaires are controlling everything and how they are the really ones behind all of politics, just so you know, like that is also a white nationalist talking point, okay? And if you don't believe me, you can go to any white nationalist.
Ask any white
saying
nationalist.
that. They will say that. They absolutely do. That is a big, like, white nationalist. So you also apparently have something in common. Congratulations. So I guess I will just be very honest. I currently follow a person. Her name is Radfem Hitler, and you can look her up on Twitter. She's a well-known feminist content
Another
creator. Okay,
benevolent
I
sexist
love
like
her.
So
I
big.
think
Fairy
I
Queen.
like a
No
lot of.
surprise.
I think she's great. I think she's done a lot of good things, but I noticed that some of the stuff that she was retweeting, she reposts things from Nick Fuentes. I noticed that she was reposting things about Richard Spencer, and that made me really uncomfortable because I really liked her as a content creator, and I was curious about why it was that she was reposting these people. And so I became curious and I tried to look up who Richard Spencer was because I had vaguely heard of him, but I didn't really know that much about him. So I looked up his Substack. Apparently, he is founding a cult with this person called Mark Brahman, which is the Cult of Apollo, which is a crazy white nationalist cult, which basically essentially tries to argue that Christianity was a way for Jews to humiliate people who were white, which is pretty wild. You can look it up; it's like on the website. And
Search for the
there
term
are
neo-Jew if you want to go down that rabbit hole.
so, and however, having said that, I did say to Prime that even though I disavow the anti-Semitic tripe that I found, like within what he was written, and I disavow the stuff that he has to say about race and IQ, and the stuff that he has to say about denigrating like people. I don't support white nationalism or fascism. However, I did say that I did find some of the arguments that he had to make compelling. And one of those arguments had to do with affirmative action. I mentioned and so that was what like we discussed the other day. Richard Spencer, essentially like in one of the talks that he gave, he stated that there is an argument to be made from the right for affirmative action. And that is that essential, and actually this isn't fair to say because an argument that you could make from the right in favor of affirmative action is that when you truly make the American university system a true meritocracy, where you are not just competing against people in the United States when you apply to college. You are competing against everybody in China, in Saudi Arabia, in Russia, and just about anybody on planet Earth who has enough money to be able to pay full price tuition, which many universities are perfectly happy to accept, and they are willing to be swayed by foreign countries. And this has led in a couple of cases to concerns about freedom of speech on campus and concerns about foreigners from overseas trying to influence our politics and what we want to say and what we want to do in American universities. An example of this was the Confucius Institutes in Florida. Marco Rubio, to this day, like they were originally embraced as a form of diversity, of celebrating intercultural exchange between China and between the United States. And those were immediately shut down because there were concerns that these institutes being included on campus limited freedom of speech, diversity of thought, and it acted essentially as a form of government overwatch from China, like within the United States. And I take that point. I think that that is like a fair thing to say. And it is a mark against meritocracy, because I think that when we're thinking about meritocracy in the United States, it has to function a little bit as a walled garden. I don't think it's the human right of a random person from Czechoslovakia, just because he has the requisite grades and the requisite test scores, that means that that the American university system owes him a spot just as much as somebody who's worked incredibly hard from an American family in Kansas to be able to go. And I don't think that that's an unfair, and I don't think that that's a fascist or a white nationalist thing to say. I think that that is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that national security is maybe not a merit, but it's a kind of DEI that I think should be considered, like when we're thinking about hiring people and bringing them into our university systems and bringing them into jobs. And if you think that that's DEI and if you think that that's wrong, I mean, you're free to accept that and to think that. But I think the true cost of allowing a true free marketplace of ideas with no regulation whatsoever, with no concern about like the nationality or where these people are coming from or why they are here or what it is that they wish to do with these positions of power in our country, then you are basically leaving us throwing the American people out in the cold. in the name of a feeling of fairness and justice, like when you go to apply for a job or for a university position. And so, no, I completely reject this idea that I won't, I actually will say, like, to be completely fair, I don't think that I have ever strongly associated or clung to a particular framework or set of politics. I think anybody who's known me for a long time can fairly say that. I'm fairly open. I like to discuss ideas. I like to debate ideas. There are some individual threads of things that I believe that I will talk about, but I think it's perfectly fair to say that I am a fairly, mostly an open book. But I don't think that that means that I'm a naive person. And I especially think that it doesn't mean that just because I looked up Richard Spencer, like something that Richard Spencer wrote, that means that I'm an incoming white nationalist. And fuck you, Prime, for saying so.
No,
and fuck you for saying so on
I didn't
this
call
thing.
you. Hold on. I
Goodbye.
didn't call you a white nationalist. I didn't call you a white nationalist. I haven't done that. I said you're now you're a bullshitter. Now, okay, bullshitter then, right? So I didn't call her a white nationalist. I said she was taking white nationalist talking points, right? I made it very clear.
But
right?
the implication.
But no surprise, she reads too much. Into
Bringing
it,
that one back. The implication,
Prime. Have a
Prime.
conversation.
I think it depends on
definitely
whenever
implied that she
I was
was
gonna say,
that she was being swayed by now. You actually didn't even imply it. You literally said that she was being swayed by white nationalist arguments.
Because
like you did everything but say you're a budding white nationalist.
I think she was being. I think if there's an argument that from a white nationalist that you're being swayed by white nationalists. That's absolutely.
It doesn't even have to be their worst argument.
All right,
what
bro.
we said about
But I'm not calling
like
her a white nationalist, to be very clear, right? Like I'm saying, hey, like you are putting out racist talking points. That's actually what you're doing, right? It's a coward thing to do to run away that way, right? It was a cowardly thing to do. And I was willing to engage with you, right? Just like I engaged with you for hours previously. I was willing to do that, but that's a coward to move, FQ. Fine, that's okay. You're going to be a coward and run away. That's okay. But sorry, go ahead.
I'm about to say I know we're about to leave. I'm about to say it depends on the time that what time point you're referencing Richard Spencer. Not because I believe he's changed his entire philosophy, but I know that like no one in here, including myself, hates Donald Trump more than Richard Spencer. He thinks he's like complete, like, I'm about to say that man thinks he's like the worst white man that ever white man. I don't think he ended up endorsing Kamala Harris actually against Donald Trump because he hates him so much. I will say that what she said at the end was, I know because I've heard it from white supremacists, it's probably one of their best arguments, but it is definitely a white supremacist argument about the American interest versus like pure meritocracy, simply because I heard it from Nick Fuentes, and I've actually heard it from Charlie Kirk was taught, like they speak to the idea of like GDP isn't the number one barometer. They're okay with like they use it in terms of immigration. Well, they talk about immigration, like immigration is a net positive to GDP, and they're like, well, we're okay with GDP not being as efficient if it means protecting the interest of like white workers and their families. Like we don't need to be the superpower of the world. We want to protect our family, and like that's okay. You can make that argument. I mean, I even think there are conversations to be had there, but it definitely is from a framework of white supremacy.
No, absolutely.
You heard it here first, folks. If you use the meme GDP number go up, you are a white nationalist or being swayed by white nationalist arguments. Nah, I'm sorry, Prime. I don't normally white knight, but like Fairy Queen literally canceled an interview with me because she did not like my takes on race and IQ statistics. Like the idea that she's like swayed by white nationalism and whatever.
I'm not calling her. Good thing I'm
saying that was a fair time for her to quit when you basically implied it, and then it's past the time for us to leave for her to say her piece and dip out.
Using the words that he said. He said the words he said. He was intentional about the words he said.
Yeah, I was extremely intentional about the words that I said.
I'm just saying it's fair. I'm saying it doesn't make her a coward to be like, here's my piece. All right, fuck off.
I said specifically, hey,
she is a coward though.
And just like I've said, hey, I've called other people on this panel. I've said the same thing about other people on this panel, that you've said racist things without actually calling you a racist, right? I've done that many times.
I got my closing. I got my closing written down. And if you thought that what she said was white nationalist,
we've both called each other racist multiple times. I'm just saying, that's a fair time to be like, all right, fuck off. I don't like that you said that. It's past time that the show was already closed. It's not like she left at 10. You know,
fine. It's fine.
Blackjoy did say he
Leave it alone.
hypothetically wanted to make
Leave it
clanhood.
alone.
So just
Leave it alone.
keep that
Okay.
in mind.
Hypothetically, yeah.
FQ
You
is
got, like,
free. FQ is free to come back to make her point. Hell, I'll give her a one-on-one if that's what she wants. We could have a one-on-one conversation, and she can like get an opportunity to fully put forward her positions, and I can respond to her. Once again, I'm not calling her a white nationalist. I'm not calling her a racist, to be very clear, right? But I think she's repeating racist arguments, and I think that they. Sorry, I'll leave it alone. I don't need to say.
Can I have room? I'm gonna
Let's
have
go
room.
to
Yeah, I need some room to push some of my racist arguments for a second because I'm running out of steam, and I got to get up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the first thing is going way back. Two quick fact checks, and then I'll get into my closing. Going way back, according to NPR, 78% of who they hired were persons of color. I read the whole Daily Wire article. Even by their numbers, persons of color were disproportionately hired. I don't really know if the Daily Wire's methodology on this is like good or bad. It does seem to be like definitely arguing against the way that Bloomberg has tallied up the numbers, and it's saying, well, this it doesn't make any sense because of X, Y, Z. I guess I'd really need to like actually sit down and go through all the stats to see which whether Bloomberg or the Daily Wire has like a better argument here. But even if we go off of the Daily Wire's argument, which is like the most, from what I've been able to find, the most extreme position against Bloomberg's, even on that article, persons of color were disproportionately hired compared to white people. As to Ali, I've said this every fucking time it gets brought up. I'm gonna keep saying it. The BLM claim that police are killing black people in the street is a complete lie. It's based in a lie. When you control for interactions with police, black people are not overrepresented.
Now Blackjoy wants to fact check.
Immigrants, though. I know everyone likes to do the just killing thing. I don't think BLM was all about killing.
I said,
I think it has to do with the beatings, the unjust arrest, the whole spiel. It's not just about. I know there's only like 13 people who get killed a year. Yeah.
Yep, it's dramatically over. It's all.
And then I got a question.
Let me finish
Are biracial people counted as POC or are they counted as white?
Yeah, they're POC, of course.
Okay, so they're half white.
When you not only is it a complete lie that they are disproportionately killed, it is you're right that the perception of how many black people are killed is dramatically misunderstood and very much based on partisan levels. So this absolutely is the case. And
what about the other part of brutality that isn't being killed?
And hey, just like I can rely on Corey to fact check, I guess, the immigration claims, he didn't fact check that claim, so it's up to me to step in and to check the claims that Corey is too afraid to fact check, I suppose.
No.
What about the other brutality that isn't murder?
So, I love your selective fact checking.
I love your selective fact checking. I didn't hear you call out Ali. Now I'm going to move on to.
I don't hear you responding to me. What about the other brutality that isn't all murder? What about all the other brutality that comes along with what BLM was talking about? It isn't all just murder.
Yeah. The Summer of Love, the BLM movement, began with the narrative, going all the way back to Mike Brown, but really, really intensified following George Floyd. And the sentence that you said was that they're killing black people in the street. And this was the slogans that they marched with, because that's not going to that's not going to rile.
Let's read past headlines.
Because
goes a long way.
No, it's not. It's a lie.
Goes a long
no,
way.
it's a flat fucking lie.
Are immigrants killing all the white girls?
It's a flat. Hold on. It's a flat fucking lie. You can say there's some other true claims that we had to lie about this in order to draw your attention to. Yeah.
Police brutality.
Sure.
Brutality isn't just murder.
Hey. They're killing us. They're killing us in the street is referring to murder. No, they're not. Statistically, they are not disproportionately killing unarmed black men in the street. This is false. This is a lie. This is a lie perpetuated by Black Lives Matter.
They're not just brutal to black people. All lives matter.
This is a lie perpetuated by Black Lives Matter. This is a lie perpetuated by Black Lives Matter, and it was done for political purposes. And there's no nuance to that. When you actually look into the fucking nuance, you realize, yes, that statement is a lie. There's no nuance to that statement.
But the movement was
there is. That's not what you said, and that's not the specific statement that I'm criticizing.
But that's what the point of BLM was.
No. It wasn't.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it was about the
started on
police
the
are.
foundation of George Floyd,
Oh,
but then police
are you
brutality
telling
was
me?
the
Are you
was the
telling? Are you
overarching
telling me?
issue.
Yeah, yeah. Are you telling me that that these cities, that Minneapolis would have burned if they were marching? Hey, police push us around too much when they're arresting us. Or is
No, they
it
shouldn't have killed the
hands
person
up,
that
don't
started
shoot?
the
Or is it
burdens,
hands
yeah.
up, don't shoot? Is
It's
it
hands
they?
up, don't shoot. It's
Yes.
I can't breathe. There's a bunch of
Oh,
slogans.
yeah,
Mad slogans.
minute,
There's enough slogans
and
that
many
are
of them,
catchy.
and hands up, don't shoot, which is again an overt lie, goes towards a pervasive methodological falsehood pushed by this organization,
That
pushed
police
by
are overly brutal to
pushed
people?
pushed by this movement, stating that police officers disproportionately kill unarmed black men. This was the
I heard a lot
slogan.
about police
If you are
brutality. I don't
denying
know.
this, if you are denying
I
this,
heard
then you're
about
not
the
living
12
in
black,
reality.
the certain black
You're
people
not
they
living.
killed.
You're not
Wait
living
a
in
minute.
reality.
The Jacob
And I'm
Blake shooting wasn't about a black man that died.
and I'm not going to be.
He lived.
And everyone, anybody who sees this knows this. I'm not going to be gaslit into not remembering what the slogans were and what the marching was about and what the rioting
I know
was
what the
about
slogans
and
were.
how
Yeah.
and all these fast
about
food
that
restaurants
instance.
getting burned down because of the narrative that police officers were hunting black people in the street. And this
straws that broke
perception
camel's
and
back
this
at the time,
perception
you know?
no, the straw that broke the camel's back was the media
Was the
lying
dro-
about this, leading to people of every political orientation dramatically overrepresenting the amount of black people that were killed by orders of magnitude when you got into the far left.
What about the people who were brutalized?
Listen,
You can do it. I'm not one of those people.
I'll clean
I don't really
Ali,
give a fuck.
Ali,
Wait,
I'll clean
why
this
was
up.
Kyle
I'll clean
Rittenhouse
this
at a
up very.
protest?
I'll clean this up very quickly. Rand Paul and his wife were attacked by BLM protesters, and he had to use the police to escape BLM protesters as they were screaming, "Say her name." Rand Paul wrote the Breonna Taylor bill. This was a racial justice movement that was based upon fantasy.
Yeah, people.
It was
snap.
all
Other
about
people
getting
didn't
back
snap. I'm
at
not telling you
Whitey.
the movement
That's
wasn't
it.
overtaken.
Again, why?
I'm not telling you it wasn't. I agree that the movement was
actually is. Why don't-
overtaken. The leaders
like,
were
it's-
shit.
it's crazy.
It became a whole propaganda. It just became a way for the people at the top to make money. Yeah, that's true that's going to be true of the people at the top who consent to make money off the backs of the people who are actually part of the movement. Right, the movement is still the same. Even though if you just want to look at the propaganda around it, fine. The issue is police brutality. And then there's a reason why All Lives Matter came out because in the counter,
I just proved you wrong. I've already proved you wrong. It's not about police brutality.
Okay, so
you're right.
so
It's
tell me
just
this:
about
why
racial-
was
yeah, it's
wait,
just
why was
about
there
racism,
wait, why was
white
there
racism?
why was Kyle Rittenhouse at a protest in Wisconsin? What was he responding to?
He was putting out fires that the riot was starting.
Why was there a
hurting
riot?
people? Because Jacob Blake, who pulled a knife on a
Was he
cop, was
dead?
shot.
Did he die?
No, he did not die.
So it's not about black
No,
people.
Kamala
dying.
Harris
It's about
visited him in the
police
hospital.
brutality.
Remember?
It was
Even though he was
No,
a
I'm just saying,
violent
you said it was
person,
only
when-
about
when-
kidnapped
no,
children.
when you pull a
he was
gun
a
up-
violent man that kidnapped children and then was
I'm not
reaching
talking
into
about
the
the
car
validity
for a
of
weapon.
Jacob Blake.
Well,
You
yeah,
said that
I
the only
understand.
protest about
No,
black
Well, you
people dying.
asked.
No, when you
You
pull,
asked why were there protests
when you
there?
shoot somebody, hold on. When you shoot somebody, like it's lethal force. Just because Jacob Blake didn't specifically die,
I'm not
that was
arguing
still
the
that shooting
justification.
was still within the narrative, which is they're killing us in the street. They're shooting us. They're killing us. They weren't
No, they're
saying
brutal.
they
They're
weren't
doing
saying
brutality.
what the actual evidence does show, which is that minor scuffles are higher amongst black people than they are
Yeah,
white
that's what the
people
media was
amongst
pushing.
police
And then when you
arrests.
listen to the people talking,
On
they
the
kept-
most
I
on the
heard a
most
lot of
minor
police
level,
brutality.
on the most minor level, there does appear to be some issues there. This was not the narrative of BLM. You are not going to convince me otherwise. I've read too much into this, and I've experienced that.
We just named an example of why that wasn't the case. What do you mean we're gaslighting? We're going specific.
He was shot.
But he didn't die.
He
So
was
it wasn't
shot.
about killing of black people. It was about
Oh
police
my! It
brutality
was
against
using
black
lethal force against a black guy.
That's not the only. I'm about to say you can name cases related to arrest.
Like
Of,
what? Where there's no lethal force?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm about to
man.
say there.
Dude, how
Oh,
many
God.
times does
Was it
that
Sandra
millennial
Bland?
woes
Sandra Bland was
tweet
shot.
of like the
Every
left's
time,
argument is
point to the
just
sign.
misunderstanding the topic and
I'm not misunderstanding.
making conversation
I'm
impossible.
just not. Again, I like.
Oh, see, it's actually about brutality because he was shot but not killed.
I'm about to say the entire. You ask anybody about BLM and they're going to speak to police brutality in general. and they're going to speak to, and it's not even really just about police brutality, although that's the biggest thing. It also deals with like unjust policing. It's the fact of like, oh, okay, when these things happen to black people, the officers aren't facing consequences around it. Like if when people are arrested, when people like are actually facing consequences, there's really nothing to go out in the streets and write about. But it's the fact that like oh God, what was his name? Was running, and like it went months without an arrest being made. Wait, oh God, Prom. Do you know what we're talking
We're
about?
talking about Arbery, and all three men,
Yeah, about
including the
Arbery,
guy who videoed it, got arrested. And
yes,
went
but
to prison for
not
life.
the case was closed until people brought attention to it.
It was that's where the far right started calling black people that were committing crimes joggers instead of the N word
with a hammer, yeah.
Because the media was like, he's just jogging in his Timberlands after casing out a place he was clearly there to steal from.
He wasn't casing the joint. What are you talking about? Like we have video evidence.
Clearly there to steal from.
It was just
he was just
invading your house.
He's just baiting you. He's just baiting you, man.
Like bullshit.
He's just
But
baiting you.
but the thing is, like, that couldn't even be something that we agreed on as a nation. People had to justify, like, the movement, like, there were people pushing back on, like, no, they should have killed him. He deserved to get shot down in the streets and chased by a car. He was a criminal. Like, that's what people were looking for against him. That's absolutely what the conversation was about. Like, there wouldn't have been a protest if it was open and shut. Like, oh yeah, those dudes were criminals. They should go to jail. There wouldn't have been a protest. It was like, no, those people deserve justice.
There wouldn't have been a protest. Those guys would have gotten away for sure.
Okay,
they did get away.
So I'm just gonna go into my
they all
closing.
went to jail.
I
was about to say after the attention was brought to it, but it was like months before an arrest was made because the police that pulled up on the scene and saw what happened, they let them off. They was like, "Oh, you guys are fine. Y'all just killed another one of them. Go home, brothers. You're protecting your neighborhood."
Okay. I'm just gonna go into my closing, and then I'm gonna I don't. It's fucking crazy.
That's what happened.
I'm gonna go. Hey, I'm just gonna go to my closing.
So triggered.
No, I'm a little bit triggered as to the sheer
revisionist history.
Revisionist history of of it all, and just the rejection effect. But hey, it goes one way. So
speak your truth, Flactoid.
I'm gonna speak my truth right now.
Fucking
as we mentioned,
libertarian.
I'm gonna give my fake libertarian truth. Are you ready? As we mentioned, Jacob Savage is a liberal who claims he holds on to a liberal vision for America. I think this article was much less of an attack on any individual person of color, or even blaming any individual company, or really even blaming companies. I think it was much more of him looking upon his own works and with despair. This was a product of the American left-wing political machine, and now it had turned on him, and now he cares. The liberal fantasy of colorblindness that dominated the early thousands is now a Reddit punchline. People need to realize that equality is not the goal anymore. It is aimed at equity, which is equality of outcome. It's aimed at boosting minorities and limiting white people in order to narrow achievement gaps. The goal for many who push DEI, maybe not the people here, but many, is that they do not want you to succeed. With sneering disdain, DEI proponents will claim that white people who did not exist during eras past are expected to take the blame for their ancestors' wrongs and are called Nazis if they take the credit for their ancestors' creations. If you even acknowledge that you're being untreated unfairly, the sneering disdain becomes pointed at you. No one should give up, but that doesn't mean we can't recognize the push for equality was just a primer for a broader, more nefarious goal. The final goal here is a Harrison Bergeron-style society in which white people, in Mamdami's former aide's own words, must feel defeated. Thank you so much. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Ahmaud Arbery was fatally shot on February 23rd, 2020. I was about to say the video released on May 5th, 2020 surfaced, and the McMichaels were finally arrested May 7th of 2020. Are you saying like months went by of nothing happening after them killing somebody until the video goes public?
Let's give closings to everyone then. Lactoid, shout out to your friend. And also all right, I should just leave it alone. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah. So, I am happy to recognize that everyone here understands that at a global financial markets and the private equity within all of the world's superpowers and economic power, like the IMF and the UN, within legal practice within many European countries and within America up until 2024, still to this day within many states, even in states that have enacted anti-DEI laws like Texas and Florida, there is still, anti-white discrimination baked into the legal code and into our financial markets from, manipulation of, elites and billionaires throughout the world, that we all recognize that there is definitive, de facto, um, anti-white discrimination and systemic oppression of white people. But for some reason, we have a whole bunch of arguments about why, like, oh, you're just whining, oh, it's bullshit, oh, it's, it's actually a good thing maybe, but I won't directly say that. So I didn't expect to have to, I didn't expect to fight any fact-based arguments, because the facts are all on our side that this is wrong, unless you just believe that it's okay to systematically oppress people for a quality of outcome, which the proponents of DEI believe. I am sad that Fairy Queen had to dip out, because I just wanted to just say one little point, and maybe she's watching or something. I just wanted to add this little bit about this concept of, like, has art been made better because of these, like, DEI initiatives? And I would say, maybe you believe, and I know Bam does, that, like, we're in a golden age of television, that there's a lot of good television and things of that nature. And that's a very subjective thing, and I won't take that from you. I won't. But what I will say is, BBC since 2014 has put in heavy guidelines where 20% of people on screen need to be black, despite the fact that that's much higher than the percentage of black people living in England, right? That they need, that is a legal mandate for, well, it's not a legal mandate, it's a rule-based system for the BBC, which is, government funded. There are rules for, like, their award systems, right? So de facto, all of the media in England, has DEI requirements. And it's like, well, have we gotten better black storytelling out of that? And I looked it up, and I wanted to know, like, what stories have been told about Africa in the past decade in England, where they have all these forced initiatives. And there's two of them. One is Lost Kingdoms of Africa, which is a documentary series exploring pre-colonial African kingdoms, hosted by Gus Casely Hayford. Predates peak diversity rules, but aligns with increased focus on African history. So this is just before the rules, is when the show starts, but it's 4 seasons, and the latter seasons kick in, like, as some of these rules start coming in. And then there's the history of Africa during this time, which is all about colonization. So it's like, if we were to make a racial Bechdel test, right, it would fail that test, because it's all about white people colonizing. It's not about black stories. There have been zero since these rules have been implemented, stories of African folklore, stories of pre-colonial African kingdoms that focus around the inner politics of African communities and empires. There have been no period pieces about Mansa Musa, or about, the kingdom of Aksum or Kush, or anything. And so, despite putting in all of these rules, and this is kind of what I was piggybacking off what you said, Prime, is that it just showcases the problem of neoliberalism. It doesn't actually do anything. All of these diversity and all of these diversity initiatives, where we have, all it's done is piss off white people, because now we have, Queen Victoria as a black woman, and we have period pieces of white stories written by a bunch of encased old guard white people with black actors that have been race swapped, pissing off literally everybody. Black people are not asking for, I mean, there are some, obviously, but most black people are not asking that we race swap a bunch of historical white figures, tell historical white stories, but with black people as the actors. It pisses off everybody, and it doesn't do anything towards healing racial tension. I want to compare that to the video game industry and show there have been a lot of woke games, if you will, whether what your opinions on Gamergate. I want to set all of that aside, right? You know, sweet baby games, whatever. Regardless of how you feel about whether or not that's too much or good or bad, what I'll say is this: the games that were celebrated for wokeness did not do very well. Okay, maybe it's because their target audience are a bunch of white racists and that's who mostly plays video games. But Concord ain't winning any fucking friends, and neither is, you know, the end of the Game Awards Concord 2.0, right?
Oh, high
But you know
guard.
what?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, high guard. But you know what? But you know what did get critical acclaim from everyone? Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 had people in the before the game came out talking about the game with rainbow flag shirts celebrating and pins of their trans label. They had every single one of their characters was gay. They had Abigail Thorne, the person from Philosophy Tube, okay, as a character in the game. When Jennifer English, who has, you know, was a voice actor in Elden Ring and a voice actor in Baldur's
And
Gate
everything.
and a voice actor in Expedition 33, right? Hire her because you're getting Game of the Year. When she accepted her award at the Indie Games for Best Voice Actor, she went on stage and said that this is in celebration of queer joy. That there's something. Sorry, this is for Expedition 33. But again, she's a voice actor for Baldur's Gate. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cared. And the reason nobody cared was because wokeness and like DEI were not mandates upon the game, and they didn't force their politics on anyone. She literally got on stage and said, I'm doing this in celebration of queer joy. And not a single right-wing chud was like, oh, we have to cancel at Claire Obscure Expedition 33. And the reason was because they told a good fucking story, and they weren't motivated by wokeness. They weren't motivated by diversity, equity, inclusion. They were motivated by telling a story and telling the corporations, specifically fucking Ubisoft, to go fuck themselves because the little guys have come in with a game and it's going to destroy everything. And I think that really goes to show that I don't think these DEI initiatives are doing anything that they're even purporting to do. I think they're not coming from a place of diversity. They're not coming from a place of wanting to tell black stories or wanting to you know, like to actually create some form of equality. They're coming from a corporate fucking checklist of rainbow capitalism, if you will, bullshit that meets all of the standards of private equity and laws that are pushing this fucking means of which billionaires can create racial tension and division within our culture and society, and not actually create a freer, more prosperous society.
People can always do examples like that. I feel like, well, Jordan Peele, every one of Jordan Peele's movies have been critically acclaimed. And Jordan Peele always comes out and he actively states, they're like, "Oh, would you plan on doing a movie with a white lead?" And he says, "No, I make movies for black people." And
let's move on, because I know people want to head out. Let's get to Corey.
Well, I guess I'll try to also keep it short. So I find it interesting that both in Scott's closing statement and opening statement, they outline pretty much, you know, this. I think they mentioned also like this systemic discrimination or something along those lines on a global scale. And I did bring data, and I've discussed it with Lactwood, like yeah, if there you have this massive global, you know, systemic discrimination, and yet overall, when you look in the aggregate data, it seems like white men aged 30 to 39 are overall doing just fine. Or maybe there is a slight dip, you know, by a single percentage point. So like, despite this massive, you know, multi-level systemic discrimination, nothing gets shown up in the aggregate data overall, or like the smallest signal. But I will concede, if you zoom in on certain instances, okay, I'm sure there has been anti-white discrimination at certain companies, both private and public. But again, nothing on the aggregate shows up in the data. And then I guess the last thing that I'll say, not related to the actual topic, but just, you know, I find it interesting, you know, when FQ gets offended by you implicating that they're a white nationalist, and where it's like, oh, okay. So let's say you called her white nationalist, and then, oh, big deal. Some anonymous, faceless person is being labeled a white nationalist. Like, she's FQ and doesn't show her, like, isn't that the whole point of being anonymous online? nothing can actually be attributed to you. Like, who cares?
She's not anonymous. Her face has been online tons of times.
Yeah, but she's still anonymous. Okay, there's a reason why Lactoid doesn't share his name. I pressed him on it; he'll never share because at the end of the day, he's not putting his reputation on the line. Okay, because that's a risk for him. He's too scared to do that.
I know
Yes,
your name,
absolutely.
Charles.
So,
And so
Why don't you press
yeah,
Prime?
because he's not as much of a weasel as you are.
About what? What am I a weasel about?
I don't want to we can really get that on a separate panel. I'm more than happy to.
Convenient.
You don't want to. You
Why
don't want to
press
do
Pam?
DEI. Prioritize the black person over you, bro. I mean, over you.
yeah.
You get it,
Come on.
man. If you're black, it's okay, but if you're white, you're
True.
a coward
No,
for not putting your
True.
information out there.
No,
There's two black people here that don't have their full name
I will
openly
absolutely,
public.
I will absolutely
I'm proud
qualify
of
it
you
in
leaked
terms
it,
of like,
3 times.
yes, if you're anonymous and online, there's a level of cowardice, and I would have no problem saying that there's an that holds true to a certain extent to pride.
Yeah, I
and to
got
BAM.
kids and I don't want to be doxxed. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly. It's always about safety. Yeah, you just say that you're a coward. It's not a problem. Just like Lacto can say it too.
Look, hey, I agree. When you have the most milquetoast opinions, you don't really have much to worry about.
No, I'm not going to put myself in danger for some stupid bravado. Show up to my house. I'll blow your fucking brains out if you did something for my children. I'm not a fucking coward just because I'm smart enough to put my fucking to dox
admitting to
myself.
being afraid. Yes, that's being. How is that not cowardice?
So it's so any level of
This is gonna be a
rational
whole thing.
fear on anything is cowardice.
To some
Wait,
degree.
let's move on.
Protecting yourself is cowardice. Wearing a bulletproof vest is cowardice.
I said
Are
it's a
cops
spectrum.
cowards if they wear bulletproof vests?
You can say
Does that make
somebody's
you
braver
callous?
if they don't.
Well, no, hold on. Even further, Corey, you're a little bit of a coward because you're not putting your Canadian equivalent of your social security number right
I would
there.
agree with you. Yes, there's a spectrum there. Yes, just like there's a spectrum.
Everything's a spectrum.
Yeah, you fucking coward.
Well, wait, do you think
somebody's braver than
do you
you.
think there's a
Somebody
difference?
will drop
Do
their
you
address.
think there's a difference
Pull up,
from someone that says I'm anxious about public speaking and I will never do public speaking? Is there any difference there whatsoever?
You haven't
Or
put
that's
your
the
social
same level
security.
of fear?
You haven't put your social security number up.
Yes, exactly, and I have no problem saying there's an element of fear there
Yeah, fear
behind
that
it.
somebody
Yeah.
would steal
Yeah.
their identity. I mean,
Someone in my
So,
chat says
okay,
you look both ways before crossing the road. You fucking coward.
Actually true. Actually
Yes,
true.
yes. There's a
That's
conversation to be had there.
retarded.
I'm about to say that.
That's
No, no,
retarded.
wait a
There's no
minute.
conversation to be had. there.
Nobody
That's
is
retarded.
the
No,
action hero would never look. both
I
ways.
will
The action hero
gladly.
would just walk because I think there is like an element of like, oh, this does exude a level of confidence. This is
The
why
cars will
Wait,
stop
wait.
don't
for
look
me.
like an explosion.
So I'm actually less of a
God.
coward because I ride a motorcycle.
yeah. And that-
No, you're more of a fool.
Ooh.
You're more
To
of a
some
fool.
extent, in that specific
I'm brave. I'm
You're a
brave.
fool.
There we
You're-
go. Balance
You know what you are?
It,
You know what you are,
it balances
Lactoid?
out. It balances
You're
out.
stunning
Wait, do
and
you wear a helmet?
brave.
I'm not gonna say whether I wear a helmet or not. I don't want to. I don't want to take away some of that newfound bravery. Okay, I don't want
Let's see you wear a helmet.
But
okay.
there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Okay,
Look
I
at
don't know for
brains
sure.
in the
But
bay,
there's a
man.
reason why. There's even like people like Scott and Lactoid. They never remember anything that they say on panel because there's no reputational. There's no risk for reputational damage. Okay, as case in point, or it could just be bad memory, just bad overall poor executive function. I don't know. But as case in point, when I shared my experience of like being hired and fired from a company, okay, and Scott laughed like this is new information. One, I spoke him about before. And two, if he checks his message DM, I sent him the article because I spoke to him about before.
Damn. Drop it to him.
Let me
you're not pissed by
I
the
ain't
way.
read that shit. I'm
I'll
sorry.
say,
I never. I also
said.
said in the messaging, you don't have to read it. I never
No.
expected you to read it, but of course you don't remember that.
Ooh, he's got
Okay.
you there.
So
Cooking y'all,
to be
boy.
Yeah, I didn't
clear,
read. I didn't read your Substack where you admitted to loving the cuck chair.
clear.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
yes. Yes, I'm the cuck coming from the divorced dad, overweight dad. Yes, I'm the cuck.
Boy, is hot this
What
year.
is
You got
happening
kids?
today?
You got kids?
What is
Corey?
happening today?
I currently have no desire to have kids. What is that? What does that
Oh,
mean?
okay. All right.
All right, what you got, Brian?
Well, I don't know what's happening today, but okay. Five
Corey
words
is
from everyone
Spicy.
on one panel. Something's in the water. Something's in the air. It must be Christmas time. That's what's doing it. But
It was
I'm happy to
topic.
deliver to you,
I just gotta
Brian.
say again, I didn't call FQ white nationalist. I have to push back on the implication of that one way or the other. But she absolutely is spouting white nationalist talking points. That I'll continue to say. But go ahead, Bam.
Yeah, I like so. Last thing I'll say about this is, I'm gonna speak to media just because I enjoy media. I don't care about gaming. I've learned that recently. I thought enjoy games. I realize there's people who really do this. I don't. But like I said, film and television.
Fair.
We're like everybody makes everybody runs to the argument like you just make a good story. You know, we don't care about that stuff. We end up with better story. Like I just think that good storytellers make good stories. But I think that there's good storytellers who do prioritize representation. Like I think Ryan Coogler is one of the hottest directors in the game right now, and he's came out in these schools. We talked about like, oh yeah, he makes stories about
Who's
black
that?
people. Ryan Coogler.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, you
He's a
don't.
big time director.
I was gonna say yeah, Black Panther, Sinners.
Oh, okay.
The Creed
Yeah, I was just
movies.
curious. Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually
yeah.
do want to see Sinners. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, me too.
Fantastic.
I haven't seen it
It's
either,
oh
yeah.
god, Ron, that should be movie of the year without question. But yeah,
I just gave up on Hollywood, so it's like very rare that I watch anything. So
I can
don't know who
understand
these
that for you,
people are.
but it also like to be fair, the point of the thing I was going to talk about earlier is like nobody other than black people is the target audience for that, and he came out and said as much. But black people are, like I said, the biggest enjoyers of film and TV media, so it went gangbusters compared to its budget, and I was say
why
that
why do you think that is? Why is it black people are watching all the TV?
or when it involves other black people, I think black people as a community have understood the value of representation. So whenever a black person seems to be in a position of success,
oh, so you think that they're just like you think that like black
it's
people
an
as a
obligation.
whole, or
yeah, like I mean, some like I enjoy film. I watch film because I enjoy film. Other black people go see movies starring black actors or with black directors out of obligation.
Support black actors.
But I mean,
Yeah,
but doesn't
it's
that kind of support the argument though that like DEI and things like that are like you're saying black people watch it because of DEI?
No,
like
no,
you're
no,
saying
wait,
because of black representation.
The way I understood it, wait, but
because of black directors, there's a sense of duty or obligation to watch it. And my argument is at least in my circles, a lot of us, because of those very same reasons, have checked out. And so
they also think it's good.
Hold on, Ali. Hold on. Yeah. I'm sure you do, right? Like I'm not saying all TV is trash or anything. What I'm saying is if you're saying the reason that you believe that black people seem to be consuming this entertainment is in part because a sense of a duty or obligation when black creators or black representation is put forward. And at the same time, I'm saying that a lot of white people feel like they've been preached to and they've checked out of it. Then wouldn't that mean
stop.
Wouldn't that mean that there's a selection bias?
Let Ali get his closing statement, and then you guys can do a back and forth if you like.
Yeah.
Ali.
I think the idea would be is that there's a duty to represent, because if you go and watch it, the numbers do good, the movie itself is good, and then you're going to get more black representation because the numbers and show that like, hey, we will support it and it's going to be good. And so therefore, like, yeah, there's a duty because if you don't go and support, then there's going to be less, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's going to be hard.
If Sinners doesn't do good in the box office, if Jordan Peele's movies don't, make the money.
It's crazy how black people will do it, but women won't. You notice that? Yeah. Like how like women will be like, it's a duty to do this, and then they never consume or buy.
I'm about to say they'll vote.
Yeah.
they go to the polls, but black people go to the polls too.
Go ahead, Ali.
So my closing is more of a question that maybe we could talk about like next time. As far as I've as long as I've been on this panel, anytime Prime or Bam or someone's brought up like systematic racism, I feel like Lactoid said that systematic racism doesn't exist. Maybe it was a joke, or it's the fact that it's like it's not real, right? But like systematic racism against black people or like minorities makes sense considering that like in America, white people are the ones who run shit. But then when you and Scott are both talking about systematic racism against white people, I have to like wonder who's the one being like systematically racist above them. It's not like women are the ones in power. It's not like black people are the ones in power. There aren't really too many minorities in power, right? Like I have to ask you, who is it that like is being systematically racist against you, and why is it beneficial for them? If white men are the one in power, why is it beneficial for them to push this whole thing against the young white men? Right, like what is the issue? Like I want to know where the systematic racism is coming from. If you guys are the ones holding power, why is it affecting you in such a negative way? right? Well, like what benefit would it like? How would
Two
it
words.
benefit the old
Suicidal
white people?
empathy.
Two
Well,
words.
they also say statistical outcomes don't matter.
2 words.
Billionaires are suicide.
Two
Like
words.
BlackRock is suicide has suicidal empathy.
No, white
No, 2
liberals do.
words.
2 words.
2 words. Bread and circus.
Those are 2 words.
That's it.
I'm not gonna
Alright,
ask
those
what that
are-
means.
So wasn't that
Let's,
3 words
uh,
actually? And
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
If we're counting
He al-
and.
He's always sneaking things in.
I'm
Okay,
always
all right.
always longer than I say
You
I'm gonna be.
weasel.
All right? Even when I
Yeah.
say 2 words, it's
You
3.
sneaky boy.
Alright. All right, so there's a great penny stroke there, but I'm gonna leave it alone. Let's let's end it there. But anyone can continue talking if you want afterwards. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. We appreciate the channel. Consider support the channel, sub to the channel, get bits, give subs, or follow the channels on whatever platforms it is. You know, Twitch, Kick, YouTube. We would love to have you.
TikTok.
In honor. And TikTok too, but we're not streaming there right now. But TikTok, I mean, eventually we want to. So TikTok. Anyway, so in honor of FQ, dearly departed, I am going to raid. I am going to raid the apparently always on Alf Twitch channel. I think it's doing a running loop of Alf, and Alf would be within her
top
golden age
100.
of television, right?
There you go.
Alf, I mean, people still talk about Alf. People bring up Alf sometimes. He's in some memes.
nobody talks about Alf.
People bring up.
People
We're
know
talking
what
about
Alf
Alf.
is.
Okay.
Now we're
Hey, Alf,
true. Now we're talking about Alf. That's a good point. Yeah.
yeah. Alf likes to eat cats. I know that. That's a big thing. Anyway, look, it's within her strike zone, and for her honor, I'm going to raid the Alf channel, right? And there's some white women involved in that channel, so like on that show, so you know it appeals to me. So we're gonna start this raid. And check it out. It's actually a pretty good show. I've seen a bit. I'm not a huge Alf head, but it's actually pretty funny. So check it out. And just wait for this time to go down. Off we go. All right.
Yeah, if I can just quickly, answer your question, I think, Ollie, the thing is that if you were to
I just want to see if I can
arbitrarily
make
put,
Lactoid be
if you were-
anti-Semitic real quick. But
well, no, if you,
Not
if you were
today.
to arbitrarily put white people,
Maybe next time. All right, friends. All right, friendy duties. The friend de la creme de la friends. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. I'm probably not going to see you guys before Christmas. So, Merry Christmas to all of you. Have a fantastic Christmas. Christmas, Cristo. I hope it's fantastic. I hope you get everything you want. It's all about the loved ones. You know that. It's all about the loved ones. So, and the presents. Oh, I'm kidding. The only material thing you need is a motorcycle. That's all you need. Everything else is second. We're going to raid on out. We're going to raid on out into... Who are we doing? We'll shoot over to raid Rob. No, we'll shoot on over to our boy Rob. Get you some Rob action.
Then we're probably just going to stay at my in-laws' place. But if everything goes smoothly, I should be getting home around